He's also worked as a director in Ministry of Labour and Employment in Government of India. It's indeed a great pleasure and privilege to have him here with us. So let's give a round of applause, and I request Shri Nitin Jain to kindly felicitate as a small token of love and appreciation. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. Let's give it up once again for our chief guest, Mr. Sanil Mathur, ladies and gentlemen. I request you, sir, to kindly give a small special address. So the stage is all yours. So we are eagerly waiting to hear you. Thank you.
Dignitaries sitting on the dais, members of RYA Metro, members of Madras Management Association, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank RYA Metro and Madras Management Association for having given me this opportunity to interact with all of you. When Mr. Nitin came to me and discussed about this program, I realized that the topic which has been selected for discussion in this program, reimagining business in New India, was a very relevant topic. Today, we find that we have just come out of a very difficult period, not only for our country, but for the whole world. We have gone through a pandemic about which we had never heard earlier. We could never imagine that throughout the world there will be lockdowns. The whole life will come to a standstill. So all of us have come through a very difficult time. And we are really lucky that India, Indian people, Indian economy and Indian businesses have really been very resilient in going through this difficult time. If we see the recent statistics, we find that we had a very bad time in financial year 2021 when our economy was literally in recession and we had a negative growth of about 6%. But in the next financial year, 21-22, we have really done well. Growth rate has been around 8.5%. And in the coming financial year, the growth is expected to 7.5%. So this shows that the country is recovering. The economy has started gaining the momentum which we lost 2 years ago. This fact is also borne out by the robustness in collection that we are seeing, the revenue collection of the central government. Last year, the government had targeted revenue collection of about 22 lakh rupees, 22 lakh crore rupees. But the revenue departments could achieve about 27 lakh crore rupees, which is 5 lakh crore extra. So that shows that revenue collections are rising and there is momentum in the economy. This year also, after the first installment of direct tax collection, we find that there is a growth of about 45% in the net collections. So these figures indicate that yes, our businesses have done well and they are ready to take India into the next level. So in this context, I find that the theme which has been chosen for today's conclave is very relevant: reimagining businesses in New India. So probably you are going to discuss that we have a new India which is looking to leap into a league of advanced nations. And in this kind of new India, and our current government wants this India to be Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-sufficient India, self-dependent India. So in this new India, what is going to be the role of businesses? So that is what is the theme which is going to be discussed today. So I'm really very happy about the topic which has been chosen. And I was going through the sessions, and very diverse areas have been selected, like trade, technology, transitioning of family-controlled businesses to professional businesses, discussions about shares, discussion about alternative investments. So a wide variety of topics have been chosen which are of relevant to the new businesses, to the businesses who are now trying to grow in a new India. So when Nitin came and asked me to participate in this conclave, I thought, what would a taxman do in business conclave where they are going to discuss about how to adapt to new technologies, how to develop brands, and all those mostly business related topics will be discussed. But then I was suddenly reminded by some of my taxpayers who say that, sir, we treat the tax department as a 30% partner in our business. So maybe it is with this spirit that I have been called to this conclave, and I'm really happy to participate. I was also attracted by one of the topics which is being discussed, which is technology and tax. And I must congratulate the organizers that this is really a very important topic for discussion amongst businesses, because businesses among themselves are doing well in adopting technology. But here I want to convey to them that the government is also trying to keep pace with them. Government is not lagging behind. And the tax departments, both the income tax department and the indirect taxes department, they have taken a number of initiatives in digitizing their processes, in digitizing the compliance requirements, thereby making an effort to ease the compliance burden of taxpayers. And in this direction, I'm sure you must have seen what has happened during last 10 years in the income tax department. Right from payment of taxes, getting allotted PAN number, filing of income tax return, filing of TDS return, and processing of returns and TDS returns, etc. All these processes have been digitized and computerized. And now everything you can do sitting at your home online. You don't need to come to the income tax offices. About 2 years ago, or say 3 years ago, one thing which was remaining was scrutiny assessments, as it is called audit in Western countries, auditing of returns or scrutiny of assessments, which used to be done by the department. That was an area where the taxpayers were required to come to income tax office. So if their case got selected for scrutiny, they will have to come to income tax department to attend to proceedings of assessment and also subsequent proceedings. But in August 2020, again, a transformative decision was taken by the government. Honorable Prime Minister came out with honoring the honest scheme, in which it was decided that the income tax department, major part of it is going to become faceless. And here we are, after 2 years, we have almost implemented that scheme. I hope most of you know about this scheme, but I would just like to highlight some of the features of this scheme, which are very unique. These may not be there in many of the advanced countries even. So this is a scheme where if your case is selected for scrutiny, you will not be required to go to the income tax department. Whatever notices are issued, whatever communication is to be done by the department with you will be online. So in your registered account, the information will come, the notices will come, and then you will also have to file all your responses online. Whatever submissions you want to make about the questions which have been asked, you will have to make online. So that is one feature. Then here, another feature is scrapping of territorial jurisdiction. So you are in Chennai, you are, let us say, living in Nungambakam area. Earlier, there used to be an assessing officer who was in charge of that Nungambakam area, and you are appearing before that assessing officer for your scrutiny assessment. Now, your scrutiny assessment will not be done by him. It may be done by anyone else in the country. So your assessment case may be assigned to somebody in Gujarat, maybe in Assam, maybe in Rajasthan. So you will not have any contact with your assessing officer. He will be a far off officer. That is another feature. And he will be communicating with you only online through the computer screen. Third feature is that now that officer who has been assigned, let us say somebody sitting in Calcutta, he has been assigned your assessment. He will not do it alone. It will be a group assessment kind of thing where he will interact with you, he will question you, and then he will prepare a draft order, which will then be shared with another unit called review unit. So that review unit will review that draft order, and only when the review unit also approves it, only then a final order will be passed. So it is again a group assessment kind of scheme. So these are unique things, and the idea is to make it comfortable for taxpayer to attend to compliance requirements sitting at his office. So during the initial implementation of this scheme, there were some teething problems, might be even now there might be some problems. And some of the taxpayers wanted that, no, we want to have personal hearing, because personally we want to explain it to the assessing officer as to what is our case, what has been asked. They want to explain that personally. So now the government has allowed to have a personal hearing also, but again that personal hearing will not be face to face. It can't be face to face because the officer is sitting somewhere else. So it will be through video conference only. Through video link only, the taxpayer is allowed to have a personal hearing. And this faceless assessment scheme has now been extended to faceless penalty scheme, and then even the appeals which were being done by commissioner appeals, they have also been converted into faceless and territorial-less. So appeal of Chennai will be heard by somebody sitting somewhere else. So this is a transformative change which has been brought by the government with the intention to minimize the compliance burden of the taxpayer. But of course, this has brought a lot of comfort to the taxpayer, but our offices and our officers have become lonely because nowadays there are no visitors to the income tax department. And earlier we used to have, you see, parking problem in our offices. Now that is no more there, because whatever the taxpayer wants to say, he will say it online, and even it is compulsory for the officers also to communicate with taxpayer only through online. But there is an exception to this, and which is the investigation wing. The wing which is in charge of conducting the raids, etc. So in investigation wing, sometimes we go to the taxpayer, and other times the taxpayer is called if his case is selected for scrutiny. So by talking about this, what I just wanted to highlight was that the government is also aware of need for adopting technology in our business processes. And we have done this at a huge level, which is there for all of you to see. Because nowadays, whenever you file your return, it is processed through computers. And if any refund arises, it is directly credited in your bank account. You even don't come to know about that. So sometimes I feel that as in the private sector, it is becoming common that people are working from home. So gradually that work from home will come to us also. So sitting at home, we will be able to complete assessments, appeals, whatever. So yes, thanks once again, the organizers, Madras Management Association and RYA Metro for giving me this opportunity and opportunity to speak to you and interact with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm profoundly delighted to introduce our guest of honor for the day, Mr. C.V. Subbarao, who's graduated from Marine Engineering College, Kolkata, and spent 10 years at the sea. Rising to the position of Chief Engineer on merchant ships, he is currently placed with Chennai-based multinational, the Sanmark Group, and heads its shipping business as its Managing Director. Subbarao completed MBA from the Open University Business School, Milton Keynes, UK, and is alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad Senior Leadership Program. He is on the boards of Indian National Ship Owners Association and on the advisory committee of Lloyd's Register Asia. He is a fellow of the Institute of Marine Engineers India and served 2 terms as its president. Subbarao is currently elected as a President, Madras Management Association, Chennai for the year 2021 to 22. So let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the guest of honor. And I request Shri Kishan Jain to kindly do the honors, a small token of love and gratitude, ladies and gentlemen. So we thank Mr. C.V. Subbarao for taking his time and being here. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So now I request our guest of honor to kindly address the gathering with his welcome speech. Thank you, sir.
chief guest, Mr. Mathur, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very privileged to be at this session, which as its president, Madras Management Association, as an office bearer, and we're very pleased, proud to have this event in conjunction with RYA. I'll keep this speech a bit light. Reimagining business in a new India. You know, Jawaharlal Nehru in 1930s, he used to write letters to his daughter Indira Gandhi, and in one of the letters he writes that you know, there are so many diseases. There have been so much of advances in medicine today, yet we seem to have diseases. I mean, this is something that we can echo even today, almost 100 years later. Despite all these advances, we still continue to have something affecting us. Now, the question for me is, what is new? I mean, what we see today is new, and therefore, on that premise, we try and work a program for our future. Now, the technology, as we see, has changed over the years. In the past, even before the Common Era, it's not that technology did not exist. We know that the pyramids were built with a lot of science and technology in mind. That was before the Common Era. So the word technology today is being used more of a jargon which says that you're speeding up a process. The speed of response to a particular event has been increased to see that you cut your time and do a lot more than what you could possibly do. So whether it's the pyramids or the sundial in Ahmedabad, I don't think science has missed anything. It is just that we are trying to increase the speed of response. Now, all this again comes back to the question that what is new? So how do you reimagine India? How do you reimagine businesses in India in a new India today, as we call it? Again, when it comes to technology, then we come to disruptions. Now, this is again another jargon that we've been using nowadays. It's not that disruptions did not occur in the past, but as management students today, many of us use these new phrases. But disruption has continuously happening, and I don't think mankind has ever prepared for any particular disruption. They didn't sort of guess the Spanish, nor did they guess the COVID. They did not even guess the Ukraine war. So again, what is new? How do you manage for the new, or what we call today as a current normal? So for a business to interact and imagine how to run a particular product, an event, an industry, in a situation which is constantly changing, where science is at your back, where disruptions continue to occur, and yet you cannot live in isolation. Talking of isolation, I think India can hardly associate itself with incomplete isolation, because whether it's a borderless world as we call it today, it's always been that you are affected by technology, affected by science, affected by disruptions, and therefore you cannot exist in isolation. What happens elsewhere does impact you. Again, India is full of contradictions, whether it is a 24-hour prime-time television, you have multiple views. It's not that one view is right and the other view is wrong. As George Hegel, the 18th century German philosopher, said, there is always a conflict between two rights and two wrongs. If there is one right and one wrong, there is hardly any conflict. So in light of such a conflict, how does businesses run? How do you expect to look at the future? And so what is new? This basic question that keeps haunting you. This is where I feel, to an extent you can imagine, to an extent you can understand what is new. But I think maybe you must have some basic principles as I see it, the way I have learned over the years. The two questions that arise is, the first is the Dhritarashtra syndrome in the Mahabharata. After the Kurukshetra war, Lord Krishna walks into the chambers of Dhritarashtra, and both husband and wife, Dhritarashtra and Gandhari, ask Krishna, you know everything. You are the Lord. How did you not prevent this from happening? That was a disruption. Over 18 days, there was a huge disruption. So Lord Krishna says, it is not that you did not know. You knew what was right and what was wrong. I'm not here to prevent. something that whether it is right or wrong, it is for you to judge. It is for you to understand what could have been prevented and what could have been done. So it is not in my hands. Now, this is something the businesses have to understand. We have the Dhritarashtra syndrome saying that, especially in India, we are very motherly to everybody, not just to the children, but to our employees, to an association or a society, like Mr. Mathur rightly said about the tax collections. That is it that you need a Director General of Tax to really oversee a file, or someone else at that level? It is a norm, it's a duty, and you just follow it. So this is where the Dhritarashtra syndrome has to be eliminated from a human mind. And India is full of contradictions, full of issues, full of diversity. I'll leave you with something on discipline and quality assurance. It's easier said and done, but discipline can be a very serious issue when it comes to implementation. As you can see from my biography, I was at sea. In 1982, I was in Japan. In a shipyard where we were doing a repair. It was a 15-year-old ship, and they had latent defects, and the Japanese had to cut a part of a frame called the stern frame, which is at the stern of the ship. Now, this takes some time. They cut it, they put a new plate, they welded it back. It's a structure, and it is vetted by a body called Lloyd's Register. It was at that time a classification society, and they found a bit of incorrection in the welding. So there was a meeting, the production meeting, and there was a production manager. Then there was a company head. I was a junior engineer at that time, so I was in the background just watching and listening. It was about 11 o'clock in the night, and the discussion went for 1 hour. The Japanese the shipyard people, the classification, which is the Lloyd's Register, my technical manager, they were all discussing. So the Lloyd's was recommending, okay, you can do this, and this can be done. This is the correction, half an hour work. Suddenly, the production manager, the Japanese, gets up. He says, we do it again. We will meet the schedule, but we do it again. So he calls in the team. That was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. They started the work at 4, and that takes another 18 hours. They cut the whole thing, and they put it back. Flawless. 1982, 37 years after the war. Now we are 75 years after independence. The two protagonists of Second World War, Germany and Japan, rose from the ashes in 25 years. Now you can say many things. Population, small population, big population, money. I mean, if you were to see Hamburg in 1945, it was razed to the ground. Of course, none of us are there, but the history says it was razed to the ground. You should have seen Hamburg in 1976. I haven't seen it. I've seen it in 82, but it was a fully fledged city. In Japan in 1982, I bought a player. Those days you have these round players called linear tracking. It was no longer going round and round, which is what used to come into our movies in 1970s. A linear tracking, so the needle moves across. This is quality assurance, and this is discipline. They did not want to correct, and they did it for themselves. They didn't have to. They could have corrected, the ship would have run fine. But that's a decision they took at that time. This is it. So I can imagine New India, I can imagine businesses, how a business will run in New India, unless myself, have the discipline to do something which is good, which is right, which is the fundamental. I always question myself, and we all discuss what is honesty and integrity. Some of you know me, some of you don't. Those of people who are in the hall who know me know I am honest. Whether I am honest or not, only I know it. That is integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your zealous speech. All right, ladies and gentlemen, going ahead, we would like to thank our event partners for their wonderful support and contribution being delivered. This wouldn't have been possible without the generosity of supporters like you all. So once again, we thank you all. I request our chief guest, Sunil Mathur sir, to kindly do the honors by presenting the mementos to our event partners. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Naveen Ranka from SPR. With a big round of applause, let's give it up for Mr. Naveen Ranka from SPR, who have been a great support for us in this business conclave. So let's give a round of applause for Mr. Naveen Ranka from SPR City, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Veera Manigandan from IDFC to kindly join us onto the dais. Mr. Veera Manigandan. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our event partners. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Nitesh Jain from Rainbow. Can we have Mr. Nitesh Jain from Rainbow to please join us? So we have our guest of honor, Mr. Subbarao, presenting the mementos to Mr. Nitesh Jain from Rainbow. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Shireen from Futura. Ms. Shireen from Futura, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Ms. Shireen. Going forward, I would like to invite Shri F.C. Jain from Excipient's House. Shri F.C. Jain. Further, I would like to invite Mr. T.R. Jain from Rakesh Trade Credits to kindly join us onto the stage. Last but not the least, I would like to invite Mr. Chetan Rathod from Triburi Studio to kindly join us onto the dais. Thank you. Thank you so much for doing the honors. So ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the word of thanks, I would like to invite Secretary RYA Metro, Shri Suresh Rathod, to kindly step forward.
Good morning, all. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the word of thanks on this memorable occasion. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God to kickstart the conclave on a positive vibe. First and foremost, I thank our chief guest, Shri Sunil Mathur, Director General of Income Tax Investigation, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, who despite his busy schedule has found time to grace this occasion. I also express my heartfelt thanks to Mr. C.V. Subbarao, President MMA and Managing Director Sanmar Shipping Limited for gracing the occasion. Thanks Kishan Shah, Managing Trustee of Chennai Food Bank. We are grateful to our partners of the event, SPR City, IDFC First Bank, Rainbow Foundations Limited, Futura Corporate Interiors Private Limited, Excipient's House LLP, Rakesh Trade Credits, and Tribary Studios. Without the contribution, this mega conclave would not have been possible. Also, I would like to thank Madras Management Association for the unstinted support for this program. Special thanks to our Captain R. Vijay Kumar, Executive Director of MMA. I owe special gratitude to the RYA Metro board members and HRD committee headed by Hemant Bhandari for extending their full support and working hard to make this day happen. Thanks our President Nitin Jain for his stewardship, support, vision and commitment. I thank all the distinguished invitees present here, accepting our invitation. I thank all the good hearts who worked behind the screen. Last but not the least, I thank you, my friends, for your cooperation in making this inaugural session a resounding success. Finally, I leave you with this inspiring quote by Winston Churchill. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. Once again, I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Once again, we thank our chief guest and guest of honor and all our eminent delegates for joining. So ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for, we would be starting our exceptional speaker session in under 10 to 15 minutes. So we are going to break for a small networking time and for tea. So kindly request all of you to kindly join in next 10 to 15 minutes so that we can start our first speaker session. So see you all. Thank you. check, check. My dear ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly come inside the hall. We are about to begin our speaker session in the next 5 minutes. So requesting one and all to kindly gather inside the hall as soon as possible so that we can start our speaker session. Check, check. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and all our invited guests, requesting all of you to kindly get settled down, requesting all of you to please get inside the hall. We are about to begin our speaker session. So once again, kindly requesting all of you to please gather inside the hall as soon as possible. We are about to begin our first speaker session for the day. And requesting all of you to kindly put your phones on silent mode. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I believe you all are refreshed and rejuvenated. So let's start our first speaker session for the day. And it's a great pleasure and privilege to introduce our first speaker for the day, Mr. Santosh Parekh, one of the founding partners of the iconic Tulsi Silks in Chennai. He started his career as a sales executive in a family-owned textile store in Ooty before starting on his own. A school dropout who has learned the business from the grassroots level. He and his elder brother jointly worked tirelessly to create one of the best silk sari stores in Chennai. In his 4 decades of experience in the silk sari business, he learned the art of weaving and now is an accomplished textile designer. So with a big round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Santosh Parekh for the session on re-engineering of conventional business using technology. And to honor him, I request RYA main president, Mr. Dinesh Mehta, to kindly join us onto the dais to kindly honor our speaker with a small token of love and gratitude. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Santosh Parekh. The applauses are very less, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be, let's all stay super energetic and enthusiasm. Our first speaker session is going to be truly, truly vibrant. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good morning. Namaskaram. So, yeah, this is new territory for me. If it was textile, it becomes a little more easier. So I come from a business family from Ooty, born and brought up there, studied till class 10 and dropped out like, they said. So dropping out early in school and going to work actually has worked very well. When you start working at an early age, you tend to learn a lot. So that way I'll consider myself very lucky. Also at a very young age, generally, you seem to be fearless. You don't worry about what are the consequences because our family members were taking care of it. I got mentored by my uncle, who was, in my own terms, a Britisher. Man perfect. He knew at times we had to prune the rose plants there, water them well. So at an early age, when you get mentored by those kind of people, you bring in discipline. Also, there's clarity of thought. Now, for me to address people here, mostly it is to do with family-run businesses, okay? It's not to do with people who are already into technology, who, who have gone far ahead. But for small family-run businesses, it is very important that we make the shift now. So after having moved to Chennai after 13 years, when I was 26, my brother and me moved to Chennai. We had to move because dad's health was not all right and the family compulsion. So you had to take that call. Moved, started a sari store here in a very small way. Couldn't afford the rentals in T Nagar. So decided that jahan sasta hoga, jahan sabse kam milega, wherever we can pay the least. We decided and then moved to Alwarpet. So dad, he passed away, ill health, he passed away, and then, we were pretty much on our own. This is about 30 years back. My brother and me, he's been a pillar of strength, immense strength, started up this store. 3-4 years later, we were doing well, growing at a steady pace. Suddenly realized that, in Chennai, if we talk about silk sarees. We probably sold everything that we could, a cotton, a crepe, a georgette. We could sell almost everything. When we started pushing customers to look at Kanjivarams, invariably the reply was, no, that we go, I go to Nali. It's, a family tradition, it's luck, all sorts of things. When that happened, for 2-3 years, you thought, okay, maybe it'll happen. Then at some point, we realized if we don't break into it, growth is going to be, steady, but it's not going to shoot. So my one and only visit to T Nagar stores was in 1997. I walked in and for my own learning to understand what is that they were doing that was very different from us. The two things that came to mind first was if we showed a product, it was just one. They had the same product in 100. The second thing, there was probably a difference about 5 to 7%. So the quantum and the pricing was the differentiator. Now, how do you bridge that gap? You need finance, you need probably, enough money to advertise, to get that word out. We had neither. So the other option was then, you come back and you think the option is to say, I'm going to do something better than what is out there. So the first thing that I did, I went to the loom, stayed there in a weaver's place for 3 months, non-stop, learnt weaving first. If you don't understand your product, how do you sell it better? India as a country, as business people, 90% of our sales, us are traders with very little knowledge of our products. Unless we move from that part to where we understand what we are selling, what goes into it, what's the end consequences of having bought it, how do we use it, what is the shelf life, I think we'll just be a country of traders. We need to move beyond that. So I did that, came back in 1998, our one and only ad in the Femina of a particular product which we designed. We sold them in huge numbers. To be exact, we sold 8,000 sarees of one color and one design. That's massive. It's massive for a newcomer. We have never advertised after that. We've just grown organically. So that changed it. We moved in 2000 to a new building. We grew again, exponentially. We just grew about 200-300% that financial year. But then came a point, the pandemic hit us. It didn't hit us because as a business, we hardly leverage, we keep quiet, we are all by ourselves. So we are fine. The backward integration that happened in 1998, we set up our own looms, set up our own design team, created great products. So there was not much that, our competitors could actually, affect us in that way. And being small and niche, it's easier to handle because I'm doing the salesmanship, I'm designing it, I'm attending to you when you walk in. I'll have a conversation on any subject. You could be a doctor, you could be a lawyer. I could do all of that. But then in 2018, the Tatas decided to get into saris. They first got into jewelry, organized it, and jewelry was a business where you could organize it. Though it was very unorganized, I don't know how many of you all from jewelry trade, but I don't know how it affected you. And my belief is that it's going to get even more organized. It's going to disrupt. The word disrupt probably, Subbarao said, it's not right, but I would say it's going to disrupt a lot of traditional jewelry businesses. Scale is there. They have the financial backing and they should be able to do it. It's not just them. I think if it is lucrative, most MNCs, most business houses are going to do it. So they got into saris and they came to us because we are also into manufacturing. We are also supplying. So they came to us. The last 20 years, we have been archiving and documenting everything that we have done. It's essentially R&D. For a retail store to tell you that, we are spending an X amount every year in research and development of our products is very unheard of. So you need to be end-to-end integrated to do that. So last 20 years, we have been archiving, and they got to know about it because one of the directors is also a customer. So they got to know about it and they came to us. They had 3 meetings with me at various levels, asking us to, probably join them, do something. But then through those meetings, they saw our archives, they saw our systems, and then came back to me. So one of them in the team asked me this question. Now, that is disruption. Okay, I think the slide has to come on, doesn't matter. Anyway, so they came to me and they asked me this question. I can do it here? Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, as much as I'm speaking about tech, this is my experience. And this is the turning point. So they came to me and asked me, tell me, Santosh, what can disrupt you? So the answer was immediate. And I told them, we are small, we are niche, we are end-to-end integrated. We know what we do. We actually see 8 samples before we end up making a product. There's very, very little chance that people can disrupt us in the scale that we are, unless we want to grow. That's where we'll have a challenge. So at the scale we are, there's very little chance that you can, because I'm attending to the customer, I know what they want, I can create it, we can get precise to the point that you want. If you say I want it in 60 grams, we'll finish it in 60. You want 62, we'll finish it in 62. We are so precise. So I said, there's not much that can disrupt us. But then just momentarily, I related to them as Tatas and realized that, of course, they have the financial ability to do what they want, but then TCS. That brought to me that maybe technology can. It's a thing that can disrupt us. So they left, and I thought, why should I allow them to do it? For someone who's been there for 30 years, who understands weaving, why should I allow them to do it? So then this question came up. I'm a business person. I'm being driven by technology now, or I should drive myself by technology. They are technical people, they're tech people. Are they going to be driven by business? No, it's difficult. It can be done this way. A business person can drive it by technology further, but a tech person to do business, they can do tech business, but to get into something else is a lot of learning. So I sit down and I think about it, and I say, okay, and luckily the pandemic, of course, for many people, it was disastrous. It continues to be in terms of business. But for me, it gave me time. It gave me time to think, what is that I need to do? So we put all the things that we do together. And then, for someone like me is scribbling. My handwriting is one of the worst. So I scribble. So I scribbled and I put all my thoughts in a mind map. And luckily I have a good team. So put it all together and then started off this. So it relates to my business, whatever our business here, my brother and me, it relates to their business. We put everything together. And then once you've mapped it all, you start off. To me, the first way to do it, or probably the only way for a traditional family-run business to do it, it has to start from the top. You have no answers from coming from down. It's not going to come. You can bring in the best team, the best people, it's not. Unless you know what you want for yourself in technology. And I'm stressing on this point that I'm trying to relate to the family businesses here. There may be a lot of you who are way ahead in technology, your implementations, your processes will be way ahead, but I'm relating to family businesses here. So it has to start from top. So I have to know what I want clearly. What is that? What are those systems that I want? And trust me, look at my hair. I'm 55. I'm old. I don't think I'm old, but maybe a lot of you out there may be thinking, I'm old, but I'm not. So at 55, we have this, maybe 55, 60, 65, we have this feeling that we are not the right people to go down that path of adapting technology. We think it's beyond us. It's not true. It's absolutely not true. It's the other way around for family-run businesses. It's very easy for people who have done it for the last 30, 35 years. They know exactly what is required to make that change. So experience in business helps, drive that tech change in your business. Now, Tata's came or the Reliance is also getting into it. The Birlas have got into it already. Reliance is also into it. They're buying out, there's acquisition, all those kind of things are happening in the sari trade. But it is an uphill task because it's one of the most unorganized sectors in the country. Hand woven. I'm not talking of power looms. I'm talking of hand woven stuff. It's very, very difficult to break into it. Though handicraft and handloom is our second largest employer, to reorganize, to get it organized and in a structured way is going to be impossible because it happens at the weaver's place. It happens at his house. Manufacturing happens at the weaver's house, at their convenience. So I asked myself, how do we insulate, this thing? So we were spending on R&D. Part of our top line was going into it. The other thing I said, invest in tech, digitize how much we can, increase efficiency. These were the things that I also realized as family-run businesses, we were not attracting the best of talent. Most of them end up going into multinational companies or, they're being absorbed. How many of us actually attend, college recruitments? We don't. We should be doing it. We should think about it. Our recruitment should be, we probably are far better equipped to teach them, to get the best out of them, than a structured layout where, there is a HR person who's interviewing you. He has no idea what that person is, how much time it will take to integrate. There are cases where there are exceptional people who land up in businesses. There is growth prospects, but for us, we have to see what we need to do. So I think recruiting the best at a particular cost is well worth it. We should think about it. Okay, so what were the challenges that came to adapt tech, to adapt, our business into tech? The first and foremost challenge is the mindset. Are we thinking right? There's so many things that we do it in, a parcel comes, iska chalan banaya, you got that. Did we send this parcel off? Did we speak to this customer? It's like that. So the first thing is that we are doing everything ourselves. We need to change that. Now the mindset has to start from the top, like I said, and then comes implementation. Now, most next generation people want to push this through. They have this, they come back from business schools, they want to just push this through, we need to do this, we need to change that, we have to get an ERP, all sorts of things comes. But the implementation part, according to me, has to be done very, very slowly. Because you're going to disrupt existing businesses and we can't afford to do that. Now the advantages. Like I said, if you move to tech, which we have in a certain, we are not through, we are yet, it's a work in progress. You recruit good people, it's far more easier to retain them when it is tech driven. They tend to relate to it and it's far more easier to retain them. It has reduced flaws immensely. Our weavers have apps now. For them sitting in a village, where the technical details have been transferred by apps. No more are we using mails, paper, we are almost paperless. To say that, a weaver is empowered, it could be an iOS device, it could be an Android device, he's empowered now. Our suppliers have apps, our B2B customers have apps, all of it is seamless. The moment we make a payment, it shows up, it's a notification, they can download the voucher and it's done. In this context, I also told Nitin that there is going to be a time when auditors are going to get disrupted. Because if an auditor doesn't relate to what I'm doing, I have to move. I can't, because that will become a bottleneck. It's just not auditors. There are a lot of businesses that are going to get disrupted because of this. If you're in the service industry, high chances that if you do not adopt, a client of yours is going to move because he sees inefficiency there. It has saved time immensely. It has saved time. I have a lot more time to work on the technical aspects of the text of the fabric than passing on information to my team or to the weaver and getting it across. Because it's saving time, it has also started saving resources, and that's bound to happen. It's just a natural thing. It has increased energy immensely in the system. The staff, the team are absolutely happy. It's not just happy, they are bubbling. And when it increases energy, it also brings in creativity. The creative team is having a ball, absolute ball there. Tech also brings in accountability. There is a log and we are aware. I'm again talking only of family-run businesses because that's where this whole thing relates to. Accountability leads to efficiency. When I know I have a job, I have to finish it, I'm becoming efficient. It also is bringing inclusiveness. Everybody feels, I'm part of it. It's not, like if we were dispatching a parcel today, we have an app there which actually records the weight of the parcel that's going out. If there is a label on top of the parcel, it has a barcode. If you're a buyer, you scan it, you see what is inside the parcel before you actually open it. You can download your invoice. We can upload the invoice into your system in whichever format you require. Our suppliers are uploading their invoices into our software before we actually get it. We get the parcel. Now here, that small person who's making a note of the parcel is also feeling very nice that, he's become part of it. The courier guy is photographed. It's absolutely removing all inefficiencies. The advantages further, I think for growth, now this is where we are. It has to be a stage-by-stage process. We cannot push this through. I cannot push this through myself. It has to be done in stages. Make the change in various parts of our businesses. Evaluate it. I need to be honest here. I need to evaluate it myself. And the possibilities are endless. Trust me, it's just endless where we can go. Today we are talking of our website, which is being worked on. As a buyer, you can actually decide which courier you want it from. And real time, you get the courier charges. APIs are being offered, like everybody wants it. Everybody wants you to integrate everything that you can. And it's a seamless end-to-end experience that is happening now. In all of this, I think the one thing that you should keep in mind is prioritize the customer. Keep the customer in mind all the time. That's very, very important. Okay, now there's nothing to lose. Absolutely, there's no, the only thing that you'll probably worry about is the financial aspect. Now, there are some questions that I would probably ask myself. As a family-run business, how much can we afford to spend in tech? For a company, it becomes far more easier. They go to a developer who's multi-layered, all of that comes into mind. They'll go to TCS, Wipro, I don't know, wherever they'll go, they'll get it developed they want. But for us family-run businesses, it's a challenge. We can't invest as much. So then you need to choose the right kind of people. We were lucky, we got someone who was small, they understood what we wanted and they were ready to do it. So it's for each of us to take, our time and decide where and who's the best person for it. The other learning that I have is that it cannot be done in isolation. If you're a family of 4 people in one business, you need to get everybody on board. It's not easy. Sometimes there are, contradictory views, and but if you keep the organization paramount, then you're going to see this through. And trust me, I'm feeling like 25 again. Here, I know clearly that any challenge you throw to me today, I will be able to overcome by tech. It's been a great journey, and I'm loving it now, absolutely loving it. So I'll finish there. If there's any questions, I'll just answer. I may be a little ahead of time or late of time, I don't know. She'll probably tell me. But if there's any questions, anybody has any questions, I'll answer. Otherwise, I thank RYA and the Madras Management Association for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Any queries from the audience? So here we go there, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much have you planned for your R&D or whatever new techs and for IT? All this barcode and other things. How do you play that?
So if you're going to ask me in terms of percentages or numbers.
That is safe. I don't want numbers.
Huh? I didn't get you.
I give it in percentage. Or if you're open, you can just tell the other way also.
So I am under strict instructions from my auditor not to reveal any numbers because there are IT people around. So yeah, that's a joke. But anyway, I think that's the advantage of being part of a family-run business, because you're not restricted. Based on the need, based on the requirement, you can take a call. I think most family-run businesses are self-sufficient already. At the end of it, we may have one building less, and I think it's worth it. You may have 2 properties, 2 assets less, but it's the experience that will matter. It has kept us ahead of the curve, and I think it'll keep us, continuously keep us in that stage. So do not put a number. It's difficult. My requirement, because I'm into weaving, I have the need to develop a lot of apps, different kinds of, because I can't obviously make it too complicated for the weaver. It has to be seamless. It has to be small. So my need will be very different from anyone else's need, but it's a call you can take, and you don't need to push it through. I think you should do it in stages. Why? Maybe a 3-year plan, 5-year plan, do it slowly. There's no rush, because we are running a business. You can't disrupt it. You know, the one more thing I'll say, this is like you're moving from meter gauge to broad gauge in a train. What are you going to change first, the engine, or you're going to change the track? I think the track has to be changed first. The engine can come later, because you get a powerful engine, you don't run it on the track, it's no point. So let's do it slowly, change your track, get your length done, and then change the engine, and you should be fine. So there isn't a number. I mean, and I wouldn't try to divulge, because I don't have it either. Yeah. I think there's someone there who wants to.
Why was the Femina ad your last ad? Why aren't you in advertising?
See, the thing is, you know, I think I related to my uncle who brought me up. There's a discipline, okay? And we do things when we require it. It happens in family-run businesses that, you know, do we need it? Is it important? If I can't handle more than what I already have, why should I go further on to it? Okay, our thought process is do it clean. We don't work on Sundays. We are 9:30 to 7:30. We are very structured. We are happy with what we're doing, but we want it really efficient. Now you bring in ads, you bring in customers. Now I have a profile of customers who we are happy with. We are very happy with. You bring in crowd and you're not able to cater it with. That's not our mindset. That's not our model of business. So at some point we realized advertisement puts us with 10 other people out there, and we are competing, and it'll suck you in. If you're a construction person, you deliver the first flat well, I think the second one will just come in automatically. So we have been brought up in a way where It is clear. Do we have a need, a requirement for it? Then go down that path. If there isn't, continue what you're doing. So maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, maybe it's shunted growth. We don't know, but we're happy with it.
Great session, sir. And also we could understand how empathetic you are. Like you said, you have included different career channels in your website and how that thought process came in, because we have a challenge in bringing in this gap, filling the gap between the customer desirability and the viability. So this thought process of bringing in different career channels inside the website is a very, very simple thought process, but still, how do you make it possible? Because why did you make it possible? How you weigh that one idea has to be there in your website?
So you're a buyer, okay? You're willing to pay 100 rupees for a sari to be couriered. There is a buyer out there who says, I just want Blue Dart. I want like FedEx, or I want Blue Dart. Why should I make it mandatory either for you or for him to take one particular courier? Not required. I give you, and it's real time. So I'm empowering my customer actually to take that decision. We have not implemented, the APIs are being integrated. It is a challenge for us because we don't have a tech team on board. It's a service provider who's actually doing it. But I would love to do that. Give you the opportunity to decide which courier you wanted. Not required for me to push it through, because everybody doesn't want a 200 rupee and the insurance for that particular product that we are to pay for it. They're fine. They're saying, Blue Dart, I can courier it, I can track it. I'm fine with it. So it's all right. Mostly to work with customers abroad. For them, it matters. It matters a lot. So I think sooner or later, most people will move into this direction. In a smaller scale. Maybe an Amazon will not give you that because it's too common. As it is, they may be in very reasonable rates. But for someone like us, it makes sense to give that facility.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have used technology to develop applications, solution, etc. And then, is there any specific mindset that is required? Specific mindset that is required for actually turning it into your real purpose for which you have developed the system, like in terms of rolling it out stage by stage, or any specific mindset where there'll be a lot of challenges in the rollout also?
See, most of it is reactionary. As a nation, as a people, we are reactionary. We tend to react. We don't act. We don't proact. We don't act. Now, as a nation, we are reactionary. It's exactly. I'm sorry, there may be people who act first, but most of us tend to react to situations, to circumstances. Now, in our case, it's just that when we think the multinationals are moving in, and I can see them, already the jewelry being disrupted, then they're moving into textile. What is that they will do next? So I don't want to be reactionary. I'm thinking, as it is, we were reactionary when we started off, because they brought us and asked us, what are you going to do when it's going to disrupt you? So then what is that I can do to insulate this thing? That's why I covered that topic. I said, we're trying to insulate ourselves by doing what we are doing. So that was the trigger. That was the thing that actually got us thinking towards that aspect. I'm done. I think, I've taken a lot of your time. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, sir. That was a great presentation and an enlightening speech. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Great enlightening session. All right, so the next speaker for the day, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Naveen Ranka, who's a director and a board member with SPR India and has been involved since the early stages of SPR City at Binny Mills land. A chartered accountant by profession, he brings a variety of experience from domain of PE, tax planning and transaction advisory. Prior to SPR, he was an entrepreneur running a consulting firm. He was also an associate with Urban Infra VC Fund and so on. So a lot more to know about this wonderful speaker, ladies and gentlemen. So he's going to have a session today on Trade from India, the story for next decade. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the next speaker, Mr. Naveen Ranka, Director SPR India, Chennai, and To felicitate, I would like to invite Mr. Sandeep Mehta, immediate past president, RYA Metro, to kindly join us onto the dais. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Naveen Rankar and Mr. Sandeep Mehta. Over to you, sir.
Hello, friends. It's my privilege to be here and discussing about this topic called trade from India. So let's look at trade historically. So there's this myth, in 1991, we became globalized. How many of you believe that, 1991, we became globalized? I think everyone. This is true post-independence, but if you look at the history, the larger part of the history, the globalization in India occurred even before when the rest of the world got civilized. So that's how old we are as a global economy. If you have to look at history, I'll just take you, see, I'm just trying to build a context for a topic of trade from India and why I believe that the next decade story or the next 2-3 decades are going to be about that. So if you look at this, basically this map, this is an ancient map. The trade, if you look at it, the Cholas and the Pandyas, they were trading right up to Malaysia, Cambodia, and multiple other nations. And that's the history of Indian global trade. And the place where we are right now, South Indian, was an epicenter of global trade. That is how old we are. So, as Mr. Parekh said, the trading, we all have been traders. The India is a country of traders, and that's true. And to say that, it comes to us very naturally. All right. And this is what our global share in GDP was. If you look at, we were 51%, India and China put together were about 51% of the global trade before 17th century. And about after 100 years later, when East India Company started expanding its base in India and China, the GDP started falling. India slightly went up in between, and after that, the decline started. The decline went right up to almost 2% in 1900. So what was 25% in 17th century went right up to 2%. That is how it has been. So what is the point of all this, talking about all these things? The multiple people say that, history and all those things. So if you look in last 15-20 years, there has been a resurgence in homeopathy and Ayurvedic, which is ancient Indian medicines. There are colleges which are giving degrees. These degrees are now considered as an alternative medicines. They are even getting globally recognized. So the lesson from that is that, whatever was there once upon a time can be brought back again. Of course, it will happen with a flare of technology, but it can be brought back again.
And that is what we are looking at, as a, as an individual, as a brand, as a entity. We truly believe that, the cause of Indian global trade has to be picked up right now. This is the decade. This is where the opportunity is. So what are the things that changed last century is India's freedom in 1947, then the green and the white revolution we achieved, food sufficiency, and economic liberalization that happened in 1991. After that, the IT revolution happened. The reason for in China, when the liberalization happened, it impacted the manufacturing and the trading the most, because they were not an English speaking nation. So they focused on what would support local economy, local demography very strongly, and manufacturing in a way came easily to them because it was all controlled by government. So land acquisition, the government could steer through the process very easily. India jumped that curve. It simply jumped that curve. It simply, from agriculture economy, it became to service economy. In between, there was something called manufacturing economy. Every country in the world, if you look at, be it US, be it UK, be it France, Germany, Japan, the three stages have been agriculture, manufacturing, service. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I mean, the way we look at it, we missed the middle part, the manufacturing. The manufacturing curve was lost. And as a result, what happened on the trade was also something that our traders really did not reach out globally. In fact, they reached out globally from bringing things from there to here rather than taking things from here to there. So naturally, traders also suffered, because in the end, what happens, traders, who are traders effectively? They are the networkers, marketers, and the working capital provider to the manufacturer. That is what the role is. Because there was not enough manufacturing in India, we did not do that. We never had that networking, except for textile. I don't think we had traders in another segment to that extent. In US, if you go, as many innovators they have, they also have tech traders. There are people who have traded technologies. They take licenses, go to the nations, they distribute licenses, and all those things are happening. But unfortunately, that is something which we don't do that, because there is no innovation happening here. And therefore, we missed manufacturing. Another reason for missing the manufacturing was the manufacturing is something that happens with muscles more than a brain. It requires a lot of muscle meaning land acquisition, dealing with local agencies, dealing with government, dealing with lot of things, while software works with brain. All right. So if a person has a brain and he doesn't have a sufficient muscle, what will he do? He will choose what he can do with the brain. And moment it talks about muscle, few corporate companies really flourished well, while the majority of them suffered. They just could not venture into manufacturing to a greater extent. And that is the reason why we preferred IT. So we also made choices to we gave choices to our sons and daughters, saying that पढ़ लिख लो, engineer बन जाओ, software में चले जाओ, at least वहां पे नौकरी मिल जाएगी, कुछ हो जाएगा. And that is how, the whole thing changed. And government also somehow supported more of this, which is not bad, but it also happened somewhere at the cost of manufacturing. So this is all the common story that you can see. We chose states' primacy over individual enterprise. There were banking that got nationalized, liberalization, privatization globally. Then we more became towards import substitution rather than innovating and something exporting outside. We thought whatever we are importing, we'll just try to manufacture that and things like that. So 3 things that are going to change next decade is Make in India, energy revolution, and artificial intelligence. It is clearly happening as we are sitting here, and that will happen. So now what's in for the trade? That's the core point. You look at China. There's a China map over here, if you can see. Look at how they started. 49% of the toys are manufactured by them. 70% of the world's umbrella, 72% of the shoes, 60% of the world's button, 85% of the Christmas lights. That's how they started. Now just tell me, are these high technology items, any of the things that you're seeing? What is the complexity of the product? Toys are not very complex products. Umbrellas, not a complex product. Shoes, do you know Nike has a factory in Chennai? The majority of the shoes which they are manufacturing now, it has got one of the largest facilities in Chennai. It is not a complicated product. Buttons, again, it's not a complicated product. Christmas lights, least complicated product. That is how they started and dominated. And from in 2005, they were about 733 billion. I clearly remember in 2004-5, when I was doing my internship, there were those 100 rupees radios selling outside Andheri station in Bombay and elsewhere. And that is what we were picking up. All right. At that time, they were 733 billion, and today they are almost 3.8 trillion. That is how big they have become by simply starting on a smaller note. So what made them so successful? You know, these are not some complex items. Why? They focused on variety. So what do you do with the variety? Where do you get them? So basically, they became a global outsourcing hub. And what happened is they started having these huge trade places. Now I'm coming straight to the point that they started having these huge places where things are available at one place and a lot of things can be brought and sold together. That is something which has happened in China. And India, this is now what is happening. You know, in last 5 years, if you see electronics, toy recently, I mean, government is promoting toy cluster. In fact, they have banned import of toys from certain countries. You know, in textile, we already have a cluster, Surat, Tirupur, Ludhiana, Bhilwara. If you go to Surat, there are these huge textile markets. That is what makes their textile trade very successful. Huge textile markets. Each textile store has about 500 shops, 1,000 shops, and similarly in Tirupur, Ludhiana, and Bhilwara. So how did it happen so soon? Is it just because of manufacturing? Partly yes, but it's also because of the trading. They promoted trade tourism. Trade tourism is the thing which will give huge boost to the manufacturing, because when people from other countries flock over here, when people from smaller towns flock towards the district, the manufacturers know where to go and sell. There is a trade environment which gets created, and that is where, you know, the maximum kind of trading happens. So basically these mandis, China has these huge mandis, huge meaning just for I was in Guangzhou, there was a market which was only into zips. Whatever zips you talk, purse, wallet, belts, pants, whatever, bags, handbags, suitcase, all types of zips were being traded. And these are low technology items. Eventually, that is something which will happen in India also. So as government is looking towards promoting manufacturing, the next thing that will happen is boost in tradism. So trade tourism. So anyone over here who thinks that as a trader, my future is bleak, my future is dim, we are not coping, we are not able to cope up. I think you draw some of the lessons from Mr. Parekh on what he did with technology. If you take that, you're not going to get extinct, but at the same time, you need to be in touch with also what is happening in the manufacturing and how you promote Indian manufactured goods over here. So if we are able to create a platform where Indian manufactured goods can be displayed, and even along with foreign goods, I'm not saying that we will still remain an open economy, then that is possible. So what is the current challenge if you look at, promoting trade tourism, if I may use that word? Parking, safety, sanitation, goods movement, legal hassles, fire risk, the poor infrastructure, we all know what happens in the rain. So these are some of the issues which are prohibiting us So if you are expecting a foreigner to land in Chennai and come to you in one of these old markets, it is not going to happen. If you're expecting, say, from other cities also people to come, say from, far off cities, Hyderabad or Bombay or whichever cities, if the infrastructure is not very attractive, their frequency will be very less. They will not come very often. So what is the solution? The solution is having a good trading infrastructure, port infrastructure, logistics, loading, unloading, all this thing is known. But one of the major thing is trade park. Trade park is something which is going to be the need. Surat and Ahmedabad has done this in great extent. This is something which is required in every state capital. Let me put it this way. There is some stories about Gujarat model. It worked in this domain is basically because the traders are hyperactive in promoting whatever goods they get. That is a culture which eventually has to pass on to every other city, So be it Chennai, Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Indore, wherever you go, you need these huge trade parks. So these trade parks are nothing but those shopping malls where you don't get things which you get in, say, Phoenix, EA or elsewhere. There are so many things. So for example, just buttons, just shoes, just particular commodities. We need these trade parks. And they are going to come up. They are coming up. One is already, we are working in Chennai. There is one project someone has done in Orissa. There is someone who is doing in Udaipur. So these are the places from where you will be able to do business very effectively and get more and more people to your shop or your place of work. So examples of trade park in China, majority or many of you would have been there. You know it. Yiwu, Foshan, Louvre, and many more. If you go, there is, for every item there is a huge shopping mart, and that is what we are looking at in Chennai. So what are trade parks? If you look at drawing references or parallels to the IT, okay, when government thought that will promote IT as it will bring huge employment, they came up with IT park policies. They came up with ID Park right back in Tamil Nadu. It happened in 1999, 2000 with Tidal Park. All right. In other places also they were building. So to promote IT, you had an IT park. To promote trade, you will need a trade park. All right. The trade park will be able to attract trading talent, young people, young traders from an unregulated market, boost trade tourism, generate many ancillary blue collar and white collar investments. Trade park will become a hub for wholesale and retail, and every tier 1 and 2 city needs at least 1 or 2 of them. So what we are doing here is India's one of the first Trade in India center to say so. It will decongest Georgetown in a greater manner. All right. We are looking at promoting global business tourism. We will be working towards technologies and having those platforms where we can promote Indian trade abroad and attract trade tourists to India, a world-class infrastructure, and at the same time economical shop. You are attracting a trader. So trader's investment has to be kept in mind. His working capital is supposed to be in his inventory and not in real estate. So it has to be all in the range of say 50 lakh to 1 crore kind of a thing. So that is the spot that we are looking at. And then it also somewhere aligns with Smart City Mission, Make in India Mission, and Swachh Bharat Mission, because the existing places of trade are have not been able to comply with these things. If you look at Saukarpet, particularly in Chennai, it doesn't work that way. So our effort in this direction is basically Market of India. It's a project with about 5,000 shops. I'll not elaborate too much on this. I think many of you know about it, but the whole idea is basically to make you aware about what is the concept of trade park. And we are looking at about a huge central plaza of about couple of acres with about expecting footfall of about 1 lakh people every day. That's the kind of footfall we are looking at. and 9 markets across 1 lakh products, 10,000 plus vehicle parking, 7 large atriums. These are some of the features that we are working on. And this is what we are looking at. 40 lakh, sorry, not 1 lakh per day, it's 40 lakh per month. It's about, we have already signed an investment in this direction, and we are looking at about 5,000 co-traders in this, basically in this project. And it will have all issues with respect to logistics. The shops are legal. They are not, they are not unauthorized. 365 days access, round the clock international security systems. Year around brand showcase in Atrium. We are going to conduct a lot of trade fairs. That is another plus point. And this is the opportunity where traders get to sell locally and go global, while manufacturers get themselves to display a lot of goods and services in these trade parks. So this is something which we are doing, and I think with these kind of trade parks coming, the next decade, you will see a trade revolution happening in India. That's about it. Yeah. Anyone, any questions? Yeah. Please.
Japanese or Chinese.
Correct.
Like that, even shoes, I'm not sure whether, there is a kind of a limit always the manufacturer sets for the shoe size also. Even if I want to wear an Indian brand shoe, it's not
Correct.
possible. There is 12 is the limit. So like that, there are a lot of opportunities and issues. So what is your say on, like you had mentioned about Chinese, this one, but there are a lot of products we in turn use internally in India without a choice. That's the only option. The imported good is the only option.
See, I think that is a question which each manufacturer will have to answer for what can be done in this regard. I mean, it's very product specific, category specific. All we are looking at is creating a market where all types of goods and goods can be displayed. It's a buy, sell, display, buy, sell kind of an environment that you keep. And naturally, when you keep that and one person comes and keep an innovative items, others that will catch on like a fever. See, once you have created a marketplace, you have ensured that, everyone will try to innovate and make customer happy. And we need these marketplaces. That is all I can say. So whatever you are looking at, when all these manufacturers and traders come and sell at one place, another will learn from the previous one, and that is how they will keep innovating and bringing in more variety that is for the local and international audience. Yeah.
Navinji, the presentation which you have shown is about massive digital, the physical infrastructure.
Yeah.
The presentation I would like to understand is missing on the part of digital asset for the people.
Correct.
And your profile told that you have been startup in the
Yes, yes.
So could you add certain
See,
light on digital?
I have, yeah, I
digital
have
asset?
deliberately missed on that part because I feel that the digital part in India is well taken care in terms of the evolution. We have enough startups coming. So there is a Dukaan.ai which has come up, which does this. There are a few other startups who are working. Mishu is there, which is working in this space already. There are quite a few people doing. Alibaba has already done in China. So people thought that, maybe with digitization, this physical infrastructure is not even needed. But I will tell you what happens if I have to place an order of say 10,000 rupees, I will order it online, and digital infrastructure is good enough to take care of that. But if I have to order 10 lakh rupees, I will want to know what is the address of my person. I would like to go and meet him. I will want to have a relationship with that person. And then after that, looked at once the relationship is set, then the digital process is to take care of the backend. Then your backend is smoothened. So that is something which we are already working on towards how do you manage those things with market of India. But there are enough apps and websites which are already doing it. This is having a physical infra is actually the difficult part which we have taken. Yeah.
Navinji, good morning. I see that we are coming up with the Market of India, which is a unique project, I think a first of its
Yeah.
kind in Chennai. But to make this a success, accessibility is the main thing, which I think is lacking in that place.
Okay, so this is a project specific question.
Yes.
I'll put it this way. We are already in talks with government. If you look at it, Perambur Barracks Road is already in the widening priority list. It is under the 13 most important areas which needs to be widened. Secondly, if you look at the connectivity from the Ainavaram Dadavadi side of road, if you look at it from that road is already about 100 to 150 feet widened. So from there, the access is not a problem because Cooks Road is getting widened, and then even Stephenson Road is getting widened to the 100 feet. In fact, Stephenson Road, government is making an investment of about 40 crores. It is one of the first of its kind road which will even have a bicycle lane. This is the first project of its kind in Chennai. So that ways infra is quite well taken care. In terms of planning, in terms of execution, it is happening as we are talking.
So how long do you think it will take for these things to
24, by 24, I think much of the physical infrastructure will be in place. So in next 2 years, so Stephenson Road and Cooks Road already the widening process has been initiated. Dadavadi Road is already widened. So I don't see that as an issue. Yeah.
Okay. And what about the water logging problem?
We have got a dedicated 300 mm dia pipe directly from the Kilpock water station, and from there I think it's a dedicated line to SPR city.
No, I mean in the rainy season, it is like almost flooded all the time.
I'll put it this way: you should have come to site during rainy season wherever the work has been done, wherever the excavation was there. So naturally, water will go to the excavated areas. But apart from that, there was not a single inch of water getting accumulated.
There was a wall collapse in between.
That was at the 70-year-old wall collapse at the area where the excavation was already there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. That was a phenomenal presentation, ladies and gentlemen, by Mr. Naveen Ranka on Trade from India. Let's give a round of applause once again. All right, going forward, the next speaker for the day, I would like to introduce Mr. Vijay Parthasarathy, an IIT Kanpur IIM Ahmedabad alum with 35 years global experience across verticals of FMCG, OTC pharma, consumer electronics and telecom with P&G, Colgate Palmolive, Johnson & Johnson, HUL, Tata Group, and so on. As a global CEO for over 20 years, he's energized 75 brands global across 22 countries along with 15 advertising agencies, and has been privileged to transform an international arena through a startup which surpassed all the major giants in a short period of time. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for this massive speaker. Next, who's gonna take a session on brand building for success. And to honor him, I would like to call upon Mr. Kamal Fowler to please join us onto the dais. Let's give it up for Mr. Vijay Parthasarathy, ladies and gentlemen, brand specialist, Mindcode speaker from Bangalore.
Thank you so much. You can leave. Is it on? Can you hear me? MMA creation. Video is separate, huh? Yeah, this is the one. And where, if I want to go to video, then I'll call you for the video. Yeah. Yeah. A very good morning, everybody, and thank you so much, MMA and RYA Metro and Group Captain Mr. Vijay Kumar, for giving me the opportunity. Can you hear me? Yeah. And I really feel privileged to be a part of this event. And this is my first event after 2.5 years of being in COVID. Before that, I was here in 2019, and I feel like it's been a long way. Thank you once again for taking the effort to be here, and I will do my best. Now, a lot was said, actually very relevant, from Mr. Santosh Parikh, who talked about tech, and Mr. Naveen, who talked about manufacturing. These two have a key role in the whole concept of brand creation, because tech, a lot of people can create brands, but tech is only an enabler, as long as we understand that, and that's the key. And manufacturing is the key to be able, everybody has services and you want to get products online, but there are no products there, then you don't have anything to do in terms of service. Having said that, in terms of brand creation, first and foremost, let me share with you a couple of disclaimers. Number one, there's a notice that Group Captain has put outside that it says that if you think you're the smartest person in the room, then you're in the wrong room. So I just want to make it clear, I'm in the right room. I definitely am not the smartest guy. And secondly, what I'm going to talk to you about is not about how I can create certain thing and then spin my way with VCs and create a valuation and become the next unicorn in the next 24 hours. Yeah, that's not the scope of this discussion here. I mean, and that's, I just want to make that very clear. Sitting here, you will not be able to make a unicorn in the next 24 hours or 48 hours, even 48 days. This is about something else. This is a way that you actually transcend across generations and centuries. So before I start about brand creation, let me tell you what a brand is not. I think there are probably only about very few product categories that Amitabh Bachchan has not sponsored or endorsed. One of them could be sanitary napkins, right? Now, I'm not trying to be humorous or I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but that shows two things. Number one, it shows the power of the brand Amitabh Bachchan, and it also shows the misconception that many people have that by associating with Amitabh Bachchan, I become a brand. And that cannot be far from being wrong. When you associate with a brand like Amitabh Bachchan or something else, all you're doing is creating, any guesses? What are you creating? If you're creating awareness. You're creating a huge amount of awareness. And there is a funnel between awareness and sales. I mean, if you create an X amount of awareness, a small fraction of that turns out to be sales. Now that is, people misunderstand that when they generate sales, they're actually creating a brand. So the fundamental difference is brand creation is very different from sales generation, right? You can create a brand that will generate sales, but you can create sales, but never ever create a brand, even if you are doing thousands of crores of sales. So that's the fundamental thing what your brand is not. Why do people do this? People do this because, number one, either they're not aware of what brand creation is all about, or number two, they're aware, but they don't want to go through all this paraphernalia and nuances of brand creation. Or number three, they think that sales generation is brand creation. Or number four, they don't care. I mean, why the hell should I go around doing brand creation? One of the two. Let me give you some other examples. One day I was driving in Bangalore and I came upon this red signal. And then my eyes went up and I looked at this 4-letter word OPPO, right? Now, I did not know whether it was a toothpaste or a condom, but this organization had spent a huge amount of money getting a huge amount of audience, out of which a small fraction was going to through this red signal, out of which even a smaller fraction was actually go and look it up. That kind of a small mind space they've spent money for, and they have lost it because I didn't know what it was all about. Couple of weeks later, at another signal, I happened to see upstairs and then onto a hoarding, and I saw Oppo camera brand. Didn't do anything to me here. Once again, they've lost me. Couple of weeks later, I drive around and then I stop and then I see this beaming Deepika Padukone, right? And obviously I'm looking at her far more, and then my eyes drop into Oppo again. Now, what does this mean? What is the message that I'm getting as a customer? That means here is a brand that does not feel that it has an identity of its own or is not able to get something on its own. It needs a Deepika Padukone to come and it says, please look at me through the eyes of Deepika Padukone. How, I don't know what it is. I mean, do you want somebody to be recognized through the eyes of someone else? So what the company has effectively done is actually spent money elevating the brand of Deepika Padukone or Ranveer Singh, falsely mistaking that they're doing themselves a brand. Let me give you another example. Now, once again, all these brands do a lot of sales. One of the things about creating awareness and generating sales is you're actually on a treadmill, which you cannot get out of. The more sales you're generating through more awareness, you need to be constantly in this. The day you drop Amitabh Bachchan, you need a Virat Kohli. The day you drop Virat Kohli, you need something else. The day you drop everybody else, you also drop. It's because you are linked to somebody else and your dependence is on somebody else and not on yourself. So that is the disadvantage of linking awareness and sales constantly. You take us, now one more thing that happens constantly in what is not a brand. You must understand this because that's when we realize what is the brand creation all about. A superstar cricketer goes with his girlfriend and endorses a particular method of clothes that he would like to get married in. But when he actually gets married, he marries in a different dress altogether in terms of a brand, which is one of the biggest brands. What does that do to me? It shows the credibility. The cricket star doesn't lose its credibility. What we lose as a brand, the credibility that this person cannot really sustain what he's saying. Let me share with you something else. Can you actually visualize an Amitabh Bachchan weaving through himself through the by-lanes of Paris Corner, T Nagar and Adyar and saying Talikopa on his two-wheeler? You will not. It sounds bizarre, but there is a company which will want him to endorse that, and they will want to generate sales. So this is all about how a brand should not be. So then what is it a brand all about? Let me share with you. Okay, one more thing all these people do is they talk a lot about their features. I have got this, I have got the 7 cameras, I've got it does 80 kilometers, it goes through this, the television actually comes into the kitchen and makes pasta, whatever it is, all kinds of amazing features, benefits, technology, and they constantly talk about, oh, I have this, right. Let's see if this works. Okay. Okay. So first and foremost, brand creation is never about what we are. We are not the features and the benefits and the technology and everything that we talk about. That is not brand creation. Fundamental thing. It may generate sales, but that's not brand creation. So what is brand creation? So during the pandemic, hundreds and maybe thousands of companies have collapsed. One COVID. But what if I say there are a few companies that have not withstood one COVID, but hundreds of them, not over decades, but over hundreds of years. World War I, World War II, Spanish flu, the Great Depression, hundreds and more of COVID. but they have not only sustained hundreds of years, but they have been number one in their position. And they're not just been number one doing something extraordinary, but doing something, selling ordinary products, which you and me can make, but cannot sell. And I have been luckily and fortunately privileged to be a part of these companies, Johnson & Johnson, 135 years, Colgate-Palmolive, 210 years, Procter & Gamble, 165 years, the Tata Group, over 150 years. Each of these companies, each have been on this planet longer than the combined longevity of all these companies together, Google, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, all these put together have not been on the planet as long as each of these companies have been and selling ordinary products. So if you want brand creation, you need to understand what is it that they do so different? What is it that makes them sustain for centuries when people actually fall apart? Having been there, I've understood that there is one simple science that they do constantly. Across decades, across centuries, they do something simple and actually wherever you are in your business, whatever you're doing, B2B, B2C. And in fact, I don't believe there's something called B2B or B2C. It's always P2P. Infosys never sells to Accenture. There is a human in Infosys who sells to a human in Accenture. As long as we understand that, that is brand creation, right? So there is no such thing like B2C. So whatever business you are in, if you can understand what these guys have done, and if you implement it in your business, you could be a chartered accountant. Like yesterday we spoke, right? If you understand the essence of this, you will be able to do this. What is it that they do? This is the same science that makes you and me walk into Starbucks, pay 200 or 250 rupees for a coffee when we could have had coffee at the Madras Coffee House for 60 rupees, but feel good about it. Because they understand the science. And as much as you know, Starbucks makes coffee, sells coffee, but they're not in the business of coffee. Number one. Dunzo, they actually deliver packages from one place to another place, but they're not in the business of delivery. Royal Enfield, the bike, they are not in the business of bikes. They were in the business of bikes till the year 2000 when they were bleeding money and were about to shut down. That's when they decided that they are not in the business of bikes. So if all these guys are not in the business of what they seem to be for the majority of the audience, what is the business they're really in? So I'll share with you a couple of commercials where you will get a feel of what brands like Samsung, who were a non-entity some 20, 30 years ago, today they dominate. They've wiped out people like Sony. They're a major threat even to people like Apple. What is it that they do? So I'll just show you the video. I'll just show you a certain commercial. At the end of it, you can yourself guess what is the commonality and what is it that they do? What is the business they are really in? What is the business that Starbucks and Dunzo and Instagram are they really in? Yeah. You have to shut this, right? This commercial of Samsung was one of the highest ever in the history. And you watch it and at the end of it decide what business they are in. Samsung, it says something? Yeah, just open it.
हेलो
हेलो मैम मैं सैमसंग से अमित बात कर रहा हूँ।
जी अमित।
आपने टीवी की कंप्लेन करवाई है?
हाँ हाँ, क्या आप 7 बजे के पहले आ सकते हैं?
जी जी। How you know?
लगता है चन्नू की भेड़ों ने फिर ट्रैफिक जाम कर दिया है। जल्दी आइएगा। अमित,
जी।
आइए आइए। टीवी अंदर है। टाइम पे ठीक तो हो जाएगा ना?
जी मैम।
हो गया?
बस मैम।
हाँ अब ठीक है। चलो 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 जल्दी चलो, शो शुरू होने वाला है, जल्दी जल्दी जल्दी, आराम से। अमित जी रिमोट।
जी। वेलकम बैक टू जूनियर इंडियन आइकन और आज की पहली कंटेस्टेंट है सबसे कही थी
तेरे बिन नहीं लगता दिल मेरा ढोला, तेरे बिन नहीं लगता दिल मेरा ढोला। हमारे हॉस्टल की है और पता है मेरी बेस्ट फ्रेंड भी।
If you really believe that Samsung is in the business of TV service center, they're not. Right? Just keep guessing as to what business they are in. Let me show you something else. Another company which has been there for 135 years doing one single thing. Gillette. Just can you play this again? Sorry. A longer one, sorry. Another video. Gillette.
Good morning, sir. Ready to get up? I'm gonna get your feet up. How you doing today? Okay. Good morning. I remember always looking at my dad's arms like when I was like 8, 9, 10 years old. He had arms like Popeye. He was a tugboat captain. And I so admired his physique. And now it's a different story, you know? And that's just the way it is. So my dad had a stroke, and now he can't get around, he can't walk, and he needs me to help him out. And my son Luke and I have been doing it, and I'll do anything for him. I can give you a really good mohawk. You look like a punk rocker. There's a definite role reversal that happens. I have to wake him up in the morning and take care of him and groom him and shave him and shower him. It's actually an honor to do that for your father because he did it for me when I was a kid. My dad's got the greatest face. His squishy face is just amazing. He's sort of thin-skinned and I don't want to cut it at all. So I got to be careful with that face.
Like he'll just say, do this, do that. You gotta make sure that you shave my neck down. You gotta do my lips up. You know, he's really particular about his sideburns. That's where your sideburns start? I'm not gonna touch your sideburns. Okay, good. Okay? How am I doing so far, Dad? You know, it takes me like a half an hour to shave my father, because I have to be so careful. Can't live with that razor. Okay, I will. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. I love that face. I'm one of the lucky ones. A lot of my friends my age do not have their dads, and I still have my dad. He always says to me, he looks up at me after I pour love on him for the whole day, and he says, I don't know what I did to deserve you. And I say, Dad, I got you. I got you, Dad.
Gillette doesn't sell razors. Gillette doesn't sell shaving creams. Gillette is not in the business of razors. Just keep thinking, what is the business they are in? Next, another video. Let me talk to you about something today. Can you believe that there are only two companies in the entire world who actually mix sugar and water and make you and me drink? Not 10 years, 20 years, not 30 years, but 130 years. Coke and Pepsi, right? Coke, one company which is 4 times the next competitive rival at $60 billion today, ranks 6th in the world in spite of all the Google and the Amazon which are coming up today. What is it that they do? Are they in the business of soft drinks? If they are in the business of soft drinks, they would have been wiped out long back. Talking about advertising, Sunil, if I had $100 million to advertise and create a soft drink product tomorrow, I will never reach Coke, because it's not about advertising. It's not about spending money. It's something else that they do. Watch Coke. Yeah. Coca-Cola is not in the business of soft drinks, right? So what is the business that these guys are really in? They're in the business of one commonality that goes across centuries. That's nice. Yeah. Keep guessing. Yeah. Very valid point. Good point. Good. All are correct. Let me share with you something. The important part is, over centuries, hundreds and hundreds of things have changed. In fact, even in the last few decades, many things have changed. Once upon a time, people used to actually watch movies in theaters in the same theater, Devi Paradise, Sapphire, and things like that, which are non-existent today. People watch on the phone. The modality of communication has changed. Once upon a time, my mother used to write a letter to me. It used to take 7 days to reach Kanpur, and from there, it used to take another 7 days by the time, and she was quite okay. Today, at 8:12 a.m., if I send a message, and at 8:32 a.m., if I don't get a response, especially when the other person is the last seen at 8:22, I start asking, is she still in love with me? Right? The speed of communication has changed. Once upon a time, people used to travel out 7 days, 10 days, no news. They'll come back, everything is hunky-dory. Today, you want to travel out for a 3-hour journey, you get down, first message, got into the cab, on the way, next message, reached the airport, checked in, security, boarding, waiting to take off, taken off, landed, 20, 25 messages by the time in 3 hours. The intensity of communication has changed. Our faith in the universe and the faith in at large has almost come collapsing down. But there are certain things that have not changed, which is what these geniuses understand. Because if you keep working on things that change, then you have to constantly be running on a treadmill. Getting Amitabh Bachchan once, Virat Kohli another time, Dhoni another time, constantly. You'll be doing sales. But these guys understand what is it that has not changed. When somebody is sitting near the telephone and eagerly waiting for that long-awaited call, and finally the phone rings, and your heart misses a beat, that hasn't changed. Love. When you're walking in the middle of the night, and you hear footsteps in the back, and the sound of the footsteps starts increasing even more, and you don't have the courage to look behind, that hasn't changed. Fear. You're driving in Mount Road, and suddenly somebody comes and cuts across, and you feel like killing that guy, and that hasn't changed. Anger. You're waiting at the airport to see somebody off, not knowing when he or she will come back. That hasn't changed. What you feel here, sadness. So these feelings of love, fear, anger, sadness, they have all not changed under one umbrella called emotion, right? So why is emotion so important? Is this, yeah, is it on? Yeah. So like I said, it's never about what we are. So what business are you really in? You're in the business of emotion. Why is emotion so important? I mean, what's so great about emotion? I mean, everybody knows this. And here's the thing. Emotion creates certain biochemistry changes within your brain. When you start feeling a particular feeling, there are certain hormones that start secreting. Sometimes it could be the good feeling hormones like dopamine and oxytocin. Sometimes it could be the bad feeling hormones like cortisol, etc. And when they secrete, they create a behavioral pattern which is independent of your conscious brain. Remember this. That is the power of emotion. So many times people do things which they did not want to do, they did not believe in, but they'll still do it because of what is happening in the brain. Now, let me tell you why Coke is like this. Why you and me cannot sell soft drink even if you have $100 million a year in terms of advertising. Advertising is not brand creation. For some of you who know, if you're not, you read this book I was telling you yesterday called Predictably Irrational by Dan Ariely, where he says that every single action which looks irrational of the human brain, there is a pattern which creates a predictability to the whole thing. If you understand that, you can actually work with every human being to make him do what you want him to do. That's amazing, isn't it? If you can tell your wife to make her do what you want to do. But even then, he didn't talk about that. So when they did an experiment at MIT with 100 students, and each of them was given 1 can of Coke and 1 can of Pepsi. And they were asked to evaluate the taste. And they were blindfolded. So by and large, the result was the same. About 51% said Coke tastes better, and about 49% said, Pepsi tastes better. And the same 100 people were given again a can of Coke and a can of Pepsi each, and this time their eyes were open. 71% or something said Coke tastes better, and about only 25% said Pepsi tastes better. All these guys were baffled. What is happening here? The same guys who said Pepsi 50-50 is now reached to 71-30. So what they did an MRI scan on each of these 100 guys. This is serious stuff. They put all these guys on an MRI machine, all these 100 guys, and ran the tube with Coke and Pepsi coming into each of them. And they did a brain mapping study. What they found was, in our brain, in the center of the brain, there is something called the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for the emotions of the brain. Now, Coke and Pepsi, because of the sugar content, had managed to create an emotional content which triggered the frontal cortex. Therefore, Coke and Pepsi were okay at a particular level. But in the frontal part of the brain, there is something called the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for the higher emotions of the brain, like cognition, like memory, like associations. What Coke managed to do over the period of time is they managed to actually trigger that too. And there is, between the frontal part of the brain and the pleasure centers in our brain, there is a dopamine link. So when people saw Coke, they immediately, of all the associations that they have had, kickstarted this pleasure center and released dopamine. Dopamine is a pleasure chemical, pleasure hormone, biochemistry at its best, literally happening. When it secretes, you have no choice. You will say Coke is best, whether whatever happens at the conscious level, you will say Coke is the best. Now coming back to Nike, and that's why Nike, for example, doesn't sell shoes. Many people know this. In fact, even one of the headings of this particular topic is Nike doesn't sell shoes. What does Nike sell? Any guesses? What does Nike sell? Performance, greatness. Anything else? Sorry? Experience. All this gets, when Rafael Nadal is playing and about to win his 14th French Open on the 5th of June, and he manages to hit that final shot on the line, and he wins that 6-3, 6-3, 6-love. And all the people who are watching him, who are fans of Nadal, or even people who are interested in tennis, and when that point comes through and he wins the championship, there's a tremendous feeling of exhilaration in the viewer. He feels very inspired. Something about to be aspiring for. At the age of 36, the guy can actually win the 14th championship. There is a sense of, a phenomenal sense of leadership, etc., and that gets inspired by you. At the same time, the camera pans across the bandana of Nadal with the swoosh there, and it pans on the shoes of Nadal. Now here, you're actually seeing the product in real-time association with the brand, and you're feeling that emotions. When you feel the emotions in the real time, these emotions get translated onto the brand, and the brand starts resonating with that emotions. So the next time you're sitting with a Nike shoe, you're not wearing a shoe. You feel like a winner. You feel like a decision maker. You feel like a leader. You feel like you can achieve anything. Just do it, and you will do it, irrespective of the price that they ask you, irrespective of the fact that there could be 10 other shoes who are doing better than you. That is Nike. Nike doesn't sell shoes. But there will be other people who will be selling shoes and be having a lot of sales, but that's not a brand. That's why Nike has created a revolution in terms of what, you can read this book called Shoe Dog, who's written by the founder of Nike. It's a Bible of how to do brand creation. At 4 a.m. in the morning, why you should be doing brand creation. At 4 a.m. in the morning, Phil Knight, the founder of Nike, gets a call saying that the distribution ship of Tiger that he was actually representing from Japan going to be cancelled overnight. What he had built over 8-9 years was coming crashing to zero. That's when he realized he needed to create his own brand and the story of Nike. You should read this. So this is why emotion is that constant which actually defines us as human beings. It actually scripts our DNA. It makes us do things by inheriting and incorporating stuff where we are psychologically actually unable to do otherwise and do this right now. So that is what an emotion does. So in fundamentally first principle, so coming back to it, what is the business that Samsung is in? Emotion, yes, but what is the business that they're in? Emotion, we have talked about. The fundamental principle of first brand creation, don't talk about features, don't talk about benefits, don't talk about technology. These are all passé, because the day you talk about feature, another guy will come and tell you how he can do it better than you. 6 months, 1 month, 1 day, right? So you talk about, so the first and foremost is to make your business, what emotional business are you in? Samsung is in the business of empathy. Gillette is in the business of love and care. That's why the best a man can get, right? When you watch it, you have a feeling, irrespective of how many times you watch it. I have watched this at least 20 times. Every time I get a tear in my eye thinking of my dad. And that is what it does to you. Coke is not in the business of soft drinks. They are in the business of love and togetherness. All their entire campaigns. So that is the first step of brand creation. Now the second step, there are only 3 steps in this. If you can follow this, you will create the greatest brand in life. The second step, now somebody may ask, there are hundreds and hundreds of emotions. How do I know which emotion to do what? Any guesses? There are so many emotions. How do I know which emotion to do what? So actually in our consulting company, we have done a research and found there are only about 7 or 8 emotions, which actually account for 90-95% of the businesses. In fact, we have a self-learning tutorial video program where it teaches all this. Now, the important thing is, if you don't get this right, you can go all over the place. But if you get this right, you will really, really sail. So the first part is majority, like I said, majority of the people don't know that they have to be in an emotional business, and they're all the time fighting the best styles in the country, the best digital marketing services. I'm the best guy. Nobody cares who you are, right? They only care as to what happens to them here. And that is what you need to address. So coming back to this, what is the kind of emotion that you need to do? You know, let me give you an example of both. So it will give you an idea, irrespective of the business that you're doing in, how to find what emotion to create for your business. In an industry which is dominated by giants in the juice industry, where people like Tropicana and Real and Mazda, and people said, you can't enter this business. Here comes a guy and really takes it to the skies. Any guesses? Paperboard. Paperboard did not talk about a feature called fiber. Paperboard did not talk about a benefit called taste. Paperboard did not talk about price. All Paperboard said was, when I was young, I walked to the river, I took a paper, I folded it into a boat, I put it on the water and watched it float. Emotion, nostalgia. Paperboard understood that the audience that it has got a large section of people who crave for the emotion nostalgia. And then Paperboard became a success. On the flip side, you heard of this movie called 83, right? Now 83 was projected as, with a tremendous amount of fanfare, as going to be one of the biggest blockbusters. At that point of time, I wrote a blog that is not going to do well, right? 1983, at 12:30 in the night, when I was watching the match, Mohinder Amarnath bowling to Michael Holding, West Indies 140 for 9. And he gets LBW, and India win by 43 runs. There was silence all over the country because it was completely unimaginable for India to actually win the World Cup. And that is a kind of eruption in pride that everybody went through. A tremendous amount of pride cut across all generations. And that was a tremendous, and pride is such a phenomenal emotion. Fast forward 2022. India has done it a couple of times. Pride is not a great thing. I feel proud, but nothing great because India has done it. So it's not such a great emotion. So what did 83 do? They flipped the emotion into nostalgia. Imagine 70% of India's population is below 35. And you create nostalgia for a 39-year-old brand where people don't even know what it is. Nostalgia doesn't exist for 70% of the population regarding that. Their nostalgia stops at 7 to 8 years. So they couldn't care. And the balanced population also had only a fraction which was interested in cricket. So it did only that well, not like what Pushpa was supposed to do. So that is when you choose the wrong audience. So principle number 2, when you know that you have to be in an emotional business, spend time, who's your audience? Irrespective, even if you're a chartered accountant, what is the audience that you are? And therefore, what is the emotion that resonates with that audience? And then build that emotion into your product. And that is when you will hit it big. One is understanding that you need to be in emotional business. And number 2 is understanding the fact that what is the emotion that resonates with him? And then they put it in this. And the last, many people even get it till here. Then what they do is they don't know how to, I've seen a couple of videos that float around, which is fantastically created emotion, which comes on a video, in a viral video. At the end of the video, there'll be a slide saying this brand. Because they don't know what to do with this. They've created a fantastic emotion. That slide can be replaced. It could be a tile ad, it could be wealth management, it could be a watch, it could be anything else. So the important thing is how you integrate this emotion that you feel as your audience has across, starting from the name. Like somebody talked about how Tata's disrupted the jewelry industry. Phenomenally done. And the biggest success story of a brand creation, Tanishq. Tan means body, Ishq means love. Starting from there, every single thing, they understood the emotion and integrated it, starting from there. If you talk about Just Do It, every single thing, the Just Do It line itself changed the company's turnover from 83 million to 9 billion. Just that line. People, the same line which Tata's had, the cheapest car, collapsed the brand. So it is every single thing that you integrate from starting from the name till the end. When you integrate this, that is when you complete the brand creation story. Number 1 is in terms of creating what is the emotional business. Number 2, firstly, recognizing that you have to be in an emotional business, whatever you're doing, whether you're doing anything. And then what is the emotion that you need to be integrating with, and how do you integrate it through and through? So like I said, it's never about what we are. It's only about who we are. Who we as human beings resonate with somebody else. And only then can you create brand creation. Now here's another question. Somebody may ask, why go through all this? Why do I have to create brands and all that? I'm quite happy, doing sales, doing this, I'm quite happy. So there are 3 factors in this. Why I feel we need to create a brand. Number 1, if you create a brand, you got a price realization of sometimes 100, 10,000 times. The same product which will tell you the same time between a Rolex Omega and a Titan, you will get 100 to 10,000 times. People wait for the brand and they actually feel favored as if when they get the product. That is wealth creation. That is the first thing that you need to do if you want to create a brand. Next, we all come into this world and we leave the world planet soon at some point of time. We have the choice either to come, eat, sleep, make love, go away and do nothing. Or we have the choice to leave a footprint on this planet, leave a legacy for the world, for our family and children, and live beyond our time. Because if I ask you who are the last 4 CEOs of Nike, Coke, Unilever, Pepsi, you will not be able to name it. Because they've all been cogs in the wheels of creation. But the real fulcrum, the person who created the wheel is whom we remember, be it Steve Jobs or Elon Musk or whoever, Mukesh Ambani, whoever it is. So if you want to be a part of that legacy, that's when I feel you need to create a brand. And lastly, we talked about how people are actually tied to the millstone of business. There are a lot of people I know who, in fact, I know somebody who runs a 1,000 crore company. but he needs to know which shipment is going by a truck in Nagpur at 11 o'clock in the night. He also needs to know how much is the canteen bill in that factory. He's 83-year-old. What is the point? So if you are on the treadmill where you cannot relate to, and you cannot get off, and you cannot do what your passion, what you want to do, that's when you need to create a brand, because that's when you'll generate freedom. Freedom to pursue other stuff and other things. So this is what I believe is the reason why you should create a brand. And the reason why people like Phil Knight or Steve Jobs or whoever it is remembered is because they've left this legacy. And so yeah, that's what is brand creation all about. If you want to know a little bit more, I mean, you can connect with me on my website or on my mail ID or my WhatsApp number. And if you have any questions, and I hope I haven't overshot, right? Have I overshot my time? Quite a lot, is it? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So probably we are up for the next speaker session. So any queries from the audience, you can probably make it one-to-one, sir.
Yeah.
That was a spectacular presentation. I've absolutely loved it, especially how to integrate emotions into the business and branding. Very super presentation, sir.
Thank you.
Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our fabulous speaker and the spectacular session.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, going ahead.
Thank you so much.
We're going to have the next speaker who is going to join us virtually over Zoom. So this session is going to be about tax technology, current and future trends. Session speaker,
Oh, wow.
CA Divyesh Lapsiwala is a partner in EY's indirect tax practice and has more than 21 years of experience in advising clients on various indirect tax legislations, including GST, service tax, excise, customs, foreign trade policy, and value-added tax. He also leads the functional lead for EY's indirect tax technology solution and also a key member of the EY advocacy team and champions of the tax finance operate solution to help clients automate and outsource non-core processes. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Divyesh Lapsiwala, partner Ernst & Young from Mumbai.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Are you able to hear me well? Just need a confirmation if the audio is okay.
Check. Sir, are you able to hear me? So you're on mute.
Can you
Would you
hear
be
me
please
now?
able to unmute your video?
Can you hear me now?
So it's not audible.
Okay, I'm not on mute. Can you hear me now?
The
Check.
original sound is off.
Am I audible now?
So
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Very audible now. Hello,
Okay,
sir.
lovely.
Welcome. Warm welcome, sir.
Lovely. So good afternoon to all of you, and my gratitude to the forum to have given me this opportunity. And also my apologies for not being there in person. I was supposed to fly this morning, but I had some temperature last night down with a viral infection. So I decided not to travel. But nevertheless, it is always a topic which is very close to my heart. And I would love to talk about this. In fact, sessions on this topic generally go on for 2 to 3 hours because it is that engaging. So I'm trying to encapsulate that in the 45-minute window we have. Or do we have a shorter window? Please advise me. I will pace my conversation accordingly. Can I go on for 45 minutes?
So, half an hour until 1:15, we can go ahead with the session, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Thanks. So then I will pace my conversation accordingly. So without further ado, then I think I would just put up the slides that I want to show. Just a minute. Okay. Hopefully, the screen share is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, then I am going to put it on slideshow. Yes. So the topic is what is changing for chartered accountants and tax consultants, and how are we going to lead this whole new transformation into machine age? So there are so many terms that we hear all the time, starting with robotics to tax technology to machine learning to artificial intelligence to blockchain. And yes, some of these sound super technical and appear to be terms that are used only by specialists. And there is always a question of whether there is a role of a chartered accountant in this space. So today I'd like to talk to you about my perspective on this, my personal experience through this. And we are breaking this up into 3 sections. First is what has India done, right? So what is the big transformational change that India has done on tax technology front, starting July 2017 when GST came in? We know some of the usual aspects, but what are the more intricate aspects? Second, how have taxpayers or client community reacted to this? And that's very important because as a professional, you need to know what is the ask or what is the environment. You need to know what is the current market condition or reaction, because that's when you get to the third section, which is what is my opportunity? Because only when there is a gap, there is an opportunity, and we need to understand the ask and the current status to know the gap. So starting off, I would say that we must remember, and this is something that I would share with all my chartered accountant or tax colleagues, that that tax technology is all about tax professionals, and it is very less about software or technology professionals. Unless you are driving this with tax, unless a tax professional is driving the whole solution, it's not going to work. What we've seen in the India market is a strong resignation of that. You are unable to fulfill a client's requirement only by giving technology. Technology actually cannot take care of all the requirements of the client. And therefore, there is always a GST practitioner or a customs practitioner who has to be driving the solution to the client with use of technology. So we all are the fulcrum of success or failure, so to speak. And therefore, this is our opportunity. What has happened, as you would have seen, that earlier it used to take a very long time to summarize transactions, collate transactions, and tax used to be the last point when any determination or decision used to get made. Now with ERPs being used by all sizes of organization, not just big companies, you're seeing a frequent use of tax codes, frequent use of pre-planned tax modules in the ERP, and therefore tax is determined way upfront. And the knock-on effect of tax then comes in through all the transactions. So this is a big point, and this is actually the biggest reasons why a GST practitioner or a tax consultant has the play. Before we look at India, it's very interesting to look at the world map. This is a 2020 compilation. Things have moved a little bit from here. But if you see on your slide, you see that we've tried to, this is an EY study, we've tried to classify companies or countries in 5 levels. Level 1 being e-filing, which is how service tax, let's say, was getting filed earlier. Level 2 is e-accounting, which means that it's mandatory for you to account only digitally and manual records are not permitted. Level 3 is e-match, where you have to integrate and match your transactions using government platform. Level 4 is e-audits, which means the government is performing reviews or audits through technology. And level 5 is e-assess, which means that the government is essentially going to the extent of not even asking you to file a tax return. They are able to pull data directly from your systems and do your assessments. As you can see, India is at level 3. I would say that 2022 they will move. We have already moved to level 4. But you would be surprised to see that many large jurisdictions are actually not even level 2. And that is because you look at US, you look at UK, Australia, Japan, and that is because the penetration of digital tax and the transformation that we've seen in India has not happened in many of these jurisdictions. In fact, you will be pleased to know that majority of the European countries are now planning to introduce e-invoicing and real-time reporting. Same is happening in the Middle East and Australia, and now US has started talking about it. And a lot of similarity of the India model is being looked at. In fact, India model is one of the more successful e-invoice, e-way bill, and GST filing models being debated globally as compared to maybe a Russia or a China or South America. So it's a proud moment for us and also an opportunity as we go along. From an India standpoint, I will skip many of these sections in the interest of time, but the principles that have been used are digitization of tax compliance, creating traceability across the value chain, simplifying compliances in many ways, and also using analytics by the regulator to boost tax collections. Just very interesting data. This is the snapshot of the presentation that GSTN puts up on its website every year. This is 4 years of GST. Hopefully next week we will have 5 years of GST slides. But if you look at this data, 80% of taxpayers are proprietary concerns, 10% are partnerships. So 90% or 91% of taxpayers are small sized organizations. So there is a very big market which does not necessarily want to work with large firms or large software firms for their solutioning. And they are in the need of transformation, automation, and process standardization. When you look at e-invoice as a story, e-invoice has been one of the most successful and transformational implementations India has done. The drivers were to check fake invoice menace, and I think each one of us in the room would have had at least one experience if we are practicing in GST on an inquiry happening for fake invoicing and we having to respond or determine way forward in relation to that process. How is it possible? How is this that the government is able to weed out transactions or parties that they need to examine for fake invoicing? It is only because now with the massive data that has been created by GST, government is able to run very interesting analytics and is able to weed out or identify, examine parties or transactions that need to be reviewed. And it's that has resulted in the whole campaign from the government side. Every transaction is now getting authenticated upfront, so there is no possibility of changing transactions or books later. You know that the limits of e-invoicing keep falling. The targeted fall in the limit is up to 5 crores. So the population will keep expanding. Compliance is happening at source. If you've experienced compliance for a client who's doing e-invoicing, government actually puts the same data in the return. So once you do e-invoicing, your e-way bill is done and your return is also done. The same entry is getting posted in GSTR 2A, and therefore your vendor side ecosystem is also done. So you are able to receive vendor invoices in a seamless and immediate manner. And because this is now end-to-end automation, there is an ecosystem that is evolving where people are using the whole e-invoice, e-way bill framework for the purpose of internal communication. We will skip the strategy part, but this again, I find very, very interesting. If you see today, about 200,000 or 2 lakh taxpayers are obligated to do e-invoicing. This is going to go up to 5 lakhs once the limit falls below up to 5 crores. Now, if you see the size, 5 lakh taxpayers needing to do e-invoice compliance is massive. Also, I must tell you, and this is also on the GSTN website, there are 2 very interesting propositions that are on the table. In addition to all of that you're seeing, the first one is called MBMA, Mera Bill Mera Adhikar. This is an optional B2C e-invoicing. So as you all know, currently the e-invoicing framework applies only to B2B transactions. But now there is a proposition to extend it to B2C transactions on an optional basis. What is the purpose? The purpose is that if I can start capturing B2C transactions, then the ability for the last mile shops where I don't have any wherewithal or infrastructure to audits, assessments, investigations, the ability of that shop to evade GST, to collect GST and not deposit GST goes away. So why would, how would this be done? Essentially, the buyer at a shop, let's say you're buying a mobile phone, you would request an e-invoice to be issued for your transaction. Because once an e-invoice is generated, then the shopkeeper will be compelled to pay tax on that transaction. But the question is, why would you do that, right? Now, you would do that because the government is thinking of making MBMA and the e-invoice that gets generated under MBMA as a lottery number so that the person who purchased that mobile phone in my example gets a chance to win a prize. Now, if you see this, it's a very, very innovative solution to capturing tax evasion. But at the same time, for tax professionals, it's a massive opportunity. Now, 5 crore is no longer a limit. It can be for even a shop that has a 1 crore turnover or a 50 lakh turnover. Why? Because B2C invoicing can be requested by any customer under MBMA, right? So once the scheme gets rolled out, you need to understand this, and then the opportunity is just possibly for all taxpayers that we are seeing across the board, especially in the retail side. From what has happened, therefore, thus far, is that the government has been able to do an enhancement and automation process with the last 5 years of GST. They have also deeply integrated with income tax, as you may already be aware. We're all receiving cross notices between income tax and GST. And the amendment to the tax audit report under income tax, which has been held in abeyance for now, will go live at some point in time, which is therefore making necessary your whole income tax TDS deduction and your purchase register to be mapped with your 2A, and your whole income registers to be mapped with your 26AS. Integration with India Stack. If you've noticed this year's amendments that happened in the finance bill, Aadhaar authentication has been made mandatory. This is basically integration with India Stack. Now, beyond the PAN, you have the base, which is Aadhaar number of the individual or the director or the proprietor, which can be traced back to every transaction. So when we talk about blockchain, we talk about big data, we talk about the use of non-congruous multiple databases to do data triangulation. Once you start integrating with beyond tax registrations and integrating with other taxes, your ability to do deep analysis and make sure that the good do not get investigated or audited aggressively, but the people who evade the taxes are being pulled up and forced to get compliant increases massively. Again, this budget amendment and the last few budgets have seen on the input tax credit, the conclusion effectively is that the ask is that now you need to make sure that your vendors have reported the transaction on the platform. And if the transaction is not reported, you will not get the credit. Again, there is a massive push that is now going to come from buyers to make sure that sellers are compliant. Hoping, therefore, the government is hoping, therefore, that the entire system quality compliance will improve and real-time reporting will ensure matching and locking of transactions immediately. What is happening on the analytics side? On the analytics side, like I mentioned, network visualization is becoming a tool that the government is using to choose to identify fake invoicing. Carousel frauds are getting reduced. To explain what is a carousel fraud, which is the biggest menace of European Union, almost 15 lakh crores of VAT they lose every year is the estimate. A carousel fraud is A sells to B, B to D, D to C, and let's say D exports it. But these are all fake transactions. An empty container is sent outside. Everybody gets refunds. Everybody gets export benefits and export turnover, income tax concessions. However, actually no exports happen. The government is now able to detect these transactions using data analytics. And therefore, India has seen a much better crackdown on carousel frauds than what Europe has been able to achieve, although they've had this tax for 60 plus years. And the MVMA scheme that we already spoke about. So this was part A, slightly rushed part A of how digital tax administration has evolved in India. What are taxpayers doing? Taxpayers are primarily, unless you're a large organization with a big strategy on tax and tax technology, are primarily dealing with this issue in three ways. First, they're firefighting issues. So whenever an issue comes up, there is a team that gets assembled. There are people that get responsible. There's somebody who's now required to spend significant amount of time digging the past information, digging the past Excel backups, trying to make reconciliations of work that was done in the past, trying to open emails of people who have left, and so on and so forth. So firefighting has been the key strategy. Second, resolution in isolation. You're only resolving issues one at a time. So even if you had, let's say, a 26 AS to your GSTR1 reconciliation query in one state in 1 year, you have doused that fire, but you've not set up a system to say, why can't I do it for all registrations for all years? Why do I not do it? Because to do it for 1 year was a nightmare. Because my strategy was firefighting. Because I deployed so many people who stopped doing their regular work and started doing all this. I cannot continue to spend their time to build it for all the states. We will see when it comes. And then another state will come up with another requirement of, withholding tax return or TDS deducted with 2A. And again, you will have the same crises. So you're only resolving issues one-to-one. And therefore, you're not building a broader vision. You're not thinking through to say, what is the future ask? And why you're not thinking through? Because you've not done that even in the past. Even in the past, if you would have seen the trends of Section 1 that we spoke about, you would have built a strategy of how you will deal with the audits and assessments and investigations that will happen on you in the next 3 years. You've not done that. So today you're spending huge amounts of time in managing those. And you will again be behind the curve with the government. And again, when you're 2 years down the line, you'll again be behind, possibly even more, and so on and so forth. So you're in this vicious circle of firefighting and resolution one-to-one, and you're not able to build a strategy or an organization. And many companies are struggling here because they are trying to do all of it themselves. In fact, GST practitioners are understanding the problem, but maybe not taking full charge of the problem because they also believe that that is the only way to deal with it, right? And that leads to poor data management. It leads to person risk, key person risk. One individual leaves and you have a massive issue. You don't have supporting documentation. Your systems are poorly designed. Your processes are poorly designed, and it keeps getting worse and worse. So what is the new approach? What is it that we can do? What is it that needs to be done? How should you think about it, right? So the first is clearly reuse of IP. If I create a program which can do matching of 26 AS with GSTR1, I should not do it in an Excel file. Okay. Can I create a small intellectual property for it? Can I create a process which will say, this is exactly how it needs to be done? I don't need to create a program first. I need to create an intellectual property in terms of a process to say, okay, if Mr. X is doing it today, but Mr. Y has to do it tomorrow, as long as he follows the flow chart, he will be able to do this activity. So, which means I'm institutionalizing knowledge and removing the key person risk. And I am reusing intellectual property. Second is leverage technology. Once I was able to make a flow chart of how 26 AS to GSTR1 reconciliation happens, or how purchase register with 2A or 2B happens, and what is the near match, and what is a potential match, and what is the tolerance limit, and so on and so forth. If I can flow chart it, I can use technology. So there are enough technology tools available which can convert all these processes that we do into simple, repetitive, automated steps. And there is a massive advantage. The advantage is they don't ask for a pay increase, they don't take leave, they don't leave you and go, and they work 24/7, right? So if you're able to flow chart it into a reusable IP, and then if you're able to write it in a program, and you don't need to be a programming expert, but you need to know that there are several tools available to basically very easily automate what you do, right? So can I use new technology to immortalize my IP, so to speak, right? And the third is reuse of data. If I am doing this once, and if I am doing this extraction or calculation once, can I foresee at how many points in time in life will I need this data? And can I therefore reuse it? A simple example of your purchase register versus 2B matching. If you're doing potential matches, you think, okay, yes, this is 10,000 rupees, but I paid him less because of quality. So 9,900 transaction matches with this 10,000 transaction. You written a note in an Excel file. Next month, when you again do matching, somebody will have to remember, yes, this actually was a match, right? But if I can reuse my old information to say, yes, that information was matched last time, I don't need to relook at it. Or if I have extracted data for income tax TDS deduction, I have to use the same data for my 2B matching. Why should I again extract a purchase register, or vice versa, right? Or if I have done e-invoicing and e-way bill, the return should be prepared only from that data mandatorily. It should not be prepared from new data generated again at the end of the month. So how can I reuse data? And if I do all these three right, then I can certainly deal with all the existing problems. And then if I understand what is coming next, whether it is the MBMA or there is a platform called BNRS, we don't have the time to talk about it right now, or when India moves to level 4, level 5, where data analytics driven questions are put on to the taxpayer, you will have to basically look at all your past transactions and move backward from here to automate and reconcile what I would say from your record to your report to your return, and from return to report to record reconciliation. So record being what is the data captured at the time of the transaction, report being what is generated by the system in which the data has been captured, return means what you filed with the government. So record to report. Does the record have all the attributes that are required for tax purposes? Is the report directly getting generated from the system, and is it sufficient and complete to be able to prepare a return? And is the return directly getting prepared from the report, or are you using Excel and people and so on and so forth in between? And then if I'm doing a record to report to return reconciliation, I should also be able to do a return to report to record reconciliation, which means that if I start drilling down from a return that I had filed, I should be able to go to the source transaction. If I have reported a July transaction in August, and that transaction in B2C has come in my return, then because there is no transaction level information in the return, once I drill down, I should be able to open a database of all B2C transactions in the report. And the report should give me a transaction ID, which should take me to the record, which is the July transaction, although reported in August. So that's what you need to do as a solution. So I will, yeah. And if you really are able to do this, you are going to invert your triangle. Today, maximum time is being spent in transaction processing. And then there are controls and verification on top of transaction processing. And then very limited or no time is being spent on data analysis. The future is that you would spend less and less time on transaction processing. Controls and verification layer should remain the same. In fact, a lot of the controls and verification layer can also be automated. And then you're spending more time on doing more interesting analytical, intelligent work and strategic work rather than just churning of data. So there are three pillars to this journey. The first is driving efficiency. Do more with less, stay ahead or at par with the government, and automate process. For simple example, report has come out from your ERP system. This report data format is DDMMYY. If GSTR1 requires YYYYMMDD, you are possibly currently using Excel, going to the date column, right-clicking, changing the date format, and so on and so forth, and then you're able to file, right? It's a very simple process that you can automate. Or the report does not have the GST registration number of the customer. You're doing a VLOOKUP or you're doing a Control F, copy pasting the GST registration number to complete the sales register. You don't need to do this. They can be very easily automated. So there are lots of things in the day-to-day activity that you can very easily automate and build efficiency. Second is risk and governance. Like I said, the controls framework, a large part of the controls framework can be automated. You can build validations on your data, especially when you're looking at large sets of data. It is very difficult for somebody to validate or verify that all reportings are correct. So it's only possible if you automate and if you put it in the system logic itself to check the risk parameters that you've identified. And the last, and possibly the most important, is that how do you contribute back to the profit and loss account? How do you ease out working capital? What is the value optimization of GST technology? And to my experience, this alone has been the biggest reason why companies are willing to pay large sums of money for bringing digitization and automation. It's because if I am able to build technology, which is on a real-time basis going to be able to tell you whether the vendor has reported the transaction or not, I will match the transaction even before the payment to the vendor is made. I will make sure that credit is taken on the immediate basis. I will make sure that 17.5 is applied on a strict basis and therefore there is no error. I will make sure that no invoice is sitting in the system, which is sitting in somebody's drawers, and any invoice which is in that situation, an aging report is available. I will make sure that you are paying invoices within 180 days or there is an auto alert that is going on and reversals are then happening, and so on and so forth. I will make sure that Rule 42, 43 calculations are accurate, and I'm bringing more value to the table, or I'm being able to do alternate calculations to find out what is the most efficient way. I will make sure inverted duty refunds are getting calculated correctly, export refunds are getting calculated correctly, and the list can just go on, right? And these are only GST examples. If you add income tax to this, if you add customs to this, there is just sky is the limit. The point is that in these three lobs, what can we do with the available technology is the challenge. Now, in the interest of time, I had a few case studies to discuss, which I will skip. But I would only say that towards the end, I would say that your role is basically transforming the tax function of your client, thinking through all the point-based solutions that the client needs, and possibly outsourcing the tax compliance and tax function of the organization, providing a managed tax service. There are several technologies that you can use. There are ERP functionalities. There are RPA, UiPath, IQ bots, Python, Flash, and the list goes on. But I would say, in the end, towards the end, I would leave you with this thought that whatever you do, you should think of it as a iOS or an Android equivalent. When you're using iOS or Android, you never think whether this app is going to work properly, right? You go to the App Store, you search for the solution, and you download the app. You do not have the same app that gives you maps as well as restaurants or SMSs, right? Or camera. You're okay to download different apps as long as they work in an integrated fashion on the same platform. That's what we should aim for building for tax. Can we build a platform where then we can sell different apps to clients as services so that the client gets a seamless experience? We continue to reuse data in the same manner. And there could be compliance apps, there could be accounting apps, there could be return filing apps, there could be data analytics apps, and so on and so forth. But you basically then compel the client to tie down to you and stay with you for the longest time. And therefore, if you identify all the different attributes of the services that you provide or you can provide and tie them with a single thread of technology offering, whether it's your own or a third party, you will be able to achieve a lot more with your clients as compared to what we are all doing today. So with that, I mean, given the little time that I have, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful session and sharing your insights. Thank you so much. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Thank you for being here, sir, in spite of your, you're not keeping well, but still you have made it virtually. So we are indeed very, very thankful to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure having you, sir. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are breaking for lunch for half an hour. So it's 1:15. I request all of you to please gather inside the hall at 1:45. So next speaker is going to be Mr. Sudarshan Loda. So requesting all of you to please gather inside the hall on time at 1:45. Thank you. The company's strategic roadmap, delivering a world-class customer experience and also managing the key resources. His vision is to offer premium commercial real estate, enabling investments accessible to everyone and driving the adoption of technology in the real estate industry. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the man with a great vision and mission. And to honor, I request Mr. Prashant Jain to kindly join us onto the dais to honor our speaker with a small token of love and gratitude, ladies and gentlemen. We are indeed very much thankful to have you here, sir. Thank you for joining us. topic for the session is going to be stock market and opportunities in alternative investment. So over to you, sir. Let's give it up once again for Mr. Sudarshan Lodha, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know if you can see my screen. Can you guys show my screen? Hi everyone. Before we just begin, we would like to understand in generally, probably you can raise your hands in general. Where all do you make your investments, right? How many of you invest in stock? How many of you obviously have gold? I'm sure every Marwadi has gold in their portfolio. I don't have to say. Real estate also I would not say. But can you just mention 3 other investments you have made which is not mainstream except gold, FD, bonds, mutual fund for that matter, or real estate, like I said, any other 3 asset classes where you have your portfolios and you don't mind sharing where you invested? Startups, great. Crypto, okay, awesome. How's your crypto portfolio doing? AFs in what? Okay, again, startups again. Anything else you guys have thought of or know about, at least if not invested? Bonds, yeah, bonds mainstream again. Any other investments you guys have made? Okay, perfect, sure. Investment in? Skill development. Oh, that's a different thing for India altogether, right? So I would like to give you a little glimpse of all the other kind of asset classes. So as a topic, we're speaking about alternative investments, to kind of investments which only the ultra HNIs have been doing across the years. We as a community are one of the richest, and we still haven't been exposed to most of these investments as such, right? So I'll just give you a little glimpse of India's market as such in the alternative investment landscape, right? So alternative investments is where there are funds like Kotak Fund, Motilal Oswal Fund, IFL Fund, close to about 11% of India's money is parked into that. Gold, India's money is 40%. So one of the core things which government wants to do is monetize the gold sitting at our homes. Especially tier 3, tier 4 markets, the amount of gold which exists is more than probably our treasury itself in India as such, right? Savings, FDs, equities. So clearly if you see the majority of their investments, which is savings account, FD, gold, etc., or even real estate is predominantly residential real estate, which most of our investors own, or even our community. I know people who have 5, 7, 10, 15 apartments, getting 1 crore ke apartment mein 20-30 हज़ार रुपए का भाड़ा मिल रहा है. As such, you're talking about 2-3% return, which prima facie in their business they're making upwards of 18-20%, but when it comes to investing their passive money, they're investing in 2-3% return. So if you understand why people are doing this, it's the mindset of the investors, right? So the mindset is, main paisa bana liya, now my intent is to save capital, right? Capital preservation mindset comes in handy rather than capital making mindset as such, right? So once you keep crossing those limits. So we clearly understood that market requires new investments. People are hungry to invest apart from the whole mainstream. There are investments like today you can buy a Netflix ka stock sitting in Bangalore. Right now on your mobile app, you can buy a Netflix or an Amazon, which earlier people didn't even know you could make those investments as such, right? So I'll just give you a quick interest on the different kind of products which exist. Again, I'm just giving you few of the products which are evolving, which are doing well, and give you a glimpse of what I've been doing in the alternative investment space as such. You'll be surprised, as per income tax, there are only about 7,000 to 8,000 people who file an income tax every year of 5 crores. I'm sure many in the room also make that kind of income, but they don't file that income. But only 7,000 to 8,000 families make 5 crore in India as such, right? So you're talking about a 0.00001% of India who really makes $1 million a year and declares that kind of income tax. People who make 20 lakhs to 5 crores a year are close to about 15 to 20 lakh people in India. Now, these are people who come to events like these, ask their friends, कौन से स्टॉक में पैसा लगाऊं? बोलते ये स्टॉक अच्छा है, खरीद लो. तो कौन सा अपार्टमेंट खरीदे? बोलते SPR का खरीद ले, चल मैं भी खरीद लेता हूं, right? So these are people who invest on hearsay, who only listen to friends, families, no professional advice, nothing. But that 7,000-8,000 families You have Kotak Wealth, IFL Wealth, Motilal, etc., all chasing those families because they have that kind of money and they get the best products at the best price, and they eventually downsell to this audience and to the audience below जो 20 लाख के भी नीचे कमाते हैं, right? So this is where, you know, we thought that this audience is the most underpenetrated audience in India, who does not have personal finance, who does not have the knowledge of how to actually invest, who believe we know everything, who check Google and take a final decision and take a judgment on their investments, or they listen to friends and families and make their investments call without any rational, because that friend also would have heard from some friend, his friend would have heard from some friend, and you know, the whole word of mouth keeps going up. So there are multiple startups which have come in different things, and I'll take you guys through it. The whole idea why most of these startups have done is they've taken the whole digital approach. Like what Zerodha has done to stock broking business is a classic that I know of at least 10-15 brokers in Chennai who ran out of business because Zerodha has taken over their business, right? So obviously digital adoption, I'm sure in your previous sessions people have told the need of digital adoption in your business, otherwise you're going to be dead meat in terms of your business. But data-driven investment decisions is very important. If someone is telling you, okay, buy a stock of MRF today, you need to know why you should buy the stock of MRF. What is the rationale around buying it? How is the company perform? What is the EBITDA of the company? What is the growth plans, etc. People guaranteed do not even read one page of the balance sheet and they make judgments about MRF also, right? But read the balance sheet, know the growth prospects before taking a call. I'm just taking MRF as an example. But the whole idea is we as a community in general are the biggest risk takers. When it comes to our investments, we are the least risk takers, right? धंधा करने के लिए जितना रिस्क होना उठाने के लिए रेडी है, बट जो पैसा धंधा से कमाते हैं उसमें रिस्क नहीं लेना चाहते, right? So that is unfortunately the mindset of most of the investors, and the idea is that there are certain multiple products in the market which you can use for your business to grow your business as well, and at the same time you can make investments into such products and start doing. I'll give you an example. I recently bought a 16% product of Byju's, which was Byju's gives loans to its students to buy, you know, your products, which is 50,000, 1 lakh, whatever. I picked up a 5 lakh rupee paper at 16% because they're making about 18% as interest or 21% interest. They discounted that invoice at 16% and offered it to me. Now my chance of default is nothing because I have 2 recourses from Byju's as well as the parent who has to default also at the same time for me to lose my money, right? So there are multiple products which you're not aware. I'll give you a little glimpses of what all is happening in the alternative investment space as such. So what I do is we fractionalize commercial real estate. We make smaller ticket sizes of a good grade A plus asset, and I'll give you a little more glimpse of what we do. There is inverse discounting in a large way. There are large platforms today. There's a platform which a friend of mine, Jane, runs called Credex. It's been 8 years they've been into business. उन्होंने आज तक 40,000 करोड़ के invoices discount किए अपने platform पे, right? And doing a fantastic business also at the same time. P2P lending. I need to give money to Prashant, but I can't trust Prashant. So there are platforms who says, okay, I'll take care of Prashant's, CIBIL score, credit rating, whatever, and I'll take care of everything, and I will give the loan and I'll take care of responsibility. So there are companies where person-to-person lending hota hai, which today is risky. I'm sure we've been doing it for 100, 200 years as Marwadis, but at a larger scale, look at India as a market. It's immense to how much money can be deployed and made. Working capital financing, bonds of different kinds, right? What bonds you buy at mutual funds, etc., are all AAA rated, AA rated, but there are A-rated bonds as well, which gives you double-digit returns with double recourse, senior secured bonds, etc., which people are not aware of, which gives fantastic returns and are great investment products. But typically, those 8,000-9,000 families are the ones who are buying and enjoying the returns apart from the other mutual funds, etc. Revenue-based financing, asset financing, these are very, very new innovative things which have come. Like for instance, asset financing, Tata today wants to set up 5,000 electric vehicle charging points across India. They need money to finance that assets. They're ready to give you returns as high as 17 to 18%. And you have a backing of Tata that, okay, you pay me and I'll keep paying you monthly interest for that till the 2 or 3 years where the asset gets amortized and you get your returns, right? But you're not even aware of such products being existing today. How do you find such opportunities also, right? So this is Credex. This is, like I said, one of our good friends' company. Started in 2015, 7 years old, 40,000 crores worth of invoice discounted to the platform. Now, what you as an investor can do, let's say I'm a vendor to Infosys. Infosys says, I'll make the payment to you after 90 days. I go to Credex and I say, please discount my invoice to me right now and give me the money right now. Credex, instead of 100 rupees, gives me 90 rupees upfront and keeps a 10% cushion for themselves. Charges 15% per year, 14% per year, whatever as interest. So it's 1.25% a month is what they're charging per month. And they discount and give the money to me So now I need to go and take recourse. I mean, Credex has to take recourse from Infosys and get the money, right? Then Credex comes to you as an investor on a platform and says, hey, why don't you buy it off? आपको Infosys अगर default करेगा तो आपका default है, वरना तो default नहीं है, right? So they take all these blue chip companies as invoices and they discount it to you. TVS Motors, I bought close to about 3-4 crores of TVS Motors invoice at 16%. Can TVS default is the question, but considering how IBC as a resolution mechanism, which you have today, you know that you can be an operational creditor and make the company go bankrupt in the event they don't pay you your 5 lakh rupee, 10 lakh, 20 lakh rupee invoices, right? But these are great instruments for you to keep rotating money. These are 30, 60, 90-day invoices which you can keep buying, where you can keep rotating money. So if you're making 15% and 3 months, if you rotate, you know you better Marwadis than me in terms of how much money you can eventually make by doing nothing. It's all online. Entire process is online. You don't have to meet. All the paperwork is handled by the company for a small 1% fee which they charge in return for getting you the services. This is a company called Wind, which today gives access to good senior secured bonds. So senior secured bonds are of two types. One, where bonds में the credit is कि अगर वो default किया तो आप default करते हो. What these guys do is they take double recourse. I'll give you an example. Let's say you're a decently big lending company with a 1,000-2,000 crore book right now. Gold loan ही ले लेते हैं as an example. तो मैं gold loan दिया हूँ to Mr. Pallava over here and say, okay, here is 1 lakh rupees, and obviously he'll take security worth 2 lakhs for giving a loan of 1 lakh, right? Or even, let's say, 40% more security than what it is. So वो देता है. Now the gold loan company has more people who are ready to take loan, but I don't have the money. So what they do is they trade the paper. And they say कि मैं भी तेरे को गारंटी देता हूँ, प्लस अगर पलावा डिफॉल्ट किया तो वो भी है, प्लस सिक्योरिटी का भी तेरे पास है क्योंकि गोल्ड मेरे हाथ में पड़ा है, राइट? सो 3 layers of security is there with you. These are senior secured bonds, gives you 9 to 11% returns to investors. Now why I'm talking to you about 8, 9, 10, 11% coupons is because you see India, right? India is putting money in FD bonds and savings account and real estate, residential real estate and gold, which traditionally gold, let me keep it aside because it's very close to everyone's heart. It's a rainy days asset, but otherwise you see all the other asset classes are 3%, 4%, 5% return, and they're not even meeting your inflation returns today. Inflation is at 7%, so it's not. I'll give you a classic. I remember my granddad talking to me, I picked up a 1 crore worth of a lifetime term life insurance for you about 10 years back, which was a big amount. 20 years from now when my term life insurance or whatever matures, what is 1 crore after 10 years? It's nothing, right? Imagine you bought in 1990 a 50 lakh rupee insurance for a family. It was huge. It's probably equivalent to 5 crore in today's value, but what is 50 lakh today? It's nothing as such, right? So inflation is one thing which is eating away a lot of your returns. You're not even aware what's happening, but that's when it's important that you make returns which are beating inflation, which means you need to make 7% and above, bare minimum, otherwise you're only losing money by putting your money in banks and losing money at the same time, right? So that is another approach of what they do. This is GRIP. GRIP does asset equipment financing. Example I gave you of Tata's, let's say the charge zones which they need to build across India as such, it requires a lot of money. Not banks give funding for that, or the banks give you probably only 20-30%, but if the company sees that kind of demand and the growth and it's backed by great people, this company finds those kind of opportunities and brings it to you with, again, double security at the same time, where it gives you opportunity to buy and invest into such asset equipment financing, which gives you close to about 18 to 21% IRR. Month on month payouts milte hain. So effectively your IRR is about 18 to 21 because your risk is also high and hence your reward. The whole idea why I'm giving you all these things is for you to be aware of how the world is changing, the opportunities available for investors in India, and how if you're a business, even you can think of using these platforms to raise money and grow your business very, very fast also at the same time. Club, again, a fantastic business model. There are 4-5 unicorns in US doing this. They are revenue-based financing. This is not like invoice discounting, but based on your revenue forecast, which they're seeing over here, they are able to give money to people. Again, coupon rates of 14-15%. You can buy those coupons as well if you want to with good brands, and you can enjoy your rental returns, investment returns every month and month. Liquid loan is P2B lending, which I was talking to you about. P2B lending as an industry today is about a 20-30,000 crore market. Right now, the market, unfortunately, is more ke log loan lene wale kam mein, paise dene wale zyada ho gaye. So that is where the problem is at the moment. But otherwise, this is also a great thing where you make 10 to 11% fixed coupon. It's like a mutual fund in itself. Even if 1% defaults, end of the day, from your return, 100 रुपए में maybe 0.1% will be your default, 99.99% is still safe, right? So these are just giving you glimpses of different kind of products. There are multiple. There's a platform like Small Case, which is a mutual fund you can create for yourself, where you believe that, hey, I think rural industry in India's growth, or let's say electric vehicle is future as such, but you want to invest into electric vehicle stocks. How do you find? So Small Case is a platform where you can go to Small Case and find all the electric vehicle stocks. So जो electric vehicle के stocks है, जो उनके suppliers है, vendors है, उनका आपको mutual fund बना के 10-20 हज़ार रुपए का briefcase बना के देते हैं. आप कितने briefcase होना आप खरीद सकते हो उसके, and accordingly, because then you can back subject to industries as well. So I'm just saying opportunities of investment today are a lot more than the traditional which is there. And you should look at diversifying 4-5% of your wealth to start with. Get a flavor. If you lose 3-4%, life is not going to change. But it's important for you to know what's happening, try and keep experimenting new and new platforms who are doing fantastic work at the same time. So that's why we also felt that people in India love real estate the most. Who does not love rental income? Who does not love interest income, etc. The idea was that today when you can buy stock online, gold online, why not real estate online as well, right? So we decided to take a biggest challenge where if Ola today can bring a huge customer behavioral change, that my grandmom today can sit at her house, book an Ola, and Ola comes outside her house and she goes to her respective location where she needs to do. I definitely 10 years back when Ola started, never in my life would envisage that my grandmom is going to use Ola, right? Convincing my dad itself that Ola exists itself was a big thing, right? So you imagine the customer behavioral change they brought. We were also in the same thing, that real estate, which is a very touch business, which is कि कोई घर खरीदता है तो वो 3 लोगों को दिखाता है, पहले अपने घर वालों को दिखाएगा, दोस्तों को दिखाएगा और 2-3 दोस्तों को दिखाएगा. He'll get social acceptance कि खरीद सकते हैं, क्या खरीद सकते हैं, क्या खरीद सकते हैं, as only when he'll make this investment as such. We wanted to solve for that in a large way. That is number one. We all love rental income, but we love rental income in commercial properties more than residential, right? It's a no-brainer. सब लोग जानते हैं commercial में 3-4 गुना ज़्यादा पैसा मिलेगा residential से, but आज 1-2 करोड़ में आप कौन सा कमर्शियल प्रॉपर्टी खरीद पाओगे? आप रिची स्ट्रीट में जाओगे तो आपको दुकान भी नहीं मिलेगी for that kind of price, right? And again, the tenant is not grade A. He's some random guy who's operating, selling some masks or whatever it is for that matter. So it's not even grade A. कि कल default किया तो आप कैसे पीछे पड़ोगे? Who would not love to own an Olympia Tech Park, right? Premium tenants have not left for 10-15 years and enjoy those kind of returns as such. So the idea was कि आज आप 1-2 करोड़ में Olympia सोच भी नहीं सकते हो, but you as a group together can invest and own that thing. Now, you as a group will not trust each other, right? Because when it comes to real estate, because it's large ticket sizes, people are very, especially South India for that matter, is very secretive about its investment. They don't want to announce to the world कि मैंने ये खरीदा है. Unlike North, जहाँ खरीदा नहीं फिर भी बोलते कि मैंने खरीदा है, right? The mindset is very different in general. You know, we've seen that. We've got people, investors who, I mean, obviously I'm from Chennai, so I know, but how simple we are. People who come and we're like, hey, what? And then we turn out and we see that, okay, his net worth is about 4,000-5,000 crores, but such a simple guy. And same guy from Delhi comes who may have zero, but claims that his net worth is 4,000-5,000 crores, right? So in general, the idea is that when you want to buy a property, many people have bought properties with their friends, families, etc. What happens is if there's a large property, let's take 1 floor of Olympia Tech Park, which is 50 crores. You want to buy, आप बोलते मेरे पास 20 है, and you're looking for other investors who have 30. So what you do typically is reach out to your inner circle of friends and ask them कि property खरीदते हैं, चल साथ में, and let's do it. Now 3 things can happen. One, your friend or family might not have the money, liquidity at that point of time to buy such property like that. Second, he might not trust you, which is I think a very very big thing कि तू मेरे को क्यों दे रहा है, तू तो पैसा वाला है, why are you bringing it to me? Definitely ये कुछ side में कमाता होगा, whatever. And third, he might not see the same vision what you're saying. Like I don't see Olympia Tech Park में growth है, उसके पीछे इतना DLF बना रहा है, RMZ बना रहा है. I don't think so. इसमें भी growth है. या तो चेन्नई में growth नहीं. I don't want to invest in Chennai anymore, right? And then the property misses out because you don't have 50 crores to buy the property as such. Then you come to an event, you tell people, यार मेरे को खरीदना था, and then 2-3 friends मुझे बोल देता, I would have bought it with you, right? So this is something I'm sure many of you would have faced a similar situation in the past as well, for not just real estate, for any other investment as such which has high ticket sizes. We felt that people are not transacting or reaching only to the inner circle only because they don't trust each other. And if I can create a platform where I can trust, which is the biggest element in real estate investments or general investments as such, if we can solve for that, I think we've hit the nail, and world is a market for me to scale and buy properties for my investors and create rental income portfolio for them. So that is how we started, where we said we'll create a transparent platform for people where they can buy, they can own, and enjoy rental returns, and then we can sell and exit, and with a clear objective कि हम सब पैसा कमाने आए, remove the emotions out of real estate and be transactional. Give you a thing like, for instance, you may have a property which your granddad would have bought maybe worth 50 crores today, getting you a rental of 1-2 lakh rupees only, because obviously you need to invest into constructing that property which might require another 100 crores you don't have. Technically आप 50 crore के return में आप 12 lakh रुपए कमा रहे हो, which is subpar, not even 1-2% as such, right? But what happens, why people will not sell? Because they're emotional. नहीं नहीं, मेरे granddad की property है, उन्होंने खरीदी है, मैं नहीं बेच सकता हूँ, right? But then that's what we come, when it comes to investments, be transactional. When it comes to your house, be emotional. But anything beyond your own house, just be transactional and remove the emotions. That's what we do on our platform. We remove the emotions. मेरे को आज पैसा मिल रहा है, अगर कोई मेरे को 40% ज़्यादा दे रहा है, I am ready to sell. I don't have a problem. I am not emotional about my real estate as such. If I am pragmatic, because I know this market is not going to grow beyond a point, and be pragmatic and make an acquisition accordingly and keep exiting. So we realize CRE का सबसे बड़ा problem है high capital requirement. Each floor, let's say सामने आपकी VST motor जहाँ Pfizer tenant है, each floor is about 100 crores for you to buy. Not everyone has the capability to buy 100 crore properties. Second, inaccessibility. अगर आपको खरीदना भी है, अगर आपके पास है, how do you find such properties, right? Today, we have investors today from 82 countries who deploy capital with us. From all over, we have investors from Satna, Kanyakumari, Tirupur, etc. Now, let's say a crafts automations founder who's an investor on our platform, sitting in Coimbatore, उसको कहाँ से मिलेगी बैंगलोर में या हैदराबाद की प्रॉपर्टीज? हाउ डू यू इवैल्यूएट? कहाँ मैं लीगल वर्क करूँगा? प्राइस बेंचमार्किंग कैसे करूँगा? क्या करूँगा, एक्सेट्रा. Whole lot of elements which goes behind buying a property as such is another problem. So inaccessibility, concentrated exposure, larger thing. Investment का thumb rule यही होता है कि diversify करो अपना investment into multiple boxes so that tomorrow if one falls, your entire portfolio is still balanced out. Unfortunately, real estate does not offer diversification at all, right? अगर आपके पास 100 करोड़ का आपको एक फ्लोर लेना है तो 100 करोड़ का ही ले सकते हो, आप diversify नहीं कर सकते हो. So that is where again we come and we say, okay, we'll help you diversify. Selling a 100 crore property is always very difficult as well. Selling a 50 lakh, 1 crore property is comparatively easier also at the same time. So that's what we do at Startup. We buy such good grade A commercial properties. We buy industrial facilities. We buy office spaces. We buy retail. We buy warehousing. And now we are buying hospitals as well. And we bring investors opportunities, leased to grade A clients. So we have clients like Swiss Bank, Puma, Westside. These are all Wipro. These are all my clients who give rents to my investors who are technically owned by them, right? So that's the kind of properties we identify and keep distributing rents to them on a month-on-month basis. It's been about 18 to 20 months since we started business. We've done about 650 crore of business through our platform already. We've acquired 14 properties till date. And like I said, world is the market to where it is. Now, how we could do it? I think thanks to pandemic, when the whole market, world market was crashing, people had no option but to listen to what we do, because we realized our TG sitting at home, crude was all over, stock price was all over, and we said people, when recession comes or when stock market tumbles, people move to fixed income products or capital preservation products, which is real estate or bonds, etc. at the same time. So if you're hearing about the looming recession, if I'm at 700, I'll be at 7,000 in 2 years, purely because people would want to start deploying capital again into this sector rather than taking money back in stock market as such. So that's what we do. Very simple. Minimum is 25 lakhs. So the whole idea why we kept 25 lakhs minimum, because we wanted mature investors to come in. People who put 5-10 lakh typically have the mindset कि मेरा पैसा double हो जाना चाहिए next day. जो real estate is not such a product. It is a 7-8 year tapasya you have to do for your real estate to really think of doubling your returns as such, because it's a mature, it takes time for any real estate or a market to mature before it comes. Tambram 10 years back, Tambram today, you can understand it's slowly, it's like a slow wine, it is maturing and the price will continue escalating. Will Tambram double next year? It's not going to happen no matter what. Irrespectively if the airport gets extended to that zone, still it's going to take a slow wine because the city has still time for it to move to that direction and do. But it's a 10-year story where you'll see city will do, because urbanization is only going to keep growing more and more. Very simple. They do KYC on our platform and they deploy capital, and then they get units of the particular property which they've invested into, and then we distribute rents to them on a month-on-month basis. Now, how we choose a property is the most important point, which is where you were saying, hey, you know, बड़े-बड़े builders 600-700 करोड़ 10-10 साल लग जाते हैं, तुमने 18 महीने में कैसे किया? And I can tell you with pride that we haven't met 95% of our investors till date, and 95% haven't even seen the properties they've invested till date. It's just a simple Zoom webinar or a presentation which says that this is the property, this is what it is. If you like it, deploy your capital and done. right? Still we've been able to do is purely because of how we choose our properties and how we do, diligence as such. I'll just give you a little glimpse. This is our data platform where we give investors access to all the data of their investments. I'll just take one property as an example. I don't know how many of you know Prestige Polygon next to Cancer Institute. So what we have done over the years is captured sale, lease, loan, mortgage data of every property in the city. Any residential apartment, you tell me floor by floor, कौन कितने में खरीदा, कौन कितना cash दिया, I have full data with me in handy. क्योंकि अगर कोई 10,000 में खरीदा और कोई 7,000 में खरीदा, clearly he is given cash, right? There's no question of him getting the same thing. So this is giving you access floor by floor, कौन tenant है, कब किसने लीज स्टार्ट किया, कब कितना लीज खत्म हो रहा है, उसने लोन लिया, कितना लोन लिया, किससे लोन लिया, क्या इंटरेस्ट रेट पे लोन लिया, because all this is government data and we have access to all that data which we track and we make our investors give them access to this data so that उनको लगे कि जो प्राइस जो खरीद रहे हैं is 95% closer to the MRP of the property, right? Because I don't have to sell you if the price is right or wrong in terms of lease and property छोड़ के, so investors are super confident and that trust, which is very important of building transparency, we do it very proactively through our platform itself, right? So that's one of our core elements where we use data in real estate and make our acquisitions. Second is asset due diligence. The property I buy is typically a grade A plus property built by a Prestige or a large developer. Now, 4 layers of due diligence gets done before we make our acquisitions. First, when the developer buys, he does a lot of due diligence. Most of the developers go to a bank or an NBFC for funding, they do the due diligence. Then a grade A client comes, he does his due diligence, and then I come, I do my due diligence, I acquire. So, a good layer of asset due diligence is done, and all that access to our legal opinion report, to all the approvals, copies, whatever, we give it to our investors on our dashboard कि आप देख लो, अगर आपको समझ रहा है तो आप invest करो, वरना मत करो, right? So we use the best law firms, give investors access to that information, do it. Then comes tenant research, very important. One of the data I showed you how we do tenant research, but very important for us to do credit rating of the tenant. Does he have the capability to keep paying me rents on a month-on-month basis as well? And that's something which we do very proactively. There are companies which you've seen, Fortune 500, they have a debt of 25 billion on their book, making a yearly profit of $1 billion. मतलब 25 साल लगेंगे उनको सिर्फ debt clear करते करते, ब्याज गया तेल लेने. We're like, how can the company survive? There's a good chance the company can shut down. We'd rather not invest in the property because we don't want to have a situation where my investors are not going to make monthly returns. ऐसा नहीं है कि पैसा डूब गया, because पैसा is backed into capital, into property itself. We can lease it to some other tenant, but we look at कि 5 साल तक my investor should get monthly rental before a new tenant comes, which is great sometimes because mark to market होता है. Because I might be leasing at 60 rupees market, 4-5 साल में हो गया 100 रुपए, but मेरा तो rental escalation इसके साथ 60 का 70 ही हुआ है अभी के लिए. So if he leaves, I can make it at 100 rupee and I can lease maybe 90 market से सस्ता हुआ मेरी lease हो जाएगी, right? That we do. Very important. So our investors are typically people who put 25-50 lakh. Our people, if you see on our platform, we have about 20-30% NRI base. We have 60% of our bases as salaried people who are CXOs, senior management of the top companies as such, and about 10% as family business as such. Marwadi is a very small community, unfortunately, on our platform, and we rightly understand why they'll not invest, because they should have that kind of white money to deploy capital as well, right? But having said that, people who invest are people who work in these companies, right? So like I have a CEO of BNP Paribas, CEO of JP Morgan, CEO of Barclays Bank, vice president at Flipkart, all these kind of investors. Like we have investors from NRI where we have Mubadala ka chief investment officer, we have Tata Sons ka chief investment officer, family office of Tata's right now, Tata Sons. They all started deploying capital because for them they understand that buying a property is one, but managing is a bigger challenge, right? How do you keep leasing? How do you keep paying property taxes, insurance, etc.? Here I have someone who manages everything on my behalf. It's a financial app mein main track kar sakta hu har cheez, and data is also very evident. So people love the entire experience, and hence we've been able to scale, and we'll continue to keep scaling it up. So investors invest whenever there's a live opportunity. Investors do KYC. Everything is again on tech, online. We don't meet, like I said, most of the people. We in fact took our office only 4 months back. इतने time तक office भी नहीं थी हमारी. We were working in shots and doing our businesses and closing transactions. But having said that, investors invest. We have a common master escrow account. People deploy their money over there. We move it into a company which goes and buys the property. This is exactly the same structure what most of the large funds operate. Whether it's Blackstone, GSA, etc. उनका एक ट्रस्ट होता है, ट्रस्ट कंपनी खोलती है, कंपनी प्रॉपर्टी खरीदती है. हम बस वो ट्रस्ट को निकाल के इन्वेस्टर्स लाते हैं, इन्वेस्टर्स इन्वेस्ट इनटू द कंपनी, कंपनी गोज एंड बाइज द प्रॉपर्टी. इट्स एज सिंपल एज दैट. and then the asset gets acquired. So technically, you're not the owner of the property, you're owner of the company which owns the property, and the company has no other business except owning that particular property. So if I have 14 properties, I have 14 companies right now running, whose only job is to collect rent and distribute rent to investors on a month-on-month basis. So that's what we do, and then we manage the entire shebang of managing the investment on their behalf. So we have a dashboard for the investor. There's an app as well. I'll just give you a little glimpse of the dashboard. We understood, being a part of family business, I understood that usually the Karta decides the investment on behalf of all the families from a tax planning standpoint. So we created multiple family accounts on the platform where you can have one login ID, open multiple family accounts, and keep deploying your investment on behalf of all. Then you can see an overview of all the investments you made. कि मैंने 50 crore की प्रॉपर्टी खरीदी थी, आज 54 crores है. Again, this is data back. It's not कि हम हमारे मन मर्जी 54 crores डालते हैं. हम valuation report भी लेते हैं from a third party plus data, which I just gave you a little glimpse of. All the transactions. Sorry, one second. All the transactions जो भी monthly भाड़ा जाता है उनको सब कुछ उनके WhatsApp पे भी आ जाता है, but at the same time it's there on your dashboard for your income tax filings, whatever that company में कितना पैसा है, मेरा ownership company में कितना है, और मेरे को मेरा पैसा कितना आ रहा है, etc. with TDS deducted, with property tax, etc. सब कुछ आता है. Again, कोई investor form 15GH देते हैं तो उनका TDS नहीं deduct करते हैं, otherwise सबका हम TDS deduct करके we transfer the funds. Reports, monthly rent report जो आता है with the TDS, including the TDS का जो form 16 है, it's there on the dashboard itself, so we don't want our investor to call us and check कि क्या है इसका, मेरे को report निकालो. Everything is there, and a half yearly statement automatically goes to him so that he can make his advance tax or income tax filing reports very easily. All the documents of the investments which they make, property documents, sale deed, lease deed, etc. I can guarantee all the properties you own, you have no clear approach of managing the investments. पड़ा है कोई locker में, you have no idea. We keep all our documents with ICICI Bank as our custodians, but other scanned copies are all available on the dashboard for you to review at any given point of time for every property as such. जो कंपनी हम खरीदते हैं उसका बैंक स्टेटमेंट भी हम प्लग इन कर लेते हैं इन्वेस्टर्स को, तो तुम ट्रैक कर सकते हो कि कितना पैसा है, कितना डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हुआ है, बिकॉज वी डोंट वांट यू टू कम टुमारो एंड से कि तुमने मिसमैनेज किया फंड्स. So hence that level of transparency, we brought onto our platform where investors can see everything, question anything. End of the day, I'm just an asset manager. Property aapki hai, you're doing everything. I'm not guaranteeing you anything. It's all a legal agreement with grade A plus tenants, and if they default, we take recourse and have a far better risk mitigation than what you would do individually as such. So that's what we do. Very important, people ask, how do you exit these investments? पैसा डालना ईजी है, रिटर्न कमाना ईजी है, बट मेरे को मेरा प्रिंसिपल कैसे निकालना, दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर मी. सो रियल एस्टेट इन जनरल इज फॉर पीपल जिनके पास 5 से 7 साल का इन्वेस्टमेंट टाइम फ्रेम है, दैट यू कैन पार्क अ chunk of your wallet share with a 7-year, 5-year investment mindset. If you don't have that mindset, it's not recommended for you at all. अगर आप चाहते हो कि मैं 2-3 साल में एग्जिट करूं, आप कर सकते हो, but will you get the real value of your returns? You will not get the real value of your returns, right? I'll give you an example. मेरी प्रॉपर्टी 60 रुपये कमा रही है, जबकि मार्केट अभी 100 रुपये पे है, तो आपको रिटर्न भी आपको 60 रुपये के हिसाब से मिलेगा, बिकॉज आप कोई जो दूसरा आदमी खरीदना आएगा वो बोलेगा 100 रुपये मार्केट को मिल रहा है, तेरे को तो नहीं मिल रहा है, तो मैं तेरे को क्यों दूँ value, right? So which means the tenant should vacate or you renew the lease with the tenant to get it at 100, and you'll get your capital value of 100 rupees also at the same time, right? So hence a 5 to 7 year is a minimum investment time frame. If one does not have, it's not recommended for you. Otherwise, we have a resale platform where people can trade units. We have a large fund which we've created as well, where we buy these resale units as well from our investors. अगर कभी भी ज़रूरत पड़े, up to 10% of the property value we buy back. Especially in the second wave and third wave, we had a lot of people, like one of our investors, no more. So handling all those things, taking care of that, we take care of it. Again, everything is online. It happens in a minute. अगर आपको बेचना है, it's all online process. In less than a minute, the transaction can end and it can over, right? So that's how simple we've made the entire process. So commercial real estate gives an investment of about 8 to 11% as average rental return bare minimum. सबसे lowest 7-8% होता है. Average आपका escalations के साथ आपका 11-12% या 10% तक का average return बनता है. And appreciation, being very conservative, is about 3 to 4% year on year. So you're still talking about double-digit returns. And in India, and I'm sure most of the other guys can tell you, if you're making double-digit return overall in your portfolio, you've already beaten 99.99% of all the best fund managers in India, because even the best fund managers don't give double-digit returns to its investors today. So that is what real estate can give you without you doing anything. Sit and enjoy your returns on a month-on-month basis, right? So that's what we do. Just about us, so like I said, it's been about 18 operational months, 24 months in existence. We started in the pandemic and we've been doing our business as such. So we have about 650 crore in AUM right now. We're about 670 right now. 2.5 million square feet, 25 lakh square feet under management. We've given properties, we bought properties which are leased to Swiss Bank for a 10-year lease, Rendox for 15-year lease, Stellar 15 years, Gati 15 years, Puma's corporate headquarters, which we picked up, Westside's property. Microplastics is our largest investment we've made, which is a 8 lakh square feet factory. Microplastics owned by Wipro. They manufacture toys for Hamleys, and our facility is where all the toys of Hamleys across the world are getting manufactured right now, right? So these are the kind of investments which we keep doing. We tell corporates, तुमको क्यों real estate में पैसा लगाना है? तुम 20-30% वाले धंधे पे हो, मैं 9-10% वाले धंधे पे हूँ. मैं तुम्हारे लिए पैसा लगा देता हूँ, and I'll enjoy my returns as such, right? So that's how we've been able to convince Wipros of the world, etc. And we are getting into these because you rather put your money into high growth businesses where you can make better returns rather than real estate. Like hospitals is another example. I don't know how many hospitals you've seen which have shut down, right? Apollo has been there for 30-40 years. They just don't move, right? So hospitals are a great investment. And when we went in depth and we understood the thesis of hospital industry, it's not a doctor problem, it's not a patient problem, it's a real estate problem. Because all the hospitals want to own all the hospitals because there's nobody investing into hospitals for them. Right, because a special structure, so people are like, तू निकलेगा तो मैं दूसरा hospital कहाँ लाऊंगा? But hospital निकलता नहीं है if you're building large hospitals. Clinics can go 5-10,000 square feet, but if you're talking about 1-2 lakh, 3 lakh, 4 lakh square feet, large multi-speciality hospitals, they only get acquired. They never shut down, right? So this is historic data which we've done, and we are going into that segment. But otherwise, some opportunities we've done. We did our first property in Chennai recently. Otherwise, warehouses and office spaces is what we've been buying predominantly. I run the show along with my co-founder, and obviously we have a large team. As a company, we've raised $7.5 million in funding right now, on track to raise another 40 million as a company to scale this operations pan-India. And more importantly, we see this as a very large global opportunity because what we do, everyone wants to buy commercial properties at the end of the day and create rental income. So for सिर्फ Indians को है तो even an Indian sitting in Dubai also wants to invest into Dubai properties, and an Indian or a Singapore citizen in Singapore also wants to buy Singapore properties where he can put in this capital, and why only the large funds to buy such properties as such. So Elevation is one of the first investors in our company. Many people might not know Elevation as a name, but they run a $5 billion fund in India. They're largest investors of Swiggy. They own 40% of Swiggy. Make My Trip, they own 60% of Make My Trip. National Stock Exchange, Meesho, they own a large stake. Unacademy, etc. They're all their portfolio companies. Kotak for us was a strategic investment. They put in about 2 million in our company. Again, the whole idea is this is the $5 billion real estate arm of Kotak. They really started the whole private equity in real estate business in India. So आज जो भी बड़े-बड़े fund के जो fund managers हैं वो सब ex Kotak है जो यहाँ से धंधा चालू किया था. Mayfield is the first investors of BharatMatrimony.com, Licious, etc. And Gruvas is Zerodha's PropTech fund. So Zerodha is also one of our investors right now. Now, to solve for transparency, yeah. Sure. So short by transparency is where all the property documents, we don't keep it. Custodians, Universal is an ICICI portfolio, they keep it. Everything is online, like I said. So we don't manage a single rupee fund ourselves or money comes. If people ask, do you accept cash? No, we don't. Because like I said, we don't meet people. I have 150 people in every property. I can't say कि सब 5,000 रुपया बैंक में deposit करो या तुम भेज दो, whatever. So we don't do that. Like I said, we don't meet our investors also because it's all online. You can check everything. I don't know what can change if you meet me than what I tell you on my webinar. So this is what we do in a nutshell, and the idea was to give you an idea about how alternative real estate space and other asset classes. Pallava will give you a better idea on other asset classes in alternative investment, but the idea was to give you how startups are changing the alternative investment landscape in India in a large way. Yeah, thank you. You want to take questions?
Check. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. That was truly brilliant session. Thank you for your enlightening seminar. So, ladies and gentlemen, going forward, I would like to invite Mr. R. Pallava Rajan, who has over 14 years of rich experience in financial services industry in serving high impact advice to rich, wealthy and affluent individuals and families across India and the globe. He founded PMS Bazaar in the year 2017 to bridge the gap about PMS and AIF products in the form of an exclusive portal. Since launch, PMS Bazaar has become the most respected brand and won accolades for its customer-centric goal and execution. Says, ladies and gentlemen, his expertise in financial sector earned him the invitation to speak in SEPC Financial Services event initiated by the Government of India, chair multiple panels and the de facto spokesperson of the billion-dollar India PMS industry. Says, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. R. Pallava Rajan, founder director of PMS Bazaar Chennai, and to honor our speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Ashish Golecha to kindly join us onto the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the session is going to be again on the same topic, stock market and operations and alternative investment. So here we go. So let's once again cheer up for Mr. Pallava Rajan, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope I am audible. So I feel privileged to be here, and I thank for the opportunity, and also like to thank Sudarshan for not making too much of overlap. Perhaps it's a little less. So, and also, given the time, I'll try to cover as much as possible. I understand, sir. First, let me talk about PMS Bazaar so that you will be able to understand what we do, and then thereafter you will understand what I'm going to cover. So, first, it's my pleasure to announce, and we feel proud that we have completed 5 years. Today we have more than 40,000 subscribers at the website, and in terms of the number of strategies in PMS, we cover 280 plus PMS strategies. In terms of portfolio managers, we cover close to 150 portfolio managers. And in terms of alternative investment fund, we cover close to 50 funds. And this year we should be having more than 50, additionally we'll be having incremental 50 funds in AIF. So when we started, I'll give you a little brief like why we started PMS Bazaar. I remember in 2017 in Chennai, I met a client who wants to put some 30,000 rupees as an SIP in mutual funds. The same day, I had another meeting where the client wants to put in PMS, in multiple PMS. And in 2017, the minimum ticket size at PMS was 25 lakh rupee. And he wants to put in 2 PMS. So what I did is that I did an analysis for a mutual fund client who want to put some 30,000 rupees in SIP. There were plethora of information which was available on online. And whereas for the PMS client, I was struggling. It took almost a week time to get just 3 PMS information. So just imagine a client who want to put 1,000, 2,000 rupees as a plethora of information, and whereas a client who wants to put 25, 50 lakh rupee is actually poor when it comes to the information. So that is the kind of scenario in 2017. And as I speak now, I'll tell you like how we transformed this alternative industry. We are transforming the alternative industry, how PMS Bazaar has helped. Basically, this product was difficult to understand, and we still believe that there are a lot of people don't understand much about this product. But today, we have ensured that, most of the HNI clients understand what this alternative investment is about. Second, the information, as I mentioned, I gave a scenario, the actual scenario, how it got prompted about, to start the PMS Bazaar. And today, there are a plethora of information when it comes to PMS or on alternative investment funds. You can visit PMS Bazaar website. You will have a lot of information. And there were no media coverage. Today there have been plethora of media coverage on the alternates product. Visibility, it was limited to only a large players. It could be ASK, it could be Motilal Oswal, it could be ICICI or HDFC. But today we have a large universe. When it comes to PMS, we cover about 80% of the market share, and when it comes to AF, We specifically in category 3, we have covered a decent size over there, and eventually we'll be covering, almost 70-80% of the market share, under a universal alternate investment space. And it was unpopular, only mutual funds and direct equity was popular, but today it has been more popular. And that's why even today I'm discussing on that subject. And then in terms of reach, it was very less on the product. And today I would probably say that you can visit my website for more information. And in addition to that, every month you will see that at least one coverage will come from a different media house, being it Money Control or Business Standard or Business Line, any media for that matter. And then we also have tied up with Paytm Money, where again Paytm Money clients could able to access the PMS and alternative investment products. And then we have an interesting product which is called Finalica, which is again a new product which has been created by PMS Bazaar. And this is more of an institutional product. Like if you take any top wealth managers in the country, being it Julius Baer or Kotak Wealth or an IFL Wealth or Moti Wealth, any wealth counters, most of the wealth counters have been subscribed to our Finalica platform. So, and last very important thing, like we recently started, a PMS ranking in association with CRISIL. So we have tied up with CRISIL and we have completed 2 quota ranking, and very soon we are also planning to start ratings and rankings for AIF Alternative Investment Fund as well. So broadly, this is what PMS Bazaar is all about. So now I will jump into, the core subject. First, in terms of stock market, I doesn't want to give too much of jargons. I just thought to take few numbers and like to, say that where are we standing in terms of stock market and how it might perform in future. So this is a very interesting data. If you look the number of companies at BSE which is available for trade, it is close to 4,000 companies. And the total market capitalization of our stock market as on yesterday is 242 lakh crore, which is little over 3 trillion USD. And the other side, if you look in terms of holding, out of this 242 lakh crore, promoter itself is holding 53%. Then we have foreign institutions who are holding about 18%. Then we have domestic institutions who are holding close to 14%. And the rest it's retail investors holding close to 15%. Now the interesting part here, I've been talking about, there are 4,000 company. Out of this 4,000 company, if you look this indices, Nifty alone, which is Nifty 50 company alone, comprise of 51%, which means 120 lakh crore of market capitalization is being comprised by Nifty alone. And if I go deeper, if we go to 100, BSE 100 stock, it is 65%, and if I go BSE 200, it is about 80%. So even though there are 4,000 companies listed in stock market, hardly very few companies are, more of a concentrated, and very few companies makes a reasonable investment opportunity. So this is what I'm trying to explain from top 100 companies. I've been talking about 242 lakh crore as a market capitalization. Just if you look at 100 companies, the first company is Reliance Industries, where the market cap is close to 17 lakh crore. If you look at 50th company in terms of market capitalization, it is Britannia Industry. And if you look the difference between number 1 company and the 50th company, the 50th company market capitalization is about 85,000 crore. So which means it is close to 20 times difference when comparing with the number 1 company and the 50th company. And if I go deeper, if you look at the 100th company, which is Gland Pharma, and the market capitalization is just, about 40,000 crore. So, which is 40 times difference when comparing with the number 1 market capitalization company and the 100 market capitalization company. So, what does this slide tell? Basically, even though we have 4,000 company, it is almost 50% is comprised by Nifty 50 company. And even if you compare with the Nifty 50 company, the difference between the first company and the 50th company is significantly higher. So it is a more of a concentrated market. That's what I'm trying to put from this slide. Now this is a journey, in 2000, in terms of our market capitalization, we have been sitting at 10 lakh crore, and today we are at 242 lakh crore. This is old data, and as on February we are at, so this is the milestone what you have been achieving over the period. So from 10 lakh crore to 240 lakh crore in 22 years. And if you look at returns, right, and this has been historical return, In 20 years, we have given, I mean, the Sensex has given 15% return. I think this data is very much available at, in all the website. For 3 years, it has given 12% return, and for 5 years, it is 12.26, and so on. I mean, all this return I'm trying to explain here. So, what this slide is again explaining is that if you stay there for a long term, you will able to make a decent return at a stock market. Now, broadly, if you look back and see about a stock market, I know we are at 242 lakh crore market cap. It tells that we have reached to a top of the mountain. But actually, when comparing with global, we are nowhere. If you look in terms of the one side, the large one is GDP data. The other side talks about the market capitalization. Now, if you compare in terms of GDP, we are hardly 3% of global. And similarly, if you compare in terms of the market capitalization, even though we are sitting at 242 lakh crore, but in terms of percentage, we are hardly 3% when comparing with the global. So there is a long way to go from here. And if you stay for a long term, when I mean long term, it is more than 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and so on, you will make a lot of money at stock market. So this is what I would like to put from the stock market. So now I'm jumping into the alternative investment side. And meanwhile, if there is any question related to stock market, please put across. Shall I carry on? Yeah. I think I'll have to skip one slide because Sudarshan has already explained about this. So I'm going to talk about alternative investment fund, which has been regulated by SEBI. And this has broadly three categories: category 1, category 2, and category 3. I'll explain in deeper what are all this category and what are all the products which is available within this product. Now this is category 1, which is comprised of angel fund, venture capital fund, SME, and infrastructure fund. So the minimum investment for alternative investment fund as per SEBI regulation is 1 crore, and for a PMS it is 50 lakhs. Now, when it comes to angel fund, there is an exemption while filing there. The minimum ticket size can be 25 lakhs. So there are very few funds, angel fund, which is available at 25 lakh rupees investment. Otherwise, broadly, all other funds comes with a minimum investment of 1 crore rupee. And next, we have a category 2. This is the largest category when it comes to AIF. The total industry size, I'll show you the slide. And out of that, almost 80% is comprised from this category 2. It is a very interesting category. Now, we have private equity. And second, we have a debt. And within debt, the underlining are different. As Sudarshan was mentioning, the biggest is the real estate on the category 2. And we also have an interesting product. You will have an interesting product at category 2. Just to mention one, there is one product which finance at film industry for a producer. So similarly, you have a different variety of product which will come in category 2. But broadly, it is more of broadly, it is more of a debt sort of an investment, and then private equity. So just to re-inform, category 2 is the largest category, and you have a variety of debts, including the real estate. Then we have a next category, which is long only equities and long short fund. So what are the, basically it is called hedge fund, long short. In long only fund, it is a plain vanilla equity product. A fund manager buy an equity for a long term sort of a product at various categories. It could be small cap, large cap, mid cap, or a multi cap as such. Whereas a long short, this at category 3, SEBI allows to leverage. If there is 100 rupees, a fund manager can leverage up to 200 rupees. So with this option, there are a lot of fund manager who runs a long short fund, which is a sort of a debt fund, but it tries to give little more return than the debt. So that hedge fund has been, a long short fund has been growing significantly for last 5 years. And there is a huge need for long short fund, and there is a huge demand what we could see around the long short fund. So broadly, long short fund is a unique product which is available again at category 3 level. So broadly, to summarize, category 1 is a more of angel fund, SME fund, infrastructure fund, and so on. category 2, which is the largest one, which give an option to invest into private equity, debt fund, fund of fund, real estate fund, and so on. And third, which I've been talking about, is about the long only equity fund and the long short fund. Now, how the industry has been, growing, and as you know that there are 3 different product which is available in a country when you want to hand over your money to the professional. I'm talking from a SEBI perspective. One is mutual fund, which is close to 38-39 lakh crore industry. And second is a PMS, which comes under the alternates. And third is an alternate AIF, alternative investment fund. If you compare the growth between mutual funds and PMS, AIF is growing significantly. So what does it tell? It tells there is a huge demand for an alternative investment. So this is what the scenario, globally, if you compare when they've been at 3 to 4 trillion, when the journey was between 3 to 5 trillion, the need for alternative investment has been significantly went up, and we could see the same thing which is happening in India. And if you look at the kind of growth, it has been growing at 50-60% CAGR for last 5 years. And this is a pretty, new product when it comes to India. It hardly has a data only for 9 years, and effectively it has been, more popular and been more invested in previous 5 years. So this industry size is close to 6.5 lakh crore, and as I've been mentioning, category 2 is the largest category, which has, about 80% of the overall cumulative figures of the alternative investment funds. And recently we also come out with an article stating that this industry will be still growing significantly, and majority of the media has been covered that I've highlighted here. So again, there is a huge opportunities at alternative investment funds at various and variety of products. Now this, pardon me for keeping this slide busy, but broadly what I'm trying to mean here, even though there are a lot of product which is available, and if you look at in terms of the returns on a long-term basis, equity has been always on the edge, and it has been giving a better return than any other asset class, being it gold or a real estate or a silver or any product for that matter, it has been delivered much better return. Now, I'll just glance through broadly like what and all the alternative assets which is available. So there is an FD, which is again a traditional investment, and you know about bonds and credit funds. And then we have gold, and gold today you can buy it through ETF, and sovereign bonds are there. And then we have silver, again ETF has been introduced recently. Then we have listed equity, unlisted equity. Then we have international equities, REITs, from the minimum investment for REITs and InvITs has been 50,000 rupees. Now SEBI has recently reduced from 50,000 to 10 to 15,000 rupees. So which means even a small client could able to participate in REITs and InvITs now. And then there is an opportunity to invest in SMEs as well. So these are the broadly, a different asset class which is available for an investor, specifically for a retail investor. If somebody wants to put money at all this product, and I think with less than 5 lakh rupees, they could able to construct, they could able to diversify their products, their investment, across all the products, whatever I mentioned, including FD, bond, gold, silver, and so on and so forth, whatever I mentioned here. And the other side for HNI, as I've been talking about the alternative investment funds, and I also mentioned about the risk, according to the product, being it starting from FD to SMEs. And similarly, on the other side, I've also given about the HNI segment, how, HNI has an opportunity at alternative investment fund. And somebody needs to invest in all category at HNI level, they will have to put at least 5 crore rupees to ensure that he participate in all the funds, whichever I mentioned here, perhaps a little more than 5 crore. Whereas at retail, the number of asset class is very high than the HNI clients, but still with less than 5 lakh rupees, you could able to invest in all the products, all the asset class. And the beauty is, all these products can be put across in one demat account. Just with one demat account, you can buy FD, you can have your bonds, you can have your gold, whatever. That's why I put ETF, and similarly silver. So you can have all this asset class in just one demat account. And whatever, in case if you're getting an income from REITs and InvITs, and if you're getting a dividend from equity, and if you're getting an interest from FD, or for that matter, bonds, so all the money will get credited into one single account. So that is a kind of, technology which has been grown today. So what I'm trying to put here from this slide is that when it comes to alternate asset, it is not only meant for an HNI clients, it is also meant for a retail client. SEBI has been very clear, they doesn't want to allow a retail investor to participate into a high risk investment like angel fund. So hence I've kept 25 lakhs as a minimum to get participated over there. But broadly, being it a retail client or HNI client, they have plethora of product to invest across various asset class. But if you look, where Sudarshan was showing a slide, majority of the investment has been only into gold and real estate, and gold and real estate has been more of an emotional investment than the actual investment. I think now we see the trend is getting changed. We see a lot of, new investors whenever they come in, it doesn't look only for a traditional investment. And we see, just to give one number, pre-COVID, the number of demat account was being close to 4.5 crore. But today, as we speak, the number of demat account is close to 10 crore. So just within 2.5 years, we have seen the incremental of 5.5 crore people who have participated in equity market. And similarly, we could also see, there is a need of alternative asset, and there is a lot of traction which is happening around all the product, not just an equity or a traditional investment like a gold or in real estate. So I would like to, summarize and conclude that, there is enough asset class which is available in our country, which is well regulated and which is also available at very minimal investment. And, not that every asset class will keep performing, every period, that one asset class can perform, gold can perform extremely well for next 3 years. And the same, equity doesn't need to perform at that level, right? You should, as a portfolio, you should have a different asset class, and hence it is a well diversified and balanced portfolio, which ensures that your portfolio has a lower standard deviation as spread across all the products and ensure to give you a decent return over the period. So I conclude here. If there is any question, I'd like to take from here. Thank you.
Check. All right, so we also request Mr. Sudarshan Lodha to kindly join for the Q&A. So, my dear audience, any queries or any questions or anything you would want to ask? Our speakers are all open. So, there we go. Anna, we can pass the mic there.
Good afternoon. My question is for Mr. Sudarshan. Why should we choose an investment option from someone like a Strata instead of real estate investment trusts? Like, essentially does the same thing, right?
Got it. So multiple things. Let's take REIT itself as an example. I'll take Embassy REIT. I don't know if internet is connected, but Embassy REIT listed at 300, went up to 500 rupees, crashed to 350 rupees. Right now it's trading at 300, back to 350, 360 rupee levels, right? So your 8% return was at 300 rupees. At 350, you're making about 5% to 6% return, right? And people don't want a part of their wallet share which is volatile. I don't want to get up and say, oh, mera real estate investment 40% बढ़ गया, कल 60% गिर गया, right? So we are talking about that wallet share of people where they want capital preservation, long-term valuation, right? So you see my investors who invest today on our platform, their average age is about 40 today on our platform, right? So typically these are people who already bought their own house, home loan is over, and they're looking at making the second, third, fourth investment into real estate for capital preservation standpoint, right? They already have a good exposure with equities and they don't want another equity. So REITs unfortunately is being perceived more as another equity investment. That's point number one because of its volatility nature. REITs is also where you don't have access to which property it is, who are my tenants, what are the rent. Let's take Embassy REIT, because to keep the REIT price high, they need to maintain certain rents. Otherwise performance fee to the fund managers will not come, right? So what REITs are typically doing, like say Manyata Tech Park, which is one of the largest portfolio in Embassy REIT, out of 13 million, 4 million is empty and they've gone out because they're getting cheaper rents also at the same time, right? For us, my investors are interested in making 12, 13, 14% overall return as such and get consistent. So अगर 100 रुपए के बदले 90 भी आ रहा है तो मेरे को return मिल रहा है, that's more important, right? Third, REITs have hotel assets under their platform, have solar assets, have the ability to invest in under construction assets. So there's another risk which you have associated with that as well. We have no idea कि इसमें rent आएगा नहीं आएगा, what will happen also at the same time. But in a nutshell, if you see, REIT is just a way the larger funds can exit out of their investment. Today, जैसे प्राइवेट इक्विटी वर्ल्ड में सॉफ्ट बैंक को खरीदने वाला और कौन है? तो जब तक वो रिटेल को चिपकाएगा नहीं वो निकलेगा नहीं, राइट? So same way the larger funds like Blackstone, JSEs, etc. if they don't reach out, who the hell is going to buy them out unless retail don't come in, right? So you see the interest is going to be that they'll juice out the maximum and come to you, which is now the trends, right? Gone are the trends earlier where wealth creation used to happen. अपने को बजाज जैसी कंपनी, टीवीएस जैसी कंपनी आज नहीं मिलती, आज फ्लिपकार्ट, पेटीएम जैसी कंपनी मिलती है जो जूस आउट करके आपको स्टॉक प्राइस लाके देगा, and there's no value left for a retail investor to come and create value out of their investment. So that's the clear big differentiation around that.
Hello, Bhaiya. Myself Gaurav here. I never knew that retail rental income was so fascinating because every time you used to calculate the interest, it was just 4 to 5%. So how does your company manage to get an interest rate of 8 to 12% in rental business, rental yield? And my second question is, I was curious to know what's your qualification. And the third thing what I wanted to ask is, many new ways of investing is coming out, and the problem with which we face is we don't know how to get linked with such people. Can you suggest me a good way to get linked? This question is for both. The third one.
So generally commercial real estate gives 8-9%. You should know the power of negotiation. That is number one. Second, when you have a collective bargaining capability, right? आज 50 करोड़ की या 100 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी खरीदने के बायर्स कितने मार्केट में, right? इसी रूम में मैं 2 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी लाऊंगा, I'll get 20-30 people saying I'll buy it. यही 200 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी में maybe 1-2 buyers at max, right? So which means if it's 1-2 buyers, which means demand is less, supply is more. So which means I get a better bargaining power also at the same time, right? So that is the ability where I'm able to generate better returns because I'm the only one who can give 100-200 crores in a month's time. So typically for us to fund like 100 crore property on our platform, it takes 15 days tops. तो मैं लीगल वेरिफिकेशन करके जब लिस्टिंग करता हूँ, फ्रॉम लिस्टिंग टू रजिस्ट्रेशन मेरा 2 से 3 हफ्ता लगता है एट मैक्स. कोई भी HNI जिसके पास जिसको 200 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी खरीदनी है उसको मिनिमम 3 से 6 महीने चाहिए फॉर हिम टू लिक्विडेट हिज इन्वेस्टमेंट्स एंड कम. सो सेलर्स अंडरस्टैंड द टाइम वैल्यू ऑफ मनी एज वेल and they can't fool around with us because I know the data, I know the price which is going on. ये है, I come with rationale to him and tell him this is the price. There's no way I can pay you a premium because it's rational to me, right? It's binary, 0 or 1, as simple. ये price चल रहा है, मैं ये price दूंगा. चलो 5% deal making के लिए ऊपर नीचे हो सकती है, but it can't be a 15-20% increment in value, right? So 8-9% in commercial is the least you get. Chennai market is 7% unfortunately, and because it's a lot of cash driven market as well. But you talk about Hyderabad's also 7% because of cash market. By the way, Pune market, Bangalore, it's as 9% market because there's no cash in that economy. And when there's no cash, there's no business, there are more end users, which allows rental returns to be that much because the guideline value is on par with the market value in certain markets, unlike Chennai, which has those kind of issues. Education qualification, see Marwadi, so you get in the blood to how to do business. You don't need to learn from anybody as such, but I'm a lawyer. I've done law, was into private equity prior to this, where I used to do legal work for these things. So what Strata is ideally nothing but just a legally well structured product. I understand the pain point of my investors, that what they want, and I've created a product as such. So what I'm doing is something which people have been doing in an unorganized manner. Friends have bought properties together. It's just that we've done it in a more organized manner, used and understood the power of data and brought it to a platform and build a platform. Can you start this tomorrow? Absolutely yes. There's nothing which is stopping you from doing it tomorrow and build your platform. Just that we feel it takes time for it to build trust, and pandemic was our reason why we did it faster. If pandemic नहीं होता मैं भी आज शायद 200 में ही होता, 700 में नहीं होता. इसीलिए अगर रिसेशन आ रहा है तो मैं 7 का 7,000 हो जाऊँगा. So for us, I would say in our business, our timing of our business has been amazing. No one better to ask for it. So that's the thing. And maybe the third one. What was your question? Sorry. How do you identify?
The answer is very simple. You can visit our website pmsbazaar.com. No, honestly, we have given all the information. We have made it very simple.
Otherwise, generally keep writing to them. Most of these investment platforms have managers who can call up and check. But then, it's about how do you find these platforms? Know that such a thing exists. That's the thing. You don't know what you don't travel outside Chennai. I can work on travel outside. Great, thank you.
Thank you, speakers. That was truly a very, very informative yet engaging session. Yes, sir, please. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, going ahead with our next speaker for the day. All right, so Mr. Vijay Hebar. So Vijaya Manakargod, Senior VP and Global Head Business, is responsible for implementing and overseeing the company's global business policies, objectives, and drive blockchain, metaverse, Web 3.0, and NFT adoption across the globe. Over 20 years of technology and management experience in different functional areas of the organization, passionate about deploying emerging technologies while ensuring outstanding customer satisfaction. In his past career, he held the position of Director, Digital Transformation in EY and Head of Sales, Thomson Reuters. His passion to weekend agriculture has led to develop successful coffee and pepper plantation. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Vijay Hebar, Senior Vice President and Global Head Sales and Marketing from Bangalore. So let's put our hands together. And I request Mr. Nishant Charadia to join us onto the dais and honor our speaker for the day. Small token of love and gratitude, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us. It's indeed a pleasure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the topic is going to be for the session, emerging technology driver for business growth.
So we understood just after the lunch how to make money. Now it is, I'm going to make it little uncomfortable. What can disrupt you all of this? Good. First of all, thanks for having me here. So I'll just talk about, first of all, I don't have anything to sell for you guys because we are into a little different business. But I'll just summarize my learning. It's been 20 years, every 3 years, some new technology I've been working. I'm fortunate to go through the wind of the customer, technology needs. So few years back I was working largely on robotics. Now I'm working on some new technologies such as metaverse and blockchain. But I won't restrict myself what I have made hand dirty because I was given an understanding that you guys are very good in business. There is no certification is needed. I know it's a Marwadi community. But I try to summarize what I felt while working with my customer, some of the technology disruptions which came up in the last 1 year of discussion, especially post-COVID. So which would influence some of your business strategy. So I touch upon all of those and then little deep into what I have made hand dirty in blockchain and metaverse. So first part is I'll talk about some of the trends changing around smart devices. Nothing new. But in 2022, we have seen so much adoption of too many new smart devices. So it could be in home robotics. I have never thought so much of home robotics could be in place in India. Yesterday also I had been to a couple of houses for some relatives' house. I just found nice robotics functioning for cleaning and different requirements. But I'm not referring only to that IoT devices is going to take more and more place, and you need to think through in your business model what can actually disrupt big time. For example, I do weekend in agriculture. People who are challenging that without a labor you cannot run an agriculture. We have done enough experiment with IoT device and drones and so on, how we can use some of these smart devices to a significant level. Even just before this I was talking to Mahesh who help me to get in here. So in every space you have to think of what can disrupt smart devices, what can disrupt your existing business model. Certainly I can see that every area where labor is involved, India is becoming more expensive. No more India is a cheap labor country. For labor advantage people will land here. More than a cheap, consistency is an issue. So please keep an eye on what is the new device is erupting which could actually kind of disrupt. So I'll just touch up briefly on each one of these before I go to deep into some of my favorite areas. The second area which is on the horizon for a long time. You must have got bored of this, seeing this robotics, AI and machine learning. See, but in 2022 it actually accelerated further. So it is never, particularly robotics was referred in earlier smart device, but here I am referring more of a smart device. For example, most of the service industries, somebody told me yesterday that I think Nitin was mentioning that service industry people will be here as well. Service industry, whatever you are doing repetitive, even Divyesh was referring in GST, I think tax technology, most he was referring was actually the robotics of the smart, the software part of it, where any repetitive task, software code will be able to work like a human. For example, for mail reading, I'm in an office, I get thousands of emails. I don't read mails anymore. So my email will be read by a bot. By and large, it will reply standard if it is a standard answer. Only if it is exception, it will come to my another message box, which I will read. So, it is earlier was not probably possible. Now these kind of, technologies are making very big difference. So that be aware, in service industry, if you are hiring a person, think to hire a robotics probably for more. It is cheaper. So it's going to change the model very differently. Same is with AI and machine learning. Machine learning is not very big rocket science. So once you start understanding the pattern, people will be able to repetitively code on its own. So that's another change you can expect in your traditional. Again, this is nothing new, but adoption is further enhancing. In the sense, the reason I brought it is, it's not soon dying. It's likely to be in the horizon, and adoption is going to increase. Now, another very important thing is a computing power. See, there are certain technologies, including the metaverse, which I am going to talk probably in the later stage, is waiting for a 5G internet. And all of us have got some in metros 5G cable, some decent connections, but most of us need to be aware that 5G is going to come directly with satellite, even in the remote. It is going to remove the dependency of the towers. Now 5G is going to make a big impact in my assessment to real estate. I don't know where is the gentleman. Okay. So it is actually going to make a big impact on, this is our assessment. So he may have different data points. So at the end of the day, you don't have any difference of whatever you can do virtually, be it running hospital, be it running universities. You can run virtual universities. Once the 5G is on, you will have such a bandwidth that you don't have to send your daughter or son to Texas or probably, Florida or some other country for education. So more or less universities may become more and more virtual for higher studies. And we might have to just meet like office, how we meet hybrid once a month. Probably students will also meet professors once a month for some hi-bye. So that is likely to happen. In my 20 years, whatever I thought will take longer time, it happened in a very short span. So don't assume today by hearing it may take longer time, because for me, it has always been a shocker. So it could actually mean in supply chain many things. For example, with this kind of internet, smaller towns can have gooder access to online retail, which was not possible even up to 4G. So now if it is a satellite direct internet, so the last mile even retail modeling, business model change, we should be ready. So this is another thing is certain about it. And again, all of us have heard, I am just trying to reinforce so that probably, you can remember all of these things when you go home in your business, what is the change you need to get ready. So I'm just giving some different data points. This is a third one. And the fourth one is 3D printing. Many of us have a small scale, like morning, today I took Shatabdi to reach Chennai from Bangalore. So next guy was actually running a chemical factory for pharmaceutical company from Indore. So incidentally he missed the flight and he had to take Shatabdi with me. So he was saying essentially whatever the manufacturing he was doing with people, it's his dad business. Incidentally, he's another Marwadi. So 30 30 years they run the business. Now somebody came and gave a proposal that the whole things can be replaced with 3D printing manufacturing setup, where the entire IP can be put into a mechanism where it is just like a printing machine, the goods can be produced. And again, you have heard of it. Earlier I was thinking this can be used only for building, constructing a building. Everybody was talking that, building construction can be used in probably 3D. But now it looks like even larger manufacturing units, they will be closer to supply. Suppose if I am an auto OEM, every factory outside probably I can get small unit, 3D printing unit, and it will manufacture and supply there itself. So that logistics cost will reduced. That looks like is probably is not very far. I think just try to keep an eye on this, because this is another fourth disruptor. I am not saying this is actually new. I am saying because I have seen in the adoption curve good acceleration in 2022. So that means it is going to increase further. It is not going to die. Any of these not going to fail. So now is another is genomics. I think all of you know that climate change is a big change, right? I have something on climate change as well. So, but because of this, there are a lot of diseases unpredictable in the crops, and because every pattern changes, not just for human. Of course, COVID also could be. We don't know. There could be some discussion that it's part of the climate change, though there is a China myth behind, unknown myth. But the reality is, for crops, there could be, there are some diseases with the change in the gene, they are able to predict better. So there is a prediction that food could also be an extra, we will have an overproduction than the required. I think many countries, like when I was small, when I was going to school, we were talking about shortage of food. And now world is worried about excess supply of food. So now with this technology, what we need to keep in mind is, what will happen to the land which we are using for the crop growth, because many people are investing in real estate assuming this crop will grow only in this area, and or this is actually seasonal because of this rain pattern. So all this may overcome, so that if you are investing in some type of a pattern, please keep this, genomics in mind, that some crops, at least I know for sure, Pepper Research Board in India, I come from Western Ghats area. Pepper Research Board actually, because of the rain pattern, some sudden disease will come. They work with this gene modification where it can address this. So then there is going to be an excess production of pepper. So there could be a supply of, there could be a dip of the price. So if you are a trader, you need to keep in mind. So the topic which is very important is what can disrupt our investment pattern and existing business. Both, I think, I could correlate with one example. Maybe you can correlate in your area which your crop you are dealing, what can disrupt. So the next technology, which is new energy solution. This is very interesting. Last 12 months I heard it too much. One of the recent example of this week is, I was talking to one body very recent. Now any manufacturer, if you are based in any part of India, there is a compulsion from 2023 January, if you are an exporter, particularly to Europe, you need to manufacture your goods, be it cloth or any goods, using renewable energy, and you have to prove it to a buyer that you have used a renewable energy to a 30%, I think start with, I think gradually they are increasing it to 70%. So you can't take the power from your grid, which is probably produced out of coal or some other source which is emitting carbon to climate, and export. If you export, they'll take the product, but they'll tax you 50% more. That means you becomes uncompetitive in the market. So for that, what you need to do is you need to have, there are a lot of energy solutions are coming. For example, you need to buy renewable energy somewhere in Leh or Ladakh or in Rajasthan, some land. Let's say you can quickly look at the patterns. I was just mentioning, like in Rajasthan, some land where you can put up solar plant. Somebody can actually sell that to grid there, but you have a manufacturing unit in Chennai. It is still okay to prove that you have purchased there, but it is moving to a grid. But here actually you are drawing from the grid which is used by some other source. So now there are many, that way you can understand the pattern of investment, new trend which is going to emerge around the alternative technologies. That is why this whole electric vehicles, alternative wind, anything to do with, for example, I work with one Canadian company. They make actually some lamp for an whole of African continent using wind. It was not commercially viable for a long time. It was patented technology by that guy. But suddenly, because of the climate change, because of the carbon credit which he can generate, you might have heard a concept called carbon credit, where if you would have not had this renewable energy, you would have alternatively used some diesel, petrol, kerosene, coal, some other method of lamp in that country, which would actually contribute to some carbon to society, the environment. So instead, if you use this lamp, now the Western world, particularly European and American companies, will buy voluntary carbon credit and they pay for it. So essentially you are selling the lamps which is not earlier commercially viable, but now it is commercially viable because of the carbon credit. So there is something carbon credit is playing, these kind of economic, so the ESG component, environmental, social and governance components are changing the business model. So which was unknown. So these new energy solutions are on the horizon. So we have to keep that in mind whatever we plan. In fact, this is true for every company. See, I go to some technology companies like Microsoft for discussion. When I ask for some big hardware for running a software, they say, I'm shocked to see their questions say how much it actually consumes power, they ask. Earlier, when we were asking for server, nobody was asking how much of power it consumes. Now they say, no, we have a goal internally to reduce power consumption on which actually adds to carbon footprint because it is a corporate commitment. So we don't want to add a new server. So I'm just giving this one example. That means actually world is becoming more conscious. It is practical. I was thinking it is too theoretical. It is no more theoretical. So be conscious in your business model. Only don't think of too much only practical cost of, somebody was said, Ashish, cost accountant. Don't think only cost of manufacturing. There is lot of ESG components is playing in the business model and new energy solutions are playing key role in the business modeling. Next thing is actually quantum computing. See, quantum computing is again nothing new, but now from if you see this today's to earlier days conference to now recent days conference, right? Now you are all hosting it on YouTube. That means this much of data is getting created, right? Earlier we used to come and present something in orally and then we used to go. Now everything is data generated business. Everything is digital. Everything is data we are storing. Now this data is huge, especially videos are huge. Now it requires huge, kind of analytics, not I would say data analytics, this kind of pattern checking. For example, I know I have involved in one project where kind of companies like Netflix, they can even see you when you are watching the movie, which part of the movie you like the most. And that, entire movie they are analyzing. And they are also analyzing your emotions, clicks, reactions, everything. And those kind of emotions in what type of movies are available, they can actually list you. Okay. It was earlier available only with text and some keywords. This was available earlier also. But now they are able to do the pattern matching with the huge videos, which is why this quantum computing is taking off. And this is likely to be reality in another 24 months. Every cloud service provider will provide this. So you will have the huge advantage of, what I mean is actually you can actually use bias behavior, your riding behaviors, images, start recommending your products. These kind of many things can happen. Your eating habits in restaurants, what type of that images can actually recommend, some patterns. These are all actually can drive some of the business models. Then is the datafication. This is nothing new. I will not take much time. Datafication is, but this is within the enterprise. Everybody stores. This is a continued pattern. We were thinking it's a old story. Probably we will move to something else, but datafication is continued journey. We have seen that entire Sudarshan business model is around datafication. Those kind of many models are going to come, but I'll tell you what is going to disrupt that model as well, so that you are probably will be aware of the next thing what is going to come around that. So next big thing which is happening is a digital trust. Why I'm saying is digital trust is, today everybody is worried about privacy. While there are data, analytics, everything is available, we have no privacy, right? The moment I leave this venue, any restaurant, it will give immediately in Google, you must have seen that is this restaurant is good, it will ask. Okay, so that means Google is tracking better than my wife, isn't it? So, isn't it, where I am, what I am doing. So these are all nothing new, but what's happening is eventually people are more conscious of what data they want to share. So this is, we all have seen this website called general website, right? For example, PMS Bazaar is a normal website where you see the content. Now there is a new generation of website is coming, which involves technology called Web 3.0, where the user who is coming will not accept your cookies blindly. He will give authorization, what is the data you can store in your website. So the control is with the user. So there is huge business disruption is likely to happen. Many aggregators, Make My Trip can't recommend now ticket anymore in another 2 months. So, 2 years. So, these are all conscious technology changes are happening. So if you are developing some business which is based on this AI, which is easily available using, scrapping the data on the surface, which is also going to die. So I am going to say that the trend is evolved, and also you should see how it is going to die, and the next trend on Web 3.0 is come. Then second thing is which is happening is on the digital trust is mostly people storing the data immutably. Today if you look at, you go to bank, so these are all very new concept. If you go to bank is actually storing your data in their server. That means you are trusting their server. What is the guarantee that bank itself will survive? And why do I first trust their server? Right? So now I will keep money in State Bank of India. Now I am trusting their server. So my app I will see, okay, my good 10 lakh deposit is there, I feel good. But what if they suddenly something in their control, somebody else take over? That's why this blockchain has played a major role in the finance. Now I am working with some of the client in the US where there is no bank. Anybody who is involved, both depositor and as well as borrower, will be on a blockchain platform, but bank will only set the rules. What is actually lending percentage, what is the KYC formula, what are the governing laws, in the form of something called smart contract, which means the most likely the intermediaries, including bank, will have no role in some of the key areas where there is only an administration and trust is going to play the role. The entire banking business model or insurance business model is purely on the trust and the governance layer. That is moving to a digital trust with the technology called blockchain. If this is going to happen now, I'll tell you, government may not implement blockchain very fast because they will have no role to corruption then if they implement this. But sooner or later, slowly people will, implement in every area where there is a governance rule is just, in my business, I am only having some governance rule, which is basically what rate I have to borrow by deposit, what rate I have to give loan, and what is the recovery percentage, how I have to recover, these kind of rules I have to define. Better than the banking system, this blockchain system works very well. So this digital trust is likely to disrupt the big thing in the world. And I'm going to take, because this is where actually I've been working in the last 1 year, so I can give a little more use case. In all other companies, most of you have seen morning session that's something called as e-invoicing, right? E-invoice matching. So in e-invoice matching, what happens is there are two companies, which is one is a seller, one is a buyer. Both will upload and match. Now with the digital trust, what governments are doing in different countries, okay, don't do this also. Please don't use any software in your company. use something called Network Resource Manager instead of ERP, Enterprise Resource Manager. Use something called Network Resource Manager. You just log into a blockchain-based Network Resource Manager platform, which is immutable and nobody can change. Perform your transaction, whatever you want to do. There is a facility to perform your transaction. In company, you will do buy and sell. Everybody will be on the same platform with the private security, so that you are on a single platform. So that means the next level of disruption is happening already, that we may not have to use independent software within the enterprise for many purposes only. We may just log into some network of community developed platform. We will use the technology for transaction and pay per transaction, and essentially we will be just enjoying, but everything is reconciled and everything is transparent. So, but you will have still privacy, means your data cannot be seen by others because the technology is like that. I may not be able to cover that in very detail, but that's the kind of disruption we are anticipating, and it can happen in big time in some areas to start with. For example, we are seeing in sustainability area, there is a huge adoption of blockchain. Like that, easily some areas will pick up, and eventually for entire supply chain it will come. And that is what is the global dream as well, so that people don't lose revenue. Then it becomes even more challenging for income tax and indirect tax, how you are going to track transaction. So this is essentially on how digital trust can disrupt next level of business. See, technology adoption is all these years we have done. Now we are looking at different type of disruptions, including the digital trust. Now, the most interesting part, which is actually the next part, which is extended reality or metaverse. We heard from Sudarshan that you had to invest in real estate, right? In my view, people started already investing in, we were watching 1 year back that we want to buy a plot in Mars, all those kind of things. But now it is actually people are buying plot in real time in something called metaverse. So what is that metaverse? I'll give you a small example. See, metaverse is nothing but, all of us are last 2 years, 3 years, we were sitting in a home. But still we want to visit a mall. How do we visit a mall? We want to get an experience. Visiting mall and eating and meeting friends, it's all experience. Am I right? So people have thought how to create this experience virtually. So basically the metaverse is nothing but an extended AR and VR, where people can actually meet, greet, experience together. So here what big brands are doing is, most of the Fortune 500s, what they are doing is, they are creating a real estate called mall, and in the mall actually you can host a shops, and in the shops one guy can probably sell cloth, second guy can sell a jewelry, third guy can sell clock, and they want to make sure that that mall is very popular, and there are some emerging malls as well in the market, and people are already reserving one shop in that, and they are paying for that, and you can resell that as well. So people are not buying plot anymore in roadside, because anyhow if 5G is coming, that's why I connected all the things. You imagine if 5G is coming, you are in some virtual world, and everything is going to happen in virtual. So why do you need actually in the metro city a big shopping mall? This is actually a reality. You can Google whatever I say and make some research, and there are YouTube very good videos. You can actually quickly understand in 2-3 minutes how the malls are functioning. But I just want to add why this is very important. See, when Nitin and Hemant ji has called me that please come for this session, I immediately said yes, because I was not sure how many more years physical sessions will happen. So, because the way in our office, one of the customer actually, we are doing one project. How we are doing a project is, we felt more or less employee is not going to come. At least I am trying to get all my employees to office, they are not coming. So we are kind of creating incentives for once a week, at least you come and meet us, so we feel good about you. So those kind of situation we are in, right? At least in the IT world, in being in Bangalore, that's what I feel. Now what is likely to happen is, we have to get the work done, right? So one of our client came to us and said, please create some meeting room where you create some avatars. Avatars means each employees will create an artificial avatar, and once calendar is blocked, that virtual room they can enter, each one of them, and you can operate with the gadgets like you are raising hand, talking, everything like a table only. You feel you are all sitting in the table and talking and interacting, just like one can get up and write, pad and everything. We are about to finish this project. Once we go live, probably I'll share some link. See, this is going to be the reality. And so that means more or less we will continue to sit and where we are, and we will be working like a virtual essentially meeting room. So this is going to take a big hit, the success of this. This is not only us as a company, we as a Cripsy Technologies, this is not only us, 100 other companies in the world is doing this. And in my view, this will lead to big time disruption of university business. All private universities will land. Hospitals business will do, because I'll tell you, I am working with one London-based hospital for mental health for this. Because of the COVID, people have gone through different mind issues in the, sitting at home. They wanted to create, some mental health care metaverse hospital. So we started working with them. In fact, that project also at an interesting stage. The patient can walk in and come to a counseling room. Like I am an avatar, I feel I can walk in, and I have some videos as well. If time permits, I'll see. And I'll come to counseling room, I'll say that, no, I am feeling getting bored, I just get suddenly angry, I become angry because of the mood swing, sitting in the, 2 years in the home. Now I feel I am doing something different. So doctors will come virtually again, and he will explain what you need to do for that. One of the medicine he will give is probably daily take 6 to 7 p.m. On the, riverside, walk with the dog. So how will he walk with the dog? Because he is sitting at the home. So we have created another room, so he can pay little more $1 and take a virtual dog and walk and exactly get the feelings of, you are walking on the riverside. And you feel very relaxed, and you will get the same music, and you will get, and these are all actually a story for me 3 years, 4 years back, like people used to write an article. And now we are almost nearing that, and that company, one of the promoters is in India, he wanted to launch this in India as well. And it has been already invested by some of the investors who invested in Make My Trip, Snapdeal, all these, they think this mental health hospital virtual is going to fly in India, because unknowingly we will have mental diseases because of the pattern in which, we work over time. See, this is another big disruption. So you look at now what will happen to healthcare, right? This is the second thing. And another very important thing was happening in the hotel industry. See, hotel industry, what is happening is like many of us, one is a hotel industry disruption, physical assets. For example, I have a very nice beach hotel in Mahabalipuram. I am not able to attract, the customers. One, I want to figure out a way how I can create a virtual experience. Same room, I can charge for 1,000 rupees one virtual one-day living experience. Similar, I will create a virtual replica. So I, being a persona, avatar, I will enter into that room. I feel like living there, but there is a small amount. If you feel good, you can upgrade yourself to actual room to Mahabalipuram. That is one of the model. Second very important model is actually selling virtually itself. There are many companies are doing. For example, recently we work with a company, Skoda. All automakers are making. If you go to Google, their specific product models. You may not buy the actual BMW, but you can get actually NFT of the BMW, and you can get the experience of the BMW in the virtual metaverse. That itself it's a feel good factor. So these are big business trend is happening. And one of the thing which is I have seen happening in the recruitment. See, many intermediaries, I'll take one last example. So in the recruitment industry, there is this is actually, because why I want to bring is actually that is a Chennai based company. They are working with us. See, historically they were all recruiting, and you know how recruitment industry works, right? People will charge 1 month salary, 2 months salary, deploy to working force. But now this metaverse, how it is doing is, like you can actually, all the people who has a skill, they can actually come to metaverse as an avatar and pass an exam and qualify to a certain skill. Then if you are hiring, actually you can enter an avatar. As an interviewer, you can look at what kind of people you need. You can meet them instantly. Now you see what happens is, you need to send a resume, you need to actually review it, read it, understand it, it takes long time to meet that person. And here actually virtually you can meet instantly candidate. You can even hire that person, conduct the interview, hire the person, everything is possible. So I think these are actually near to reality. So in that sense, what I am saying is, the many technologies in the COVID, at least some of these I have captured so far 10, I don't know whether you have counted. These 10 technologies, at least I am seeing, is only killing more and more intermediaries. The intermediaries including the banks, intermediaries including anybody person who is adding little more data analytics values. So essentially we need to be straight into the end business. What is the end delivery we are giving? For example, in case of in case of metaverse for training, it's only content and directly student. There is no in between value for infrastructure which was historically created for the building. So keep an eye. I'm sure this trend is going to continue, and you can actually Google around these 10 things and then figure out all these 10 things, how it can impact in your business. If you need any personal guidance, what it can impact, you can reach out to me. I can tell you, probably I was a consultant for a long time. I can actually predict based on these 10 things how your business can get disrupted in the next 12 to 18 months. So that's all I had it for now, and just want to pause if you have any specific questions, because it is too many new jargons. It's not easy to digest in such a short session, because each one we used to take an hours together. Any specific questions? Yeah, absolutely. That's perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. It was amazing. Like I can correlate with you. Similar experience. So where do you see the India's adoption in this in next 5 years, 10 years than the global standards?
Okay, this is one thing I wanted to cover. Thanks you. See, I don't care about what Indians are going to use. What I care is when you say India adoption is, this opens up even a college boy a global opportunity. See, if you are selling something on a metaverse, your market is whole world. You are a consultant for something. Let us say you are a consultant for ESG compliance. Let's say Nitin is running ESG compliance services from Chennai. ESG rule across the world is same. You can actually cater to a client who is sitting in South America, Peru, in no time, and you can get to meet him in person in virtual metaverse. You can ask the client to come, interact. You don't have to, unlike earlier, travel to Peru and meet that guy and convince what is your credential. For India, I am telling you, it is a golden opportunity, all these disruptions. This is where Western world is worried about India, because world is becoming more flat with this. We don't have to even travel to convince our capacity and credential. That's where I feel, as a consumer, whether we use or not, as a seller, we will definitely adopt, so that we become global. Hope I addressed. Yes, please.
Thanks for the session, sir. So we can see many influential businessmen and philanthropists talk against cryptocurrency and NFTs. Like recently, Bill Gates told that it's based on a greater fool theory just last week. So what do you say about that?
Yeah, perfect. So I think I don't dispute. Currency is different. Many people think all this technology with crypto. Crypto is a notional value. Keep it aside. Take the best out of what is coming in your hand. When you are actually on blockchain or metaverse, you don't have to deal with cryptocurrency. You can even run with fiat currency. It's a misconception that you need to use a crypto for everything. Okay. First of all, crypto is an opportunity people use to mint. Generally, people always, when the technology comes, first figure out how to misuse, then slowly figure out how to use. So probably I think that crypto is probably that is the way. But metaverse is going to pick up. I'll tell you why. Please don't kind of ignore why. First, all of us unknowingly, my mom and grandfather and grandmother, they don't know how to use phone, but they know how to use Facebook. They don't know how to use phone. If I ask them to dial me, they'll say, no, I don't know, please dial. They'll give it to my daughter. But if I ask how to see some photo, Facebook images, some relatives, pictures, they'll nicely know how to scroll and see. And now first person who is introducing metaverse is Facebook. That's why they renamed their company as a Meta. Okay. Now what will happen is, I was just giving an example, Mahesh, very soon, now currently you can connect to someone as a friend and you can post image and actually message. Now very soon what Facebook will do is, you can create, if I am in my home, actually I can create my home lobby. If you are a friend, you can actually enter my home lobby only. I can actually reject, hold on, you don't enter my home. And then feel like you are sitting next to him and talking. That is what Facebook is trying to create. When Facebook is going to educate everybody about metaverse, please remember how your business is going to change. So that is why adoption is 100% is going to happen, even though there are some negative notions about crypto. Go with positives, ignore negatives. Any other questions? Yes, please. I don't know whether I have a time to take.
All right, can we be a little faster? So last question for the session.
Okay,
Then we are.
And different things. Can you, in short, explain in easy words what is exactly blockchain?
See, blockchain is basically a decentralized, if you understand database, basically database is in the one person custody, there's some server it is there. If it is blockchain is simply, in simple word, every transaction you make, whoever is the party is involved, everybody will have the set of the database, copy of the database, but they can only read what is related to him. So that means nobody can delete and alter or hijack. That's why it is secure. That's the simple in blockchain. Does that make sense? Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I'll take offline your question because there should be venue for next one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for such a fruitful and engaging session. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Mr. Vijay Hebbar? So we have one more last speaker for the session, but before that, we are breaking for 10 minutes. We are going to have a small break, so requesting all of you to kindly gather inside the hall in another 10 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test.
Check. Good evening, everybody. Requesting all of you to kindly assemble inside the hall. We are about to begin our next speaker session. So once again, requesting all of you to kindly come inside the hall and get settled down. Thank you. Chris Srikanth is a trainer, therapist, researcher, author, coach working in the field of growth and development for the last 3 decades. A lifelong learner, you will either find him with a book or attending a program or listening to a podcast. That's nice. He brings his leadership in challenging situations such as preventing takeovers of his client companies or coaching players to get into the Indian cricket team or resolving large business family disputes, or teaching students of a premier management institutions to learn faster than what got them there in the first place. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for this very multi-talented personality who's going to have the session on transition of family business to next generation. So yes, to do the honors, may I call upon Mr. Satish Kothari to felicitate with a small token of love and gratitude. Could we please request Mr. Satish Kothari to join us onto the stage? And yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our speaker, our very energetic and vibrant speaker for the day, Mr. Krish Srikanth. Business family mentor, life and executive coach, organizational consultant from Chennai.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Okay. Yeah, so good afternoon. It's been a long time since I've come to a public forum. It's always been virtual, you know. When Vijay Hebbar was saying, it looked like we needed to get a virtual metaverse now only going forward. So if this is the last of the sessions, it will be interesting here to do it. I noticed a lot of people, I think one of the things the pandemic has done is it's given a confusion for most people, because most people I saw that when the speaker was speaking, they were also busy with the phone. Now I'm not sure whether they were watching the speaker via YouTube or they were watching what was the latest WhatsApp forward that somebody had sent. Okay. Somebody was even putting it on high volume and listening it. I could get to hear it. Okay. So I decided, I said, you know what? I'm going to get this thing and I'm going to walk around like my old school teacher used to do. Okay. So then if somebody is watching something interesting on YouTube, then let me also stand and enjoy that. Okay. Why only you should enjoy watching it? Okay. I look like an idiot coming here and speaking and you look like a great person sitting here. So wherever I see people are taking their phone and urgently taking a message, I'm going to run quickly and find out what was that urgent message that could not wait, you know. So, as you all know, I work as a business family mentor. Now, how many of you understand what a business family mentor is? Please raise your hands if you understand what a business family mentor is. One, kya karte hai sab? What does a business family mentor do? Yeah, but why do you need a guide? Guide kyun karte hain? I'll tell you how a business family mentor happens, okay? A business family mentor gets into a business family when the business family starts having a trouble that they can't handle inside. जब उनके अंदर प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है कि वो खुद ब खुद हैंडल नहीं कर पाते हैं एंड उनको बाहर के इंटरवेंशन की जरूरत पड़ती है, then the business family mentor comes in. Now, it's either the business family mentor comes in or you go to court. You get my point? If you don't do it with the business family mentor, then what happens is then you'll have to fight it out in the particular court. Now, when Group Captain Vijay asked me to come, he said that, Krish, I'd like you to bring one of your clients. I was a little hesitant. I had to explain to him that most of my clients are in the top 100 business families in India. It'll be very difficult to convince them to come to this. So he was very kind. He said, at least make sure that you give a proper case study. I said, yes, I'll give a proper case study for those of you who are interested. Although once in a similar conference, one of my colleagues, he made a proper case study for a particular client of his, and after that the client refused to work with them after that, saying that you gave away our confidential information for everybody's consumption, so we will not do anything. Okay, very famous legal firm. So what I will do is, I will give you information of the business families without naming those business families. Okay, now who they are and whether you can guess who they are, that's up to you, but I didn't tell you which business family it is. Do you get what I'm saying? Okay, so first and foremost, how many of you are in business? Please raise your hands if you're in business. Okay, there are a couple of people on the phone, so I think you're very busy doing business. How many of you are not doing your business? Employed? Okay, all right, full-time employment, very good. Okay, half of them will be MMA people. Okay, so that will be an important thing to see. How many of you are not students or not employed, unemployed, but students? Okay, very nice, interesting, good group of students. Please get to listen, it will be something useful for you, all right? So, first and foremost, one of the things I always look at is when somebody calls me and says, can you come and advise and do business family mentorship with us? the first thing I'll ask them is, do you have a business or do you have a self-employment? That's the first question I ask. आपके पास धंधा है या self-employment है? And they'll ask, what is the difference? The difference is, if you take a vacation, see, for example, if I take a vacation from my work, okay, 6 months if I take a vacation, I can promise you for 6 months there'll be no revenue whatsoever. Do you get my point? So can your business run without you? If the person says, no, it cannot run without me, then I will say, I am very sorry, you don't have a business, you've got something else, all right, till you can make it a business, or if you want some guidance to move it from what we call as self-employment to business, I can guide you in that, but you don't have a business to start with, okay? So, first and first point is, you cannot do any business family mentoring with a structure of a business which is dependent on you, your uncle and your father going to the business first thing in the morning. Okay, I've got a cousin who's married into a very popular refreshment company in Bombay called Vig's Refreshment. They're very famous for serving Sindhi food in Chembur. Okay, now it's been 20 years where the family members have been trying to convince the head of the family that please allow us to open more branches. And he says, no, only where I will go and sit in the shop and I can make sure that I'm interacting with the clients and I can make sure that the quality of the dal that is purchased is good, only then I will do it. So with great difficulty, because he got a stroke and he was a little bit out of action, they quickly opened 2 branches. Okay. So now it's become what we call as a business. Alright. Because now you've got other people deployed here. So do you get that first and important thing? Okay. First make sure whether you have a business or you have self-employment. The litmus test, if you take a break from the business for 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, will it continue to run as it ran earlier? That's the first point. We all clear about that? Okay. Now, when we get into business families and all, and when there are troubles that happen and we get into it, by the way, I got into it by complete accident. Okay, I never got into saying that I'm going to be a business family mentor or whatever it is. I went in as a life coach, therapist. I used to train a lot of sports people. One of my clients happened to be a very rich sports person, and then when I was coaching him, he said, there's some problem going on with my family. Can you help with my family? So I said, fine. I went, I had a good talk. Now the kind of person I am, you know the kind of person I am, no? अगर मेरी बात कोई सुनता नहीं मैं तो चला जाता हूँ, ठीक है ना? So when I went and all the family members were all having a commotion, I said, मैं तो जा रहा हूँ. I'm not going to sit and listen to all this nonsense, all right? So very soon everybody started listening, and within half a day we solved the problem. Big property issue, we solved it. Now, the problem is the family didn't tell me that there were 3 billionaires in the family, 6 multi-millionaires in the family. It's a total family of 11 brothers and sisters, okay? So within 6 months, what happened is, they all went back and told their brothers and sisters and uncles and aunts and all this stuff. And within 6 months, I was getting calls from every family that was there in Delhi and Bombay, can you come and resolve our problem and all this stuff. So I used to do this for quite some time. So I used to go, talk, do that. The most interesting was where I went to arbitrate with 3 brothers, okay? And the 3rd brother was going on shouting, ye karna hai, wo karna hai. I said, nahi, we will do this and all this stuff. And the night I come back to the hotel, I get a very interesting call from him. He says, आपको मालूम है मैं आपको क्या कर सकता हूँ? मैं क्या करोगे? कल आप नहीं रहेंगे धरती पे, तो फिर कहाँ रहेंगे? स्वर्ग में रहेंगे क्या? Okay? So I'm like, okay, this doesn't look like be a very interesting business. You know, I thought it was a very nice business, quiet business. We can do it in the night itself. I'm getting a call and all. But unfortunately for him, I'm trained I used to be a part of a crime fighting agency long time back. I used to head the anti-piracy squad in Motion Picture Association of South America Motion Picture Association of America in South India, all right? And as part of my training, we were trained on how to handle threats. So the moment he trained me, my group captain will tell you, your training kicks in. My immediate training was to give him back my file of threats. You know what I can do to you. मैं आपको क्या कर सकता हूँ करके मैंने रख लिया. Next day when I went for the family council meeting, शांति से बात होके शांति से बंटवारा करके हो गया. So I have negotiated, I think probably close to 17 divorces very peacefully. All right. So ladies, if you have a peaceful divorce to do, I am the right person to ask for. All right. Okay. Somebody saying no, not me. Don't next to me. We'll get your number later. Okay. 2 of the largest divorce settlements in the history of India were arbitrated by me. Okay. Now last 2 clients, I don't know why. Good. Last 2 clients, the name and the work has been so good. The moment the ladies came and said, we want to do work with you and we want to hire you as a professional, COVID came and took away both their husbands. Okay. So instant, okay. So now my reputation is you just go to him, jo bhi hai, pati bhi tapka jayega, theek hai na? No, that's not my line of work, okay. So when we look at a large business, all right, one of the things that we know as we get into this particular thing, all right, I had a very historic meeting. How many of you are familiar with a gentleman called Mr. M.B. Atreya? Anybody familiar with M.B. Atreya? He's the first management consultant to have gotten a Padma Vibhushan. Okay, so he's a very famous, person. He was a professor of head of strategic management in IIM Calcutta. All right, he also seemed to have consulted with a lot of the work in the government. Now, I had gone to do some work with the Hinduja family in Bombay, and when I came out of the airport, okay, at that time what happened, the driver said, "Sir, would you mind waiting? There is one more guest coming in from Delhi, so we want to take both of you in the same car." So I said, "Sure, no problem." So 5 minutes later, this gentleman walks in, he's sitting in the car, he's in his late 80s, so we were talking. So we had a 40-minute ride from Santa Cruz to Juhu, okay, where the house is. And as we're going, the gentleman is asking me, "What do you do?" I was telling him what I was doing and all this stuff. And he said, "What is the kind of work you're doing?" I'm listening to all of that and I'm telling him. Then I'm asking him, "Sir, why have you come?" He said, "The Hindujas have completed 100 years as a business family. Okay, so they want to plan a vision for the next 100 years, what they want to do. So we've come for that." So I said, "That's very interesting." So then slowly, both of us being similar, we were very curious about our rates. Okay, so I wanted to find out what his rate is and he wanted to find out what my rate is. Okay, now without disclosing anything, we both managed to find our rates. All right, so he asked me my rate. Immediately I told him what my rate is. Then I told him, "Abhi to aapko banta hai, you have to tell me some idea." Then he said, "No, this, that." Then finally this. So I found out his rate was exactly my rate with an extra digit, okay, and in dollars. Okay. यार ये मेरे से he is making bloody 70 times more money than me for the same amount of work. Okay, so that's where Atreya, he gets his Padma Vibhushan. He was telling me, he said, "What your problem is?" I said, "What, sir?" He said, "You come to these families when they have a problem." Okay, he said, "Stop coming to families for a problem, go to families only for development." Okay, so that was a very pivotal moment in my life where I decided, okay, we will not go and solve problems, we will, ठीक है ना, ये भी नहीं करेंगे, कुछ तो करिए, we have to do something. But the point is now the focus then changed completely कि we will not go to solve problems. We will go to put structures so that problems don't occur. Okay, so we have a standard PowerPoint presentation. In our PowerPoint presentation, what we do is we show a list of 100 business families that existed in 1900. Okay, now if you look at that, you will see names that you won't even be able to recognize because at least 30% of them are no longer in the top 100 business families anymore. Okay, now why? Many reasons. Infighting, they didn't wait for technology, problems, okay, they didn't distribute property, they didn't give their, the smartest children in the family would have been the ladies, okay, but they would have given it to the dumbest children in the family, which is the guys, all right. So inappropriate distribution, inequality, not keeping in touch with technology, then fighting between grandparents and grandchildren or uncles and aunts, then fighting that happens with intergenerational cousins. So there is a list is endless in terms of what can be done. So in business family mentorship, what we look at is, okay, if you've done a good business and the business of a certain valuation and it can make money, okay, how do I ensure that if I am doing well, that my grandchildren, great-grandchildren and children going forward, they continue to have the same lifestyle or better lifestyle than what I had. Okay, so that is going to be the sum and substance of how it is going on. So in that particular model, different families have taken on very different models across to it. The first and the most important model that is adopted by all families, okay. Before that, a very question, all of you business people, how many of you have written a will? कितने लोगों ने will लिखा है? Personal will कितने लोगों ने लिखा है? Do you understand what a will is? A will is a document that tells people what happens after you die. ये बंगला इसको जाता है, ये गाड़ी इसको जाता है, ये ये watch इसको जाता है, ये pen उसको जाता है. How many of you have written a will? Correct. Only you can write only what you have. Oh, what is this? You can write only what you have earned. You can't write down what you are this. No. I actually went for a family dispute that happened a week ago. The family dispute I went is because the patriarch of the family in his will, he put his son-in-law's bungalow in the will also, saying that I am gifting my son-in-law's bungalow to my son-in-law, okay. So son-in-law called me and said, please explain to him. He had given me a sum of money as a loan to buy that bungalow. मैंने पैसे वापस कर दिए. Now he's saying that it's his property and he's willing it back to me as such. ठीक है ना? Can you please ask him to remove it from the will? Okay. So, how many of you have written a will? Not yet. We're good. So that's the first model that we find in Indian business families, which is called no model. साले हम मरेंगे नहीं, हम तो अमर रहेंगे, ठीक है ना? हम तो अजिंक्य है, okay? Invulnerable. Nobody will die. See, I survived COVID. I will survive everything. I will live beyond everybody. I will not die at all. Okay. So I will never die. Okay. So therefore, I don't need to create a will. All right. So true story. My closest friend, real estate builder, my best friend and my great financier. Because every time I make some money, first thing I go give it to him. Forget everybody else. He used to give me 15 to 22% interest. Okay, why give it to bank? Why give it to RIT, NIT? ये वो कुछ नहीं. Take it, give it to him, and he would give me a pro note. And every month, his accountant will come and give me 22% interest, 15% interest. So my good friend. So one fine day, I call him and I said, I have 10 lakhs in cash. Come, give me, take it with this. So he said, okay. He comes. Then he comes and he says, I'm in a hurry. I have to go for it to catch a train. I'll take the cash, deposit at home. I'll give you the pro note on day after. I said, where are you going? He said, I'm going to Coimbatore. I said, what for? He said, I'm going for trekking. So I said, okay, one day trekking. He said, yeah, one day I'll go up to Velangiri Hills, trek, and I'll come back in the evening. Night I'll catch the overnight train, come back this. Then he said, lunch we'll go for Japanese. Your favorite is Japanese, right? He said, yeah. So done. He said, I'll give you the pro note. I said, great. So he takes the money, he goes, all right. He goes trekking. And then that night, I get a call from his sister. So his sister calls me and says, Krish, I'm at the airport. I'm taking a flight back to Chennai. So I said, what happened? He said, my brother died. So what do you mean by he died? He said he died. He went trekking, he slipped and he died. Arey, kya bol rahe ho? Okay. You won't believe, even today I'm ashamed about it. Okay. My first thought is not about my friend who died. My first thought is, Salah, humne 10 lakh ka pro note nahi liya. Okay na? Shit, yaar. Abhi, how will I go and tell his family that that money is my money? How will I tell that? So one part of me is filled with shame. Okay. I'm feeling ashamed. But instead of feeling for my friend, I'm having mixed emotions. I'm feeling for my friend, I'm feeling for my money. Okay, now I'm feeling what will happen if I go and do it. Now, my friend being my friend, okay, he had a will in place. Every day, whatever money that was being, that he had, that was updated to an Excel sheet, and the Excel sheet was linked to his will. Okay, so when I came in for the funeral, his wife called me aside and told me that please don't worry, okay, there is 10 lakhs lying in the cupboard. We checked the Excel document and we found that that money was your money. We will issue a pro note to you tomorrow after the ceremony is over. Okay. So that is the kind of friend I had, that he was prepared for everything. कि भाई आज ही हम मर जाए, that nobody should be left over. और आप लोग सब business लोग हैं ROI है metro के लिए, that you are absolutely prepared not to die. ठीक है ना? So good thing about all of it, is that when I see people who have no will, then I know कि भाई आप लोग हैं तो हमारा market is always open, ठीक है ना? हमारा market कभी done नहीं होगा, okay? So that's the dangerous model, that the grandfather or the person who started the business thinks that it will run. Business चलेगा, कोई problem नहीं, बेटा संभालेगा, पोते संभालेंगे, ये वो करके. So that's the first problem, okay? So if you were to remove it, the first model that people follow is known as a meritocratic model. Meritocratic model क्या होता है? Who's the most capable person? You give it to him. Okay. The problem with the meritocratic model is if you have 2 children, it's fine. Okay. 1, 2, you can give. Now if you have 10 children or you have 8 children, okay, then you'll have a problem. You are playing favorites. इसने तेरे साथ गोली खेला, उसके साथ तुमने ये किया, वो आपकी favorite बेटी का बेटा है, ये वो करके वो झमेला आएगा. Then it's going to go to a court case or fighting inside it. So meritocratic has its advantage and disadvantage. If you have a smaller number, it will work. The next thing is called a democratic model. Democratic model is, okay, shall we all get together? We'll all have an equal right. We'll all vote equally and we'll all take voting decisions. Democratic model works on 2 things, okay. First is everybody has to be treated as an equal. Okay. Now, for example, the KK Modi family. How many of you are familiar with the KK Modi family? Okay. Now, I've done some consultation, but the family constitution was done by somebody else. This is something very interesting. They have a model where everybody in the family has a voting right, including the grandchildren. Okay. So one of the grandchildren, for example, was 12 years old. and she had a voting right in the family decision, which is that if her uncle Lalit Modi wanted an investment money from the Modi family trust, okay, he would put a proposal to the family business meeting. See, what is a family business council? A family business council is a place where the family takes a decision that is then conveyed to the board members of the various companies that you run or to the trust holders so that then they can execute that. Do you get my point? So then I asked them, how do you decide that this girl can invest? So he said, anybody who wants to have a vote, okay, they need to pass an accountancy exam. Okay, they need to know that if uncle, okay, asks for money, what is the impact on your inheritance? If you know what the impact on your inheritance is, we don't care if you're 8 years old or 9 years old, you can vote. As long as you can understand what the impact of the inheritance is, you can do it. So that's a very interesting democratic model that I've seen, where they're more interested on making sure that people are educated and everybody has an equal thing. Now, that also works because the entire group of companies is held by a larger trust. Okay, so it's no longer that people are doing it. So now large business families, they are putting the asset holdings of their companies into a larger trust or a bigger company, and that bigger company ka shares are then being held by other people. Okay, there's one business family where they objected very strongly to the eldest grandson marrying a Christian girl. Okay, so unfortunately both the boy and girl committed suicide. Okay, then the family all got together and said, okay, we don't want any other children to commit suicide or any other problem. Things are changing. We can't control people marrying in the community. What is our concern? So they said, our concern is that we don't want anybody to marry somebody for their money. Okay, so what they did was they went into a very interesting model, which is one of the very few families that I've seen. They went into a multi-trust model, which is that, let's say you have 4 people in a family. Okay, then your name, there's a trust that is opened, and if there is a house in Saukarpet, there is a yacht in Goa, there is 2 flats in Perungudi, and then they say, let's say 1 land in Bangalore, all of that is held under the trust or a shell company, and uska shares is divided amongst the 4 people. Now, if somebody else is born in their family, then the shares get redistributed again, and a trust is formed in that person's child's name, and in the trust, every other uncle and aunt and every other cousin is a member excepting you. So that when you get married tomorrow, you can enjoy the interest of your assets. Okay, but your husband or your wife cannot say, sell the yacht in Goa, buy this land in this. They can't do that. You have to bring it to the family council. They have to vote and do it. And the family council, for your property, you don't have a vote, whereas the rest of the family has a vote. Okay, it might last for 3 generations, and then they have to. I told the family that you'll have to work it out. Next generation may not be able to solve it. 20 years later, you need to work on it. So you've got meritocratic, you've got democratic, then you've got this kind of thing. Then you've got a completely very important model, which is cashing out. I go into a business family, I see them fighting like nobody's business. So I tell the patriarch, देखिए, इतने सारे लड़ रहे हैं, झगड़ रहे हैं, ठीक है ना? You give them the business, they will kill the business. Okay? Best thing, sell the business. पैसा बेच दीजिए, ठीक है ना? बेच के then just cash it out and give it to everybody, whatever it is. If you're concerned they'll spend it before you die, then you wait and say, after I die, this much cash or this much fixed deposits or this much shares will go to it. So sometimes when it looks like the family is a family where fighting is guaranteed, then sometimes selling it out is a good idea. Okay, cashing it out is a very good idea. Cash it out and do it. So the other thing also is people then have to look at other problems. See, there are 3 problems that will come. Okay, first problem is, if you're running a business family, how do you ensure that other business family members work and they work properly and they work the way you want? That will be the first problem to deal with. Do you get my point? Now there may be 3 people. Now one person may be very smart. Do you get my point? Now for example, you take the Jindals, for example. There are 4 Jindal brothers. Do you get it? Now, the first person to leave the family business was a person called Sajjan Jindal. Okay? Now he left the business. Today if you look at it, his wealth is 3 times more than his 3 brothers put together. Because his point was, I always knew I can make more money. So there's no point staying with the family business, because my idea of taking risk, I'll take the risk and if I lose, I'll lose it. But if I make, let me benefit from it. Why others should do it? And so he took the risk and he took the reward along with him per se as such. Okay? So that's a big problem that you have. That what is the talent level and what is the reward? Next problem that we have is, when you bring family, then the compensation becomes another major sore point. इसको 2 लाख क्यों दे रहे हो, इसको 2.5 लाख क्यों दे रहे हो, ठीक है ना, इसको क्यों 1.5 लाख दे रहे हो, ये इधर वो नहीं, वो रायपुर में बैठता है, ये चेन्नई में बैठता है, रायपुर बिगर मार्केट नहीं है, छोटा मार्केट है चेन्नई, ये वो सब, तो फिर आप चेन्नई मार्केट इसको दीजिए, नहीं इसको ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस है, ये वो, सो ऑल दिस प्रॉब्लम्स हैपन. सो दैट इज अनदर एरिया टू सिट एंड डील विथ. Good things to have, people like us have work because of that. If there were no problems, then why will we exist? Okay, हमें आना चाहिए, हमें बुलाना चाहिए, ठीक है ना? Then the next major problem that people have is, how do you get good non-family members to come and join and be in the business and be loyal to the business? That's the big challenge. तुमने 2 पैदा कर लिए, वो 2 आ जाएंगे business में. But who will do the other things? Who will drive the lorries? Who will drive the logistics? Who will take care of the warehouse? Who will take care of the godown? Okay, so you do need people who you can. So recruiting people who align with your value system, and not only that, will stay loyal with you and be with you, and your ability to integrate them into the family so that they can grow with you. Because if they don't grow with you, all right, they're not going to stay for long. Then they become traitors. Okay, they'll sit and watch. अरे ये तो 2 करोड़ से 20 करोड़ बन गया, 20 करोड़ से 200 करोड़ बन गया, हमारा पगार कितना हुआ? 10,000 से 20,000, 20,000 से 50,000, 50,000 से 1 lakh. So the same guy, he was taking 2,000 rupees to the bank and depositing. 10 years later, he's taking 2 crores and depositing, and he's looking at, यार मेरे को इतना ही तनख्वाह मिलता है. So if you can't grow your people, okay, who are non-family members, that will be another problem in the whole aspect of it as such. So these are the 4 main things. The next main problem is, okay, you identified people who are going to take over the next thing. How do you prepare and groom them? Okay, so I have been involved in a grooming of lot of business families where they said, okay, this is the person who's going to lead the business family going forward. We want you to groom him. Okay, we want him to make him worldly wise. We want him to teach you, we want you to teach him learning skills, negotiation skills, communication skills, how to talk, how to communicate, how to understand, how to be able to make effective decisions, how to listen to intuition, okay, how to get people's attention, all right, all of that put together. So these are all the things that come across as part of the business family thing, all right. So I wanted to just spend the time to give you an idea out of my experience that how business families are operating. So let me recap. First, you should have a business. Okay, you may have to go and check. The litmus test is, if I leave the business for 6 months, will it survive? Then it's not a business, it's self-employment. Okay, so then you and I, you're not my client, definitely not my client. Okay, now if you have a business which is that it meets a litmus test, then you have to see that what is your plan. So the major problem that people have is they don't have a vision. Ki mere baad kya? Who will do next? Who will do what? Okay, the other major problem that I've seen with a lot of business families is they have a lot of confusion ki business income is their income, and I always tell people that's incorrect. Okay, so if whoever you are as an individual, whether you are in employment, whether you're a student, whether you are a businessman, your first business is your own business, which is your business of becoming financially free. Okay, now typically Marwadis, what they do, they find that their business gives them more interest than any other, more margin than any other business can give. So why will I put it in a bank fixed deposit? Why will I put it in a REIT? Why will I put in all this? My business is giving me greater returns, I'll put it in my business. No, that is all fine. Tomorrow when you are not there, okay, how will you get money month on month? Okay, next question. Tomorrow if the business is not there, okay, how will you get money month on month? So if all your eggs are in one basket called your business, and your business is an optical business, all right, and one day technology disruption happens and people say no need to go outside, metaverse ka duniya hai, tum apna goggles lagao, the goggles will adjust and give you the right brightness and adjust the lens so that you can see everything clearly. There's no more need for a glass. Then your optical shop is over. Okay, so your optical shop is over, then how will you make money? So unless you had kept a very clear priority that I have a business which is my business is how do I get income that I need to live my life comfortably every month without depending on my business. Okay, that is your first priority as a person. Many people, they'll take it, they'll put all their money. Why will I put it in a very stupid stock? I'll put it here. Why will I put it in something which gives me 10 to 12%? Okay, I'll put it here. All right. So point is that risk of making that mistake of putting your money in your business only and not diversifying into places where you can have things in such a way that whether you are alive or not, whether your business is there or not, okay, you or your family members will continue to get an income per month. That is very important. And I cannot tell you how many large business families I've seen making this mistake. Okay, So I hope you can learn from those particular mistakes, and at least these 2 points you can take, then we can work it. Then if you have a dispute, you can always come to me, all right? But at least take these two. Pehle to business hona chahiye na, all right? And make sure that your first business is your business of keeping your financial freedom in place. That you need to have money invested in land or real estate or in rental or in fixed deposit or in stocks or in other instruments that give you a return that take care of your monthly expenses no matter what. Okay, then you got that. So I always tell my business clients, I don't need your money. आपकी पैसे की जरूरत नहीं है. I will take your money happily. अगर धंधा देंगे खुशी खुशी लेंगे. But अगर कल कोई धंधा नहीं है, कोई problem नहीं है. Okay, when COVID happened, my mother fell ill. I took care of my mother for a year and a half. Okay, I closed my shutters down. No work for 1.5 years, nearly, excepting for a few phone calls. But I had no problem in my quality of lifestyle because my income is not dependent on my business. I had already got passive income coming from that particular place. So I've been given a strict 4:35. So I'll stop with that, sir. All right. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, depending on the time frame, I'll take it, or we'll take it offline. One or two questions. My website is Krish Shrikant, Krish. 1 second, Krish, SRI. Don't put SHRI. Shri mat bana dijiye. SRIKANTH.com. You will get everything. You will get my address, you will get my email ID, hotmail ID, सब मिल जाएगा आपको. But please don't come home without asking me. Phone करके आइए, okay? One question. Yes, sir. You said that a 12-year-old girl gave a consent. Not consent. She has a voting right in the yeah.
She has given a consent. That means she has given a consent. Exercise their vote.
Correct.
But minor cannot get into any contract.
So that's it's a family constitution, no?
Let it be, but still they can go back and say that it is not a legal.
Yeah. So you see how a family constitution is made. कि जब family constitution बनाया जाता है, all the members are explained what the family constitution is. So we can all go and do it. There's a huge association called the Family Planning Enterprise and Association in America, where they have a lot of manuals, books, and guidelines and all. So if there are 3 people in the family, so for example in the KK Modi family, you've got 3 children, Samir Modi, Charu Modi, Lalit Modi. All 3 along with their father and mother have signed on a document saying that they will adhere to the voting rights of their children in this.
I agree to that, but legally it is not a binding
अरे
contract
साहब
because
मैं
minor.
आपको वही समझा रहा हूँ ना, लीगली आपको समझा रहा हूँ ना. आपका क्या है, मैं अपना राय व्यक्त कर रहा हूँ और अपना वोट कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है ना. If I have agreed, it matters, ठीक है ना जी. So I'm saying that the point is, since the family has agreed to it, see, if one person decides not to listen to the family constitution, then there's no other go. You have to take it to the court and fight. When everybody says, okay, this is the way we will sort the dispute, this is the way we will come to an agreement. If there is a conflict, we will put it to vote and majority will win or 2/3 will win. Okay, that's how we will sort it. Now if you say, okay, ऐसे है हम तरकीब निकालेंगे, ये तरकीब लीगल है कि नहीं, अभी हो गया ना, फिर कोर्ट में मिलते हैं ना, चलो 2 साल के बाद 20 साल के बाद कोर्ट में. No, but they have all signed on the documents, no? So whoever has agreed, they have signed on the document, okay? So if they take it, then it can. See, if you want to fight, you can fight. Has your father given you any property, sir? Sir, has your father given you any property? Do you plan to give any property to your children? Yeah, I can fight against you, no? अभी लड़ने का आ गया तो I can also fight against it. Income print certificate नहीं है, ये मेरा है. You owe me money for consultation, you can't give. लड़ने पे आ गए तो कर सकते हैं. So this is an understanding that everybody has decided to cooperate and not fight it out at the end of the day. All right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, something really very new for all of us, especially for me, to know a lot of things. So great session, sir. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on this wonderful day, we actually wanted to honor Captain Vijay Kumar, Executive Director of MMA, but since he is not available, we would like to invite Mr. Venkatraman sir on his behalf to please join us onto the dais, and I request Shri Hemant Bandari, HRD of RIM Metro, to please join us and honor as a small token of love and felicitation, everybody. Can we have a round of applause? Thank you so much, sir, for your kind support and generosity. Let's give a round of applause for MMA, everybody. All right, so Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for every beginning, there is an end. And for every end, there is another beginning. So I hope you all had a great time. So it was all wonderful sessions by all our speakers. So can we have a round of applause for such a fruitful and engaging session by all our wonderful speakers. And yes, we would like to thank all the audience, everybody who's present here for taking your time out and making this event much more grandeur and successful. Thank you so much. So yes, before we are here at the end of the conclave, so let's end it with tribute to our country, national anthem, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting all of you to kindly rise up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.